2015 ISA World Surfing Games. We are so stoked to see groomed offshore lines here at Popoyo Beach in Nicaragua.
We're stoked but not surprised because this place is insane. It is so fun. Every day we've been driving up and it's like a machine. You just see sets coming in. It's about, probably the same size as yesterday, maybe a little bit bigger on the sets. Surfers have been free surfing throughout the morning on every event, and as you see, everybody's feeling loose. Dylan Southworth from Sayulita, representing Team Mexico. And again, this is the repecharge, so for two of these surfers, this is their last chance to get involved and get those much-needed points towards overall team totals. So two surfers will advance through into the next round, and two surfers will go back to their team tents and just start waving the flag.
Yeah, well, this is the repecharge round. Crucial elimination round here. True elimination round because the ISA features the qualifying round, which is a non-elimination round. Surfers that don't make it through the open qualifying rounds end up here in the repecharge, and this is repecharge round 6. So these guys are fighters, they're survivors, they are looking to proudly keep the dream alive for their respective countries. And Dylan Southworth, we have just seen such beautiful surfing from this man all week long from Mexico. Already got a 6.17. So looking good for the start. Look at this. We have an interference situation. Tudela got in position over, I believe that was Israel Barona from Ecuador. So unfortunate situation for Team Ecuador. Now they have to battle against an interference penalty.
Well, in the earlier rounds, we saw a couple surfers. Noemar won his heat with an interference, but tell you what, this late in the game with this field being so incredible at this point, making it through your heat with an interference is going to be a near impossibility. But we'll see. We know now in the ISA World Surfing Games, anything's possible, Mike Latronic. Some finishes yesterday. Vasco Ribeiro is one surfer from Portugal who seriously dodged a bullet in his heat. So we'll see, man. These final seconds have always been very critical for our teams. So 16 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Dylan Southworth in the lead with a 6.17 and a 1.5. Santiago Muniz, a 2.83 on his first wave. And we want to thank you guys for joining us here. The Nicaragua Unica Original 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. Of course, Popoyo here in Nicaragua has been very kind to us all week, and we got to thank Surfline for giving us a spot-on forecast each and every day. They've been pretty much exactly correct. Winds, tides, wave size, everything's been right there. So thank you to Surfline. Got to thank our sponsors as well. Claro, La FICE, La Alcaldía de Tola, La Cámara Nacional de Turismo, the Tourism Board of Nicaragua. Mike has been so kind to the staff, competitors, and of course the visitors who've come just to watch the action. So we got to thank the government of Nicaragua for inviting us here and being such great hosts. Incredible trip so far. I'm definitely coming back to Nicaragua.
Well, as much as surfers from around the world are discovering the fruits of great surf here in Nicaragua, the Nicaraguan Tourism Bureau is discovering that surf tourism is very alive and well. And wow, Miguel Tudela, not really riding out of that, but such a dynamic surfer. And we haven't seen any of his scores posted yet, but you can bet Tudela is charging to hold up the flag for Peru. Current defending world title holder from last year's event. And there it is. First ride for Miguel Tudela, a 7.0, and he's in second place by virtue that his second score has not yet posted. Israel Barona just on the board with a 2.83. We saw him sort of come unstuck at the bottom of the big off the lip. Santiago Muniz just a 2.83, And we also see that Israel Barona has now that interference call on his score line. So he is in deep trouble against this very talented field of competitors. He's really going to have to dig to get 9s, maybe 10s, to get a chance at getting through this heat.
Coming up next, we're going to see Carlos Munoz representing Costa Rica. Surfed a near perfect heat yesterday. And here's Israel Barona, and he's going to have to do something pretty spectacular. I would say he's going to have to get up in that near perfect range. So let's say he gets 2 10s. That's going to be a total of 15. Right now, he'd be making it through the heat because the second wave's cut in half with that interference call.
Well, yeah, no problem right now. Right now, a lot of the surfers don't have a second wave. Some of their first waves aren't that good. So right now, Israel Barona only needs a 6.26 to get into advancing position. But Chris, there's 13 and a half minutes left. We see that Miguel Tudela's second wave posted a 4.67, so he's in first place now. Combined heat total of 11.67. Dylan Southworth, he's got that 6.1, but he's got a throwaway. And there's our man on the screen, Mr. Pura Vida, Carlos Munoz. Great waves here. I got a chance to surf this morning with C Squared. I saw C Squared on a few good waves out there.
Yeah, supremely fun out here. Just ask Santiago Muniz right there. That first big tail chuck, grabbing the rail, maintaining control, pulling out. The rights right now, kind of fat. The lefts really being the call this morning. Dylan Southworth, his backhand is really suited to these left-handers. You know, not only does he have that deep bottom turn to vertical backside snap, but he's got these big backside carves that he can lay down at will. Right now, a little bit of trouble with that inside rail on a few of those bottom turns, so Dylan Southworth is going to have to change up his act just a little bit to get the scores he was getting yesterday. Here's your leader, Miguel Tudela, surfing for Peru.
Just such a feast of surfing. You know, this is the great tide, sort of a medium tide. It's going to go low, and pretty soon we're going to see a lot of exposed rocks here. The tides are several feet in this part of the world, so big tides. And as the tide starts coming in again, later on we're going to get to see the Aloha Cup. And guess what? We are going to crown champions today. Tomorrow we'll be doing the rest of the contest. The contest will finish up for the open rounds. We'll see who gets to win that coveted team medal and the individual medals. But really unique that the ISA has this event called the Aloha Cup. We saw the semifinals yesterday. Teams Argentina, Costa Rica, Peru, and Australia advanced to the finals. So around 3:30 today, I believe, we'll be seeing the wrap-up of that. And those are going to be the first medals awarded here at the 2015 ISA World Games. Dylan Southworth up on another wave. Doesn't like that one. Israel Barona, real important wave here. Beautiful snap off the top right there. Comes out into the shoulder and does a nice cutback. Finds another steep wall. Throwing some spray. Here we go. Something more vertical. Nice snap off the top. Let's see what he's got to finish here. Another snap. He's going to go for broke. He knows he needs to really pump it up to get through this heat.
Well, now we're about halfway through. I'll tell you what, these heats are going to come quick. And the clock is going to be running fast today because, like I said, this is the last chance for many of our competitors. 50% of our surfers right now in this repecharge round will be going down. And I'll tell you what, for a lot of these teams, this is some of their last chances to advance. So we'll see as this thing shakes out. We're gonna just waiting right now for the math to come in to see who our potential team leaders could be. And of course, Peru, Mexico, Ecuador, and Argentina all still in it right now. They're all in the top 10. So crucial heats, Mike, for these surfers in the water.
All right, well, Santiago Muniz posted a 5.77 for that big off-the-lip aerial. Did a nice little slide with that, so really creative surfing. and kicked out on that right. Here we go. Smooth and stylish. This is Dylan Southworth in black from Mexico, finding a nice little inside wall here. A little bit mushy. Decides to do a casual 360. Nothing else to do on that wave, so he's out of it. He's got that 6.17, so he only needs a 2.43 to move into advancing position. I take it he will get that, but with the quality of waves on hand here today, my call is that you're probably not going to be getting through heats unless you're getting, sevens and above, because it's going to require excellent rides, excellent scores with all this great surf on tap.
Yeah, yesterday we were looking at probably an average between 15 and 17 points for those top spots. Of course, we did see heats in the 18.5 range from a couple of surfers. Miguel Tudela was one of them. He's one of those guys that just could do no wrong in his heat. Another near perfect heat. I think he had an 8.5 and an 8.9 or something like that. It was a spectacular performance from Tudela. And right now with a 7 and a 6.3, looks like he's going to be continuing on that trend. But look at Israel Barona. He's got a 7.5 and a 2.83. He found himself in second for just about a minute. Now Dylan Southworth is in second, up and down. Meanwhile, Santiago Muniz, who just barely escaped his heat yesterday. Actually, he lost. That's why he's in the repechage now. So Santiago had an uncharacteristically awful heat yesterday. Could not put it together. So he found himself in the repechage. We'll see if he can turn it on now. He's got a 5.77 and a 2.83.
Well, here is Israel Barona in the red. Little bit faux pas right there. So, he's going to be going for broke. He's not going to be trying to do turns that are safety turns. I would imagine we'll see him fall off here and there, but he is a very capable surfer, and he's now got the highest score of the heat so far. So that's got to give him some confidence. He needs to not only get another great score to try to get into advancing position, but he needs to hope that the other three surfers don't get two really good waves. Miguel Tudela already, making it a tough position. He's probably one of those surfers that's going to be really hard to beat. So he's got a combined heat score of 13.03. If Tudela gets another 7 or 8, he's going to be closing in on 15 points, and that would mean Israel Barona needs to get 2 perfect waves to even get close to that. Dylan Southworth, he's got a combined score of 12.10, and now we see Israel Barona needs an 8.35 in order to get back into second place.
It's gettable. We saw a handful of 9s yesterday and plenty of 8s. So we know this wave definitely has a lot of scoring potential, and it's very consistent. With 6.5 to go, Tudela in the lead, Southworth in second. So the hopes for Peru and Team Mexico still alive. Argentina right now has got to be wondering what is going on with their superstar, Santiago Muniz. Generally a very consistent competitor. We'll see if he can turn things around right now. 5.77 and a 2.83 so far for Santiago Muniz.
All right, well, looks like Santiago doesn't want to be in that 4th spot long. He's making a move for this inside wave. He's surfing well, so he's got that 5.77 just on that one big maneuver. And if that's any indication, watch out when he gets a big open face wave.
Yeah, he can be deadly. Right now on the beach, we have Shannon Quirk getting in the action.
Thanks, guys. We're down here with the Mexican team, and I'm here with Angelo Lozano. We've been talking about the incredible swell that Mexico has really had and the training grounds. I mean, you saw the Puerto Escondido swell, and how heavy has it been down there?
Yeah, it was super heavy. Probably the biggest swell I've ever seen in Puerto, and I've been living there for 25 years. So it was huge. Waves were really, really heavy. On the big day, there weren't that many good waves or good waves ridden, but there were some chargers like Mark Healy that got that huge wave and got in the barrel and then jumped off. Then a lot of all their internationals were there, like Garrett McNamara and some locals too paddled out that day. I didn't really go out there. It was like I had a 9.4 and I felt that board was going to be just too small to even paddle for a good one. But
All right, we're back.
But the day before and the day after and then the third day, waves got really good, and we were able to score like 15 foot, 20 foot solid, like good barrel waves, you know, rights and lefts. So we were happy. We're having a lot of activity starting early in the year, like March, April, May. We've been having a lot of good swells. So I think this is going to be a really good year for Puerto.
Yeah, wow, that's pretty incredible to have a 9.4 board and be too small. You know, I want to know, do you think you break more boards in Mexico than any other country?
Yeah, definitely. Puerto's like, well, it's like they call it the Mexican pipeline. You know, it's really heavy wave. It's just barreling wave, so it can be like 2 feet and it'll still break your board, or 50 foot like it was that last swell, and break you in half. You know, it's pretty heavy.
It's crazy. It's pretty cool to see the international big wave chargers too coming down to Mexico for training grounds. Any other favorite breaks you have in Mexico?
Yeah, the point is really good in Puerto. Rio Nexpa, there's some left-hander point break, and there's a lot of waves. You know, a lot of point breaks, but that's probably my favorite wave. I wanna take the opportunity to say hi to all the Mexican people that are watching or supporting. Dylan's going through in these heats, so we're super stoked, and we're gonna do this for Joe Estrada, which was our coach, and he passed away day we got here. So he's always in our hearts, and we'll always remember him.
And in Spanish, para toda la gente en México.
Bueno, quiero aprovechar la oportunidad para mandar saludos a toda la gente mexicana que nos está viendo en México. Ahorita Dylan está pasando su hit, estamos muy orgullosos del equipo. Es el último que está sobreviviendo. Y bueno, mandar un saludo a toda la comunidad surfer, que perdimos a un gran amigo, a una gran persona, un gran embajador que es Joe Estrada, y bueno, siempre estará en nuestros corazones y lo tenemos presente.
Coach and belated coach, and thank you guys for coming down and watch Dylan Southworth, the last member of Mexico in contention. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Shannon. Yeah, so Team Mexico right now, their hopes lying in the hands of Dylan Southworth, highly capable hands. We know what he can do out here, going right or going left. Right now, some of these waves just give you the most ashable lip. It's very reminiscent of lower trestles. As you know, these guys take off, you just see them. You can everything into these turns here.
Now, being responsible announcers today, me and Chris went out to the break before the contest to survey the area and get a little insight on how the reef and the ocean and the conditions out in the water. Chris Cote was just tearing these lefts apart. I have heard from good sources, you used to spin like a DJ. You're like a DJ. Your DJ name was MC Squared. So MC Squared was pretty much all about energy in the lineup this morning.
Well, we all in our past lives. And right now I'm going to call Verona the fighter, because he's not giving up. And one thing, if you do get an interference, there's two ways you can play it. Give up, come to the beach and pout, or fight like you've never fought before in a heat. That's what Israel's doing. But Tudela seems to be running away from this right now. Nice, clean. I mean, he's really and you can't really mention enough what he can do in big waves, and obviously competitive. His game's on point as well, as he's walked away with a win here in Repecharge 6. So as it stands now, Peru and Mexico will be moving. Unfortunately for Ecuador and Argentina, Israel Barona in red getting that interference, dropping to third. Big shocker. Muniz, Team Argentina's arguably, top two surfers going down, Mike.
Yeah, well, big bummer for Team Argentina because is such a strong competitor for that. Unable to find waves. I mean, we had that interview on the beach with Lozano, but really there was nothing going on in the water for, almost like 8 to 10 minutes. Here is Southworth. He did most of his damage early, got a bunch of waves, and with maneuvers like that was just, far enough. And this was the early trouble that our surfer in red got into. Unfortunately, Israel Barona suffering an interference on that wave.
Yeah, that looked like pretty obvious that Miguel was going, don't you think?
Miguel, scooted around him just at the right time and gained position on him, and Barona was just completely unaware. Really got to keep tabs on what's going on in the lineup. Shot of the contest area. This is really apt for top competition. We've got lefts, we've got rights. The left seems to be the direction of choice, but we're going to see some more choice rides. Games, the ISA World Surfing Games, and we'll be right back after this.
This is the World Surfing Games!
Macheles es un hotel junto a la playa boutique, con un servicio completo de restaurante y piscina. La localidad es la escapada perfecta en cualquier momento.
Aloha, buenos dias, auf Wiedersehen, bonjour. Whatever language you're speaking, welcome back to the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. Mike Latronic here, along with Chris Cote, MC Squared, in his DJ days. Doing some DJ moves this morning. Got some great waves this morning before the contest, and right now we're gonna tell you who's in this heat. Bruce Mackey from Barbados, second heat of the day. Sebastian Correa from Peru. Carlos Munoz in yellow from Costa Rica. And Vasco Ribeiro riding in black from Portugal.
So 20-minute heats. Top 2 surfers will advance. Bottom 2 surfers, you're out. You're going to be headed back to the tent to join the Spirit Squad for your team. We're going to get a little scene setter on the beach with Shannon Quirk, who's down on the sand.
Buenos tardes. We're here with Miguel Tudela. Wow, you've been passing with flying colors. Yesterday you had one of the highest heat totals of the entire event. It looks like you are ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, I'm super stoked. I was psyched from the heat of yesterday, and today the waves are good. It's a little bit bigger, and the tide is getting low. It's getting a little bit more tricky, but still the waves are firing. So let's enjoy.
Yeah, it looked like yesterday you were looking for the barrel rides and making it out clean. What was your strategy today?
Just catch the good waves. There's a lot of medium ones and big ones that are pretty good. So just try to keep busy on the medium ones and get some scores at the beginning, and then put some pressure at the lineup.
Cool. And I know you travel the world surfing great waves. Any favorite spots and favorite surf breaks?
Yeah, for sure. Home is the best always, and I love Pico Alto, the big wave, and all over Punta Hermosa, Señorita, Cairo. It's my favorite place to be. First waves and everything. Home.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about Punta Hermosa and the vibe down there.
Yeah, it's a pretty sick place. Pretty much the whole team is from there, and there's a lot of good vibe, and everyone is helping each other and trying to get better, surfing together, and the waves fire. So we're enjoying everything.
Killer. Well, we've massive set out the back, so back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thanks, Shannon. Miguel Tudela, such a talent out of Peru. Vasco Rivero right there in the black jersey from Portugal, unable to really capitalize on that last wave. We saw Bruce Mackey from Barbados in the red jersey. He got a 4.83 on his first ride. You could see at the end of that ride, Chris, the teeth are starting to show here at Popoyo. A lot of rocks on that inside section.
Well, Vasco Ribeiro dodged a bullet yesterday, had a shocker about until the final 3 minutes of his heat, somehow put together 2 solid scoring waves with basically 0 time remaining. So I don't think he's going to sit and wait for long today. We know what he's capable of. He is definitely a standout in any heat he surfs. Former junior champion. He had some great performances in the Triple Crown over the past couple years on the North Shore. So, I mean, any given day on any given wave, whether it's just macking Sunset or rippable Popoyo, Vasco Ribeiro, always a favorite anytime he puts a jersey on. And Team Peru's Sebastian Correa. This guy's a strong surfer, especially on his backhand. And you see right here his wave selection, maybe not the pinnacle wave to pick out there right now. That one just kind of mushed out. A couple decent turns out the back, but definitely not going to be a wave he wants to keep on his scoreline.
You know, small kind side story in this heat. When we were out surfing this morning, I saw the coach for Team Barbados, Jimmy Hogan, out in the lineup. We had a chance to talk. He actually mentioned he had 2 surfers in a heat this morning because he's also coaching Carlos Munoz. Jimmy hails from Costa Rica. And he's sort of come to the conclusion that each of his riders would use the weapons at their disposal and not taking favorites. So, wow, scathing off the top by Vasco Rivero in black from Portugal. Another turn, so just really crispy, clean surfing from our former junior champion. And here's Bruce Mackey taking one of those rights.
Yeah, that was some next level backside surfing from Vasco Ribeiro. This is Carlos Munoz's first wave. So with 13 and a half to go, Carlos waiting a decent amount of time to get his first wave. Of course, got to look back at his heat yesterday. Again, almost a near perfect heat up in the high 18 range. 9 and an 8 for Carlos. And we'll see if he can continue that roll that he started early this week. Here's another look at Sebastian Correa on a much better wave.
Well, Correa really trying to find his feet out there. He's only got a 3.40 on his first wave. That one's going to be a throwaway. So plenty of time in this heat and plenty of time to tell you that the ISA has made great strides lately. Our ISA president, Fernando Aguera, has been involved in meeting after meeting, delegation after delegation. He's attended several events concerning, the Olympic Games and the Pan American Games, the Commonwealth Games, and just got to tell you that there's a lot of positive momentum, positive influence for the sport of surfing, and we may well cross our fingers, but we may well see surfing get the recognition and credibility it deserves by becoming an Olympic sport. If not in these games, then hopefully in the next games. But right now, the ISA World Surfing Games is the closest competition we have to an Olympic-style event. And these athletes and teams are here representing their countries proud. Today, later, we're going to see the Aloha Cup. We're going to be looking at our first medals today in that very, very unique event. It's no other organization in the world has this team format, and the Aloha Cup, in fact, might even be one of those events that, if we get to the Olympics, would be a featured discipline at the Olympics. So real exciting, the prospects for surfing and the progress that's been made.
Well,
Look at the scores.
Yeah, we knew that wave from Vasco Ribeiro was going to come in as a doozy, and indeed it did. One of the highest scores we've seen in this entire event. No 10s yet, but we're getting very close. Vasco's backhand is just incredible. Love the way he surfs. And Mike, he really places his turns perfectly, and we have perfect placement and the power that Vasco has. I mean, you're going to be in for a special looking turn every time, and two of those turns he did are probably two of the best turns I've seen of this entire contest.
Well, Sebastian Correa just way behind the peak on that one, and with the tide dropping, real important where you take off on these waves. Bruce Mackey picking up on his mistake and just slicing and dicing. Beautiful carve right there. Vertical top turn on the third one. Another little crack off the top. So getting some work done. Bruce Mackey's currently in second place. Wants to throw away that 2.97. I believe he firmly passed 2.97 on that wave. But now we've got a paddle on the outside. Looks like Carlos is going to sort of look at the right. You know, it's great the way Carlos, when used, doesn't hassle. You can tell he's really confident in his own surfing and has not been super aggressive about hassling for waves in this lineup.
I like that. It looked like he was looking at Vasco, kind of saying, which way are you going? And that's a really cool trait in a surfer, even especially in competition. So right now we're looking at Vasco Ribeiro controlling this heat. Bruce Mackey, he's got a 4.83 and a 2.97. Bruce and Chelsea Tuak, of course, representing Barbados, and they're both looking solid. So it's looking like right now Bruce Mackey with two relatively low scores, a 4.83 and a 2.97. Carlos Munoz, he's got a 5.93. He's looking for a backup right now. And Sebastian Correa from Peru, a little bit lost in this heat. He's got a 3.4 and a 1. We're halfway through. Plenty of waves on offer. Let's take a quick look at, it's not technically your leaderboard, Mike, but this is basically kind of how it's shaken up so far as the team points go. And this is the possibilities towards the end of the day. Right now, at the top of the list, it's going to be Peru, Portugal, Argentina, Australia, and Costa Rica. And keeping Costa Ricans' hope alive to the surfer right here, Carlos Munoz, who's seemed to be getting a little bit busier, trying to hunt down a backup score. So he's got a 5.9. And this was a pretty decent pick. You know, these insiders seem to have some good wall on them, as all surfers right now kind of coming in from that outside peak, just trying to get something going on these little inside left-handers. No rights of note quite yet. We'll see. You know, the tides here is really what affects the conditions here in Nicaragua, especially at Popoyo. You know, the winds are pretty much always favorable. We saw it go onshore a little bit for the afternoon yesterday, but for the most part here throughout the day, we're going to see these just beautiful offshore breezes. And again, definitely plenty of potential out here. Anytime you look at a 9.57 on the scoreboard, you're going to be good. We got Philip on the beach right now to give us an update.
And Banzai, here I am on the beach with the team manager of Team Japan and the rest of the team here. What great surfers. So I want to know a bit more about this Japanese team. Konnichiwa, Yoshi. How are you and how is the team Japan? They're always there. I mean, you've had several events. So how have you lived this event up until now? This is the second to last day now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have only one girls, but we will do my best. Do our best, and then waves is excellent. Yeah, I think better for girls. Yeah, do our best. Yeah.
So up until now, do you know where you are sitting on the table of positions, and are you still trying to get in contention for these medals? Obviously, on the individual and also on the team medals. How are you doing right now with Team Japan?
I think now situations are very hard, but she is very good, and then she will get medals. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, Yoshi, thank you very much. Do you want to say something in Japanese to everybody watching, maybe the webcast?
はい。日本の皆さん選手一生懸命頑張ってます。応援よろしくお願いします。
So I'm not able to translate that, but surely a good message. Thank you so much, Yoshi. Do you have a shouting cry for Japan just to send good vibes to your surfers?
なんか言う頑張ります。はい。
That's it. Banzai. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right. Thanks, Philip and Team Japan. What a great representation from our Japanese surfers. Always see them at the beach, always smiling. Sometimes they definitely put on their stone face, you know. They do. They have that. They're a very proud country and stalwart competitors. But, you know, such a gentleman, really great culture from Japan. Just such a nice to share and exchange our cultures here at the ISA World Games.
What I've noticed recently in probably the past 5 years from Team Japan, a lot of young surfers, you know, competing around the world here in the ISA and of course on the QS. They're gnarly paddlers. They've kind of, for me, overtaken. You know, you look at history. You think of Brazilians as, you know, in heats being aggressors, you know, but as I've watched these young Japanese surfers come up, and on the QS level especially, there is a group of them that, man, they attack, and I like to see it because, you know, being a young surfer and, of course, the language barrier, you really got to assert yourself, and they've done really well with doing that, both on the men's and women's side, so big future for a really young Japanese crew, and not just the surfers we have here, but, you know, the whole crew that's traveling and competing right now. So really looking forward to what's going to be in the future for them. But out in the water right now with 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go, Carlos Munoz. He's got a nice little insider, beautiful backside snap. Comes down with a little airdrop, another big turn. Carlos Munoz backhand looking solid right now. He's sitting in third. His low score right now is a 5.27. And that was a great wave for Carlos Munoz. You hear the crowd going wild.
Yeah, Carlos Munoz had his back up against the wall. Bruce Mackey got that 7.5 on his last wave, pushed him all the way to first place. Munoz needed an 8.40 and just went to town. 3 big, critical backside off the lips, got vert, got rad, and just really showcased some great surfing right there. We'll see what the judges say about that. We're definitely going to see him throw away one of those 5s. And with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left, even if he didn't get the score, which I suspect he may have, he's got plenty of time to do battle with Mackey. As I said, Bruce Mackey and Carlos Munoz both coached by Jimmy Hogan, so you can bet Hogan's on the beach flipping out.
Yeah, Team Costa Rica on the beach and online, all about it. Carlos Munoz right now, the Costa Rican dream is alive. And, of course, you guys at home watching this can get involved with our webcast. Send us your comments, just like Tarika Tuano from Japan. We got this from Peru. And Maria right now might be a little bit stressed out with Sebastian Correa having a little bit of difficulty through this heat. Just seems to be finding himself on subpar waves. And Vasco right now, he's looking for a backup. He's just sitting on a 2.83. Of course, a huge 9.7 is going to really help him through this heat, but really needs to get a solid backup with what we think is going to be a really good score coming in for Carlos Munoz.
Yeah, tough situation because now that Vasco's got a better backup score, he's definitely going to throw away that 2.83. Maybe not by much, but there it is, a 9.77 all the way up to first place. Carlos Munoz now in a very comfortable position. We'll see if Bruce Mackey can hold second place. Vasco Rivero only needed a 4.67, so really crucial end to this heat. 2-minute warning right now, and look at those lines stacking to the horizon.
Yeah, this set is looking like one of the bigger sets we've seen of the morning. And stay tuned, people, because every repecharge heat we have coming up on the men's and women's side, stacked with incredible talent. Here goes Bruce Mackey. His low score right now, a 6.83. Beautiful opening backside snap as he carves right around two of his competitors. A little bit soft of a turn in that midsection. He's going to really want to try to add some flair to these backside hooks. So a beautiful turn outside. Ends it with a nice backside snap. He likes it. 6-8-3 is what he's trying to beat, Mike.
Yeah, well, he's still got that second spot. We're still waiting on a score for Vasco Rivero. I'm not sure if that's been posted yet, but standings still remain. Carlos Munoz first, Bruce Mackey, Barbados in second, Vasco Ribeiro, Portugal in third, and Sebastian Correa from Peru looking for something.
Remember, we're still waiting on a score for Vasco Ribeiro. He got a pretty decent wave. It looked like most likely a mid-ranger to me, and that could be trouble for Bruce Mackey. He may have replaced that 6-8-3. We'll see. The judges are getting all their numbers straight. Right now on the beach, we've got Philip Mueller with Team Costa Rica.
So I'm on the beach with Team Costa Rica. They've got the surfer in the water. And I'm also with Lisbeth Vindas, but this is the team that seems to be multiplying. You're more and more Costa Ricans. I know you're getting the German guys in, but you seem to be more and more each and every day. How does that happen?
Oh, it's been... There's a lot of people coming from... Yeah, there is a lot of more people coming from Costa Rica because we're neighbors, it's really close, and they're coming to support our team, and we're fighting. We have to do it until the end. We have a big goals, and we're fighting for it, and thanks for all the support and all the Costa Rican people here supporting us and cheering for us, and a lot of good vibes, a lot of good messages, positive messages, and we feel we're gonna do it until we can get a medal.
Okay, we're going to see the heat recap right now, but I want to ask you one thing because you've got the record of participation. You've been in every World Surfing Game since '96. How do you do that?
Well, I started surfing 20 years ago, and I'm still here, fighting with courage, with a lot of passion. And 1996 was my first ISA contest with our team from Costa Rica. And since that, I've been doing most faithful of this, every single event with the Costa Rican team. I've been seeing a lot of generations coming, leaving, coming, and I'm still fighting to be part of the federation. This year I did it again. This year I'm fighting in Costa Rica for another title. Will be my title number 16 in Costa Rica this year, and I'm very proud and happy to have all these opportunities to be in this team because not easy anymore. Costa Rica have a lot of potential, a lot of good surfers now. We have to fight really hard to get in the team, and I hope I can still be part of it and compete in these games. The waves this year are amazing. It's been one of the best contests because the waves are just impressive, and Costa Rica in 2009 we have really good waves, and it's just been an adventure, and I'm just proud that I can be doing the ISA. I be a lot of improve of the ISA for all these many years. The ISA has been doing really good job, live web, and a lot of more support, and people believe in this, and they have to keep working on it.
Thank you, Lisbeth. I'm going to go back to the booth right now. We'll talk to you more later on. Thank you.
Well, really beautiful story there. Lisbeth Vindas, one of Costa Rica's best female surfers, and what a heat that was for Costa Rica. Carlos Munoz just pulling out all the stops, showcasing clutch performance, and we're going to see that right now at the heat recap. Beautiful surfing. Vasco Rivero really started off his campaign strong. Look at that beautiful series of off-the-top backhand at its best, just looking really, really dangerous. And you would have thought Ribeiro would have gotten through that heat, but unable to find a really good backup score. Bruce Mackey just kept ticking at the door, and with maneuvers like that one was able to pass Rivero in the later part of the heat. And then there we go. Huge critical backside surfing by Carlos Munoz. Clutch, under pressure, and just handling it, just getting a 9.77, highest score of the contest thus far. Kudos to Team Costa Rica.
Wow, all the ticos on the beach right now just going wild. Mike, it's pretty exciting down there, especially with the Costa Rican team, who obviously neighboring countries, and we're just so stoked to to come out and support.
Indeed. We're all right. We are live from Popoyo Beach in Nicaragua. This is the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. I'm Mike Latronic, joined with Shannon Quirk in the booth. Shannon, you got to survey the beach. You got to enjoy the vibe down there. 27 countries here at this contest, unique to all the world. Sort of the closest event surfing has to an Olympic-style event.
Oh, it's amazing. That's definitely showing you what the ISA is all about, bringing every nation together. And no matter what the political strife and, these guys come down and it's all about the love. It's probably one of the only places you'll see people from all over the world getting along and just stoked to surf good waves. And it's really fun to see also when the contest is over and people are free surfing, just the camaraderie and the new friends. It's great to see. Obviously, such a global sport, surfing. And, I think that's one of the best parts about it is there's less ignorance when you're traveling the world and able to meet a ton of people from different cultures and different languages.
True that. You know what else is really special about the ISA and surfing events in general is you tend to see a lot of the delegates, the judges, the officials, the media personalities. They're all out in the water. They're participating. I don't know if you've ever gone to Wimbledon and seen the judges playing tennis before the match. So really such devoted characters here at the ISA. I love it. I did drop in on one of the judges, though, so I hope that doesn't affect my master's bid. But no, these guys are all such good characters, a lot of camaraderie out there, and really, really fun to be out in the water with everybody this morning. And look at this. We have a paddle right now. We've got Nathaniel Curran in the red jersey from Team USA. Yaje Arujo from Brazil. Here is Nathaniel Curran right now has found himself a nice open wall. Unfortunately, he must have been closing out. Nice tight shot right there. Here it goes, Yaje Arujo. This is his third wave. He's already got a 617, just driving through that barrel. No doggy door exit, no exit period. So he's buried in some white water. Also in this heat in the white jersey from Ecuador, Jonathan Zambran, strong goofy foot. Great waves in Ecuador. So we just saw one of the Ecuadorian surfers go down in the repecharge earlier. So Jonathan Zambran trying to keep the dream alive for Team Ecuador. Miguel Blanco in the black jersey from Portugal.
Yeah, as you said, Jonathan Zambrano, he's from Ecuador, from Playas, and 23 years old. His favorite surf break is El Pelado. He's been surfing about 10 years, and in those 10 years has been the Bolivian champion and vice champion Latino, El Vice Campeón Latino. So pretty cool to see this guy out here at Popoyo. And right now we have White paddling for wave.
Well, there is the man himself, Zambrano, electing to go on a right-hander. Threw a really powerful backside turn there, but unable to hold on. Meanwhile, Arujo free to do what he wants here on this left. Pretty tricky, shallow section right there, so yet to see his air game. And he's currently got a 6.17 for his opening ride. Nathaniel Curran, a 7.83 7.3 puts him into first place. That must have been one of those waves we saw ridden during the break. But lots of time left in this heat, and we'll continue updating you as we get scores.
Yeah, Mike, I mean, we were joking yesterday about Iage Araujo and me playing favorites, but this kid I've watched since he was young and a little grom, and now he's here winning all over the world. And you see a broken board coming into the shoreline.
Yeah, broken boards and some broken hearts today. But here's a replay of what we missed. This is Iage Araujo. Must be his 6.17, just slicing and dicing there. A little rail grab cut back. This wave a short one, though, so it pitters out. And here's Nathaniel Curran. This is going to be the big score. Beautiful top turn. Deep bottom turn here on the second one, just driving his tail around that section. So you can see why he got the big score, and that is Zambrano's board. We saw him do that huge backside attempt on that off the lip and just landed, obviously, with a lot of force, a lot of punctuation, and bummer. That looks like a pretty good Almeric.
Yeah, he's going to be looking for his backup board now. As you see up and riding, Miguel Blanco from Portugal, and just get clipped on the end there. Iage Araujo from Brazil right now with a 6.17 and a 4.83. He is in first, up and riding. Nathaniel Curran from Team USA.
Yeah, well, Nathaniel Curran's no joke. Very seasoned competitor. Definitely a little error right there for our surfer in red. But he's only got a 1.0 backing up that 7.3, so definitely not comfortable with those smaller scores. And look at this low tide. Definitely going to eat up some time on the clock for Zambrano. He's got his board. Now he's got to make his way over those rocks. And the tide is just getting lower and lower. So here's Araujo from Brazil. He's got a 6.1 and a 4.8. He is looking to pump it up, throw away that 4.8. I wouldn't doubt if we see a little bit of an air game, maybe a little too far on the inside section. But this kid goes for it. There it is. Tail slide right on the end of that wave, and
you can see Iage really liked that one. He had that claim, and for good reason. The Brazilian competitor coming from Itacaré in just about 3 or 4 hours from Salvador, which is the capital of Bahia on the northeastern tip of Brazil. He's here representing the country today. We want to know, Brazil, if you're watching, if you're cheering on Iage, definitely go to Instagram at ISA Surfing, #GoTeamBrazil. We want to know that you're cheering on your boy, Iage Araujo, right now in the water. You know, he's really surfing well past his years. It seems like he has, it's really technical surfing, a lot of different, maneuvers. He's mixing it up a lot. He's throwing in that little air at the end just to show the judges what he has. And right now, because of that, he's in first place. Nathan Curran does have the highest wave score with a 7.83 from the U.S. in red. But Iage leading the ranking right now. He is gonna want to put probably another score just to really secure that. With 8 minutes left, 8 minutes and 40 seconds, the other guys definitely have some chance to catch up.
All right, well, there was Team Ecuador, proud flag of Ecuador, and coaches and administrators there, good friend Xavier, and but those Almerics are pretty hard to come by all the way down in Ecuador, so a big loss of equipment right there for Zambrano. And here's Nathaniel Curran up on a nice medium-sized wave, tucks it under the little lip section right there, throws a decent spray right there. He's got a really steep section here, vertical turn. So Nathaniel Curran's definitely going to improve his score line with this wave, possibly moving him into first place. So comfortable with that wave. Nathaniel Curran is on a roll right now.
Yeah, he's going to want to replace that 2.8. Still leading with the highest wave score with a 7.83. Nathaniel Curran, he is from Fallbrook, California, residing in Oxnard. If you've been to Oxnard, you know how phenomenal the offshore winds can be there as well. So no doubt he's going to use that to advantage, and probably used to some similar conditions. There are so many spots too in Oxnard you can surf without anyone out. So pretty great place to be right now, up and riding. Miguel Blanco from Portugal.
Yeah, well, Miguel Blanco's just got a vicious backhand, seeming a little off-timed right now. Portugal is got some really beautiful surf. I was going to say Peru is the land of the long left-handers, so shouldn't have any problem with his backhand, but got my countries a little confused right then. But if you're just joining us, enjoy the corduroy lines coming in here. We've got great conditions at Popoyo Beach. I got to sample some of the surf this morning. Surfed a little reef break just down the beach from the contest, but about with 30 minutes to go, I paddled into the contest area, caught a couple of these lefts, and really super fun wave to ride. A little trickier than it looks. We're seeing the best of the best, and they're lighting it up. But there's some nooks and crannies out there that make it a little tricky on the takeoff. There's a big trench right there where Nathaniel's paddling back out. That's sort of the end of the takeoff zone. You want to get all the way over to the left side of your screen where Yaje is sitting in the yellow jersey. And, well, you can see how low the tide has gotten, because at medium tide and high tide, they're basically surfing all over all those rocks you saw on your screen.
Yeah, and you saw the Brazilian flag there on the beach as the other competitors cheer on Iaje Araújo. Just about every World Tour surfer has been through the ISA. Almost all the women on tour currently, and even Gabriel Medina. And back in the day when he was on the World Tour, just as a Grom, he was at ISA. The president of ISA was like, you know what? This kid is going to be a world champion one day, and he nailed it on the head. Now you see the number one surfer in the world, a Brazilian, Gabriel Medina. I think it's really shocked the world, especially on the North Shore, Mike.
Yeah, well, Medina is a product of built his foundation through amateur surfing, ISA being the global structure for amateur surfing around the planet, and a foundation for the surfing spirit that we have today. These people are here for the love of their country. They're here for the love of their sport. They're not getting paid. There's pros and juniors. There's no prize money in these events. So you've got just an amazing spirit, amazing momentum built just to show their colors, show their flags, share their cultures. Look at that. High fives in the water. So, I really love, there's Panama and Peru saying hello. That's Ali Gonzalez from Panama. He lost out earlier, unfortunately. Silver medalist in one of the previous games held at Santa Catalina in Panama. And look at these beautiful lines coming in. There, it looks like we're going to have some women surfing coming up next. So we'll get ready for that. And wow, not sure what is going on there, but Jonathan Zambrano just having a shocker. Breaking a board like that. I mean, sure, he broke his board. What happened to him? That was a pretty heavy impact. So we see it in boxing, you see it in MMA. Getting cracked in the head when you fall from one of these wipeouts, it's serious business. You can get shaken up.
Oh, sure. And you saw the girls paddling out right now. Next up, we have Josefina Ani from Argentina, Annalie Gomez, the defending gold champion from Peru, Lucia Cosoleto from Argentina, and Valentina Rezano, Nicaragua. Pay attention. Your girl is coming up in the water. She's really been the story developing here. Her whole family are well known at Popoyo for being absolutely incredible super groms. They're stoked on Outer Reef, and we were talking to them earlier about how badly they wanted to get those step-up boards, which a step-up board for them would probably be like a 5.0, so it's pretty awesome to see these little groms. You'll see them in the next heat.
Yeah, super mini groms and super lines breaking. This one a little long, sort of a uncharacteristic closeout right there. You can see the two surfers paddling out, lobster diving, trying to get away from that, but we have all repecharge heats almost till noon today. We are in the repecharge rounds, which is a very, very important round deciding the team standings. Now, this is a well-rounded contest. There are individual gold medals for individual divisions, men and women, but there are team medals. This is the closest event surfing has to an Olympic-style event, and really the most prestigious prize is that coveted team prize. I can't tell you how important these rapid charge heats are right now, because we are in day 6 of competition. You know, team standings, yada yada, day 1, day 2. It really is just a guideline. But coming into it now, those who advance in these rapid charge rounds are really keeping the dream alive, and those who duck out, that's it. Those are the only points they're going to contribute. And so currently, you know, looking at what we have now, pretty close race between Team Peru, Portugal, Argentina, Australia, and Costa Rica. Ecuador's following close behind with Team USA, but really those countries all within about 1,000 points. And it's never over till it's over. Really, what happens in the finals is the only way you can determine who's going to win, get those medals. Gold. Everyone's got gold on their mind.
And you know who's cheering for Nathaniel Curran right now? We have a great comment coming in from Greg Cruz, who is a big part of Surfing America. He says, "Go Nathaniel." And Tyler Gunter is holding it down for your young and brave surf contest. So it sounds like we got an interview on the beach in just a second. And until then, we'll keep reading off some more of these comments. You guys, thank you so much for writing in and telling us who you're rooting for. And then Larry from Peru says, Curran is not going as vertical. He wants to see the other surfers go more vert. So thank you, Larry, for your criticism. We love it. We want to know your opinions about what's going on in the water, so keep the comments coming. And thank you, Greg Cruz, again, a big part of Surfing America and leading the charge with the young Groms and breeding some champions, and so a lot of them from Surfing America that we see here today. You know, Tia Blanco, also one of the strongest competitors from Surfing America, and they're stoked to see her and Nathan waving the American flag.
Well, Larry, I'm going to respect your opinion, but I'm going to have to sharply disagree. Sorry, buddy. Nathaniel Curran is just such a smooth surfer. And, yeah, he's doing a lot of carving, but 1 or 2 of those turns, he just came up, smacked it beautifully, and was vertical. So here's a heat recap. This is our surfer Yaje Arujo from Brazil. He is slicing and dicing really well in this contest all week long. But Nathaniel Curran showing some great backhand surfing, bringing it all the way around. See, he's going vertical, but then he's slicing it all the way around. Maybe not a lip crack vertical, but definitely has his board facing straight up before he does that beautiful arcing curve. And here he goes again. Bam! Just smacking that lip. So great surfing from the young American and the young Brazilian to advance. Now we go to the ladies.
Yeah, that was an incredible backside surfing. And congrats to Nathaniel Curran and EAJ. And now in the water, we have the ladies with Repercharge round 4. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we will have them in the water with live action coming right back. And welcome back to the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. This is Shannon Quirk and Mike Latronic in the booth. So stoked to be here down at Popoyo, and we're already going through to the semifinals, and we're gonna get some action from the beach.
All right, Team Panama. They got one surfer left. She's in the water right now, Samantha Alonso. But I'm here, my amigo, Ali Gonzalez.
Yeah, buddy.
Down here, full force. The whole Panamanian team still here on the beach. Ali, half English, half Spanish. Let's do this.
I'm so happy with here, my team. I have one girl in the rep church. So give us support and go Panama, go Panama. Vamos Panamá con todo, apoyar a Samantha, que viene ahorita en el hit. Y vamos Panamá con todas las vibras. Yeah, buddy.
All right. Ali Gonzalez, always fired up. You had a result last year, unfortunately on the men's side for Panama. Didn't quite go your way. What keeps you coming back? What keeps you coming back to compete here at ISA?
Español. Sí. Increíble estar aquí con el equipo y en verdaderamente regreso de nuevo para defender el título. La verdad no fue el resultado que esperábamos, pero en verdad es increíble estar aquí, ganar experiencia, estar con el equipo, en verdad apoyarlos y en verdad es increíble estar aquí de nuevo en Nicaragua. Tierra linda, buenas olas, buena comida, good person. So I'm happy, man.
There you go, the happiness. That's
Yeah,
what
buddy.
brings Ali back. Hey, can't wait to see more of you and hopefully more of Panama with Samantha out there ripping.
Yeah,
And
buddy.
hey, we love everybody watching. 27 nations competed. And I'll tell you what, there might not be that many left, but they're all still down here on the beach showing support.
Yeah, buddy.
Go Panama, 2016. That's right.
2016.
2016, Panama.
Yeah, buddy.
Taylor, way to keep the positivity going with the boys on the beach down there, and he was just saying that he wasn't really expecting to get those kind of scores, and he's hoping that he can just put all that energy into the next year, and stoked to see him at the 2016 ISA World Surfing Games.
All right, we are back to the action in the water. Got the ladies. This is Repicharge, round 4, heat number 1. And, as stoked as we saw our Panamanian surfer there, Chris Cote was super stoked for him, but little misinterpretation there. The Samantha Alonso is indeed surfing, but not yet in this heat. She'll be in the next heat. So Team Panama will be cheering for their lone survivor in that next heat. In this heat, Josefina Ane from Argentina in the red jersey. Lucia Cosleto from Argentina as well in the white jersey. Anle Gomez from Peru. Don't mess with Anle. She's got one of the wickedest forehand attacks on this beach. And our little sprite of talent, Valentina Rosano from Nicaragua in the black jersey.
Yeah, all of Nicaragua is paying attention now. She has just been a fierce competitor, and it's been really cool to hear about all the veterans that come off the beach and are like, I've never surfed with the 11-year-old in a heat before, but what an experience, and they're all giving her high fives and lots of support. Anna Lee is one of the mentors for Valentina, and as a gold medal champion, I'm sure Valentina looks up to her plenty, but the young girl from Popoyo is the local, she's like local popular surfer here, probably has surfed more waves, even given her 11 years old on the planet. She's probably surfed more at Popoyo than anyone else in the water. And it does show, these girls aren't just cute and an awesome little chicks. So that they're super well spoken as well, but they also rip, like super technical. And as someone that has daughters, Mike, can you imagine at 11 surfing with that grace?
Oh, man, what a proud papa that man must be. He has just got his hands full with talent there, and we are hands full of talent all over this beach, all over under every tent. There are talented surfers from all over the world. As we keep saying, 27 countries represented at the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. And Valentina Rosano yet to open her account. She is the local. Sometimes that can work against you. You tend to wait for the better waves. And in a timed situation, waiting is not good. And here is Anale Gomez. She is no longer waiting to open her account. Little slash off the top, crack of the lip, snap on the end section, and she is going to finish with a floater off the lip. Not done yet. Actually, there she is, just ramping up a bunch of turns. Josefina Ane throwing some flair into that section. Little bottom turn slash combination there. A little softer on her turns. You can see the difference. Judges probably going to award Anale Gomez for the depth of surfing she's doing. Ane definitely getting the moves in there and performing well. Here we go, a little paddle battle on the outside. White is going to get the better of this. Lucia Cosoletto just not taking advantage of that little wave at all, and leaving Valentina Rosano out the back. I can see a couple little lines, but this heat's been fairly quiet.
Yeah, Anale Gomez probably getting one of the best waves of the heat so far. But Chris Cote down on the beach. Who you got there for us, Chris?
That's right. We got some fans down here on the beach. I wanted to ask you first, what's your name and what brings you to the ISA World Surfing Championships?
My name's Chelsea, and I'm here representing Costa Rica, cheering for them, and also some USA. Have to be nice to them too. But yeah, we're here for the weekend to support everyone.
It's absolutely okay out there to vote for 2 teams. That's totally fine. I'm voting for 27 teams. Oh, no, it's not. What's your name? Why are you here?
Yo soy Daniela y obviamente Costa Rica, ¿verdad?
Only Costa Rica.
Solo Costa Rica.
Okay, solamente Costa Rica, USA. And what do you guys think? Popoyo, not a bad place to hang out.
This is beautiful. We just got here this morning, and we love it. It's our first time here. We came up from Costa Rica yesterday, and we're having a blast. The waves look awesome today. We got to see Cali pass, so we're really happy.
Carlos Munoz, the Costa Rican dream.
Vamos a ver a Leilani. Leilani, go Leilani.
All right, so some big fans down here on the beach. A little bit of USA, a lot of Costa Rica. How long does it take to get from Costa Rica to
It's like
Types of transportation to get here.
cars, buses, trains,
Maybe a
planes?
horse, I don't know, a few different things. Hitch donkeys.
Hey, however you can get here, all right? ISA World Surfing Games going off right now, live on the beach in Popoyo. We got women in the water right now shredding, so we'll get back to you guys in the booth.
Wow, they give Chris all the tough assignments, don't they? Really looks like he's just having a critical, challenging times there, and got to hand it to the folks on the beach, showing up at this event, showing real support for Costa Rica. Trains, planes, automobiles, sounds like they hitched a ride on a donkey. Whatever, they made it, and they are in full support. So not a whole lot of action in the water since we last saw Valentina Rosano still yet to catch a wave. Looks like maybe she's got something here. Indeed, she does. And wow, just getting sort of pushed over by Lucia Cosoletto. Valentina didn't want any part of that, so she elected to paddle out for a different wave. And I'm sure all eyes from Nicaragua waiting with bated breath for their little Spartan to catch a wave.
Everyone biting their nails in Nicaragua right now as they're waiting for Valentina Rezano, who's being extremely picky. But you notice, especially in the free surf days, that anyone that's a local to Popoyo is not going to paddle for a wave that's not absolutely perfect. And this girl knows what she's doing, so I have no doubt she'll pick a good one. Again, super picky. And you can see, like, even on some of the days that aren't super offshore and firing, there'll be no one out. It'll be like a little barrels here and there, and no one's out in the water unless it's absolutely perfect and big, just because they're so used to such great surfing here. And Anale Gomez, the gold medal defender, up and riding, just going to get stuck on that one and just in a bad spot to take off, but no doubt she'll have another chance with the 8.17 total score right now. Just one wave. She's going to want another wave to add to her repertoire right now, and she is to first with just a 1.13 coming through from the judges. So we have Anale Gomez, your gold medal champion defender from Peru, and we were talking to her yesterday about how important this contest was. She really has the most to lose, especially when you see a girl like Valentina Rezano, who is one of the youngest competitors in probably, I would say, in professional surfing. You know, she is definitely here to do her best, and you know, she said a really cute thing on the beach. You know, I'm not here to win, but I'm gonna surf my best and just learn from the experience. So you know that she has a great mindset going into this event, especially when she's up against one of her mentors in the water, Anneli Gomez, who is currently sitting in first place.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to sort of draw the attention to these scores. As I said, Josephine Ane on her last wave, you know, similarly in distance, but getting a 6.0. So that's a good score. She rode it well. And her turns just didn't have the depth as Anneli Gomez. And the judges, you know, pretty much just stamping that in that score. So Anneli Gomez comes out with the better score in that exchange. But nonetheless, great surfing from Ane and Gomez to take second and first place respectively thus far. And time is ticking away. So sort of a little pressure cooker out there. Lucia Cosoletto still chasing a score of 5.18. Meanwhile, Valentina Rosano, she needs to get her account started.
Yeah, and Josefina Ani from Argentina is going to be looking for that first place position, and she's pretty much neck and neck with Anneli right now. She needs a 3.31 to move her up into first place. You know, all of Argentina right now is rooting for their ladies in the water, and definitely some strategy out there, as you've seen. You know, they're not really letting Valentina get a wave, and she's also just being really picky. So we'll see if Valentina can find the two ways she needs in order to stay in contention and stay in this contest.
Yeah, well, she keeps looking at the beach. You can tell she's getting a little nervous. And, well, that's what contests are about. You know, to be able to perform under pressure is a really important aspect. You know, a lot of times you enjoy free surfing. You know, you're on the clock. You have family, friends, work, whatever in life is keeping you on the clock. But if you go out surfing and you have 2 hours to kill, well, you can wait for the best wave or pick and choose how you want to surf that session. Here in surfing competition, you have a time limit. You know, whether the heat's 20 minutes, 25 minutes, you really need to strategize and manage your time effectively. And Rosano, being the youngest competitor here, probably, you know, hasn't had as much experience. Well, definitely hasn't had as much experience in time management for these heats. So, unfortunately, she is running out of time, now down to 5 minutes 50 seconds. And Lucia Cosoletto on a pretty sizable wave. She cracks it off the lip, but not a whole lot going on there, and a little bit of a bobble there. So not a clean maneuver by any means. She will perhaps rival that 3.43 on her score line, but she's going to need a 5.18 to get into advancing position. And finally, it looks like we have Rosano pretty far back on this wave. She gets to scoot across the wall, a little bottom turn, top turn, kind of maybe not taking ripe advantage of that first section. A little bobble on that turn too, but there she goes, cracking the lip there on the third section. And finishing with another turn here. Wave kind of pitters out. Now she's got 5 minutes left. She's got a decent score. Not sure if it's going to beat, you know, Josefine Ana's last wave, but at least she's on the board with ample time to try to go out there and get another wave.
Yeah, 11-year-old Valentina Rosano, the pride and joy of Nicaragua. She was born in San Sebastian, and get this, she's been surfing for 10 years. This girl is 11, so if you can do the math, she got out there at 1 year old. Her father, also an incredible surfer, and has really been making sure they get out in the bigger surf. It's pretty funny to hear about some of their toe surfing, too, that the outer reef here at Popoyo can go off. And up next, we have Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica, No Amura from Japan, Maluska Tello from Peru, and Samantha Alonso from Nicaragua in the next heat, round 4, heat 2.
You know, this is a repecharge heat, but it's pretty stacked. There's some great talent in these repecharges. And here is Josefine Ane. She is trying to throw away a 3.17. She elects to kick out of that wave, doesn't see potential there. Here's white and yellow paddling. Looks like white is going to get the better of it, but unable to negotiate the drop So Lucia Cosoletto kind of leaving the door open there for Valentino Rosano to pass her. And Josefine Ane also, she's got that 3.17 on her score line. They gave Valentina a 3.1. So now she needs a 6.07 to advance. If she can get a bomb and perform like we've seen her perform, she could reasonably do this, get this done. It's never over till it's over. Is it, Shannon Quirk?
No, and see the quarter lines coming out the back. Popoyo just never stops firing, especially with we had some great south swell and southwest swell, and now with Hurricane Blanca coming in hot, we're gonna see some pumping waves. We weren't sure if it was gonna be early in the weekend, and now it looks like Surfline, our official forecaster, is calling for later in the weekend for it to start pumping. You're gonna see an absolutely spectacular final heat. It's going to be the biggest surf of the event, so pretty timely and awesome. And we can't get, it's going to be hard to kick our announcer team out of Popoyo because as soon as it starts firing, we're going to be out there. So we have Ana Lee Gomez just checking out this one. Still your first place leader with Josefina Ani in second from Argentina, the 16-year-old. And both Josefina Ani and Lucia are 16 years old from Mar del Plata, which if you've been to Argentina, that's pretty much the most epic spot to surf in the country.
All right, well, Ana Lee Gomez just wants to throw away that 1.3. She's already done it. Nice little off the top right there. Boom. Securing her first place position. Bang! Just really such a stalwart competitor, and she's going to make her way in solid in this heat. Only about 2 minutes left. She's done. I don't think she thought she could get back all the way out to the lineup in time. And look at that girl scratch. What a heart. Little person, big heart. It's not over till it's over, but she's really been up against some of the most fierce competitors in the world, and you got to give that little person credit for just being out there and mixing it up out there with those guys.
Yeah, and we don't want to play favorites, but it just absolutely melts your heart to see this sister crew down here. As you see, again, Valentino Rosano just trying to put something on the board, and with only 3.1 and a minute left, it's going to be a challenge. You never know what these girls will throw down. So if she does have an opportunity, there's no doubt. I mean, we've seen her charging some of the biggest surf out there, and what a little champion. I absolutely adore this girl. I think she really represents the future of female surfing, and we're so lucky to have super groms like that holding it down for the sport, especially here in Nicaragua, where the entire country is behind them. And that's going to do a lot for Nicaraguan surfers and open doors for the women. You saw what Sofia Milanovic did for Peruvian surfers, and she really started a trend with females in the water. And it's girls like this that it really inspire. I just can't say enough good things about this family down here up and riding. Josefina Ani from Argentina.
Well, Josefina Ane still in second place. She wants to hold on to that spot, doing some nice slashing right there. It looks like she's potentially going to throw away that 3.17 and secure her advancing position. And here we go. Last minute here, last few seconds of this heat. Pretty tall order, but I'm going to say that Valentino Rosano was eliminated in that heat, but if she can match that big heart with, she's going to grow up, get some muscles, get some strategy, and, watch out, world. Nicaragua is coming.
Oh, that will not be the last you'll see of Valentino Rosano. Nicaraguans' pride and joy. Her and her sister did an absolutely great job in this event, and we're just stoked to see them here at Popoyo. If you ever come down and surf, no doubt you'll see them in the water. Give them a shaka. The girls are just incredible people, and we are so stoked to have all the ladies. As you see a set approaching out the back.
Yeah, well, we're going to get well into this heat, and we're going to go to a little commercial break first. We'll be right back. Oh, I'm sorry. Heat recap. My bad. Got to see the ladies perform again.
Ana Lee Gomez, medal defender, up and riding on her forehand. Beautiful recap from here from her waves. She also did a fantastic job with an 8.17 and 7.56. You see the recap from Josefina Annie with a 6.0 and a 3.17. She's going to take second place with this phenomenal surfing. We loved seeing 16-year-old Josefina. And Valentina Rezano, incredible surfer. I mean, just didn't really get the waves that she wanted, but she was able to take a few turns off the top here. And now Josefina Ani again. You see the replay of Josefina with a 6.0 and a 4.83. She got just what she needed to take her into the next round. And awesome. Cool to see that heat recap.
All right, so thanks for that heat recap, Shannon. We're going to go to commercial break, and we will be right back.
¿Dónde está Nicaragua? Vamos. 1, 2, 3. ¡Nicaragua!
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. The 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. We are live from Popoyo in Nicaragua. And the waves, they are coming in droves. We've got women out in the lineup right now. This is a female superheat. Leilani Mecanigo from Costa Rica, Miluska Tello from Peru, Nao Omura from Japan, and Samantha Alonso from Team Panama, the last Panamanian team rider still alive in this competition.
Yeah, this is doozy. You got Leilani, who's been putting high scores on the board from Costa Rica. Her family is just an amazing crew from our neighboring country here in Nicaragua, and Leilani's brother is also on the beach, a fierce competitor. And boy, does she have some incredible style. I can't wait to charge this. Some bigger sets out the back, and they're going to have a little bit more to work with. And you have a little bit more consistent surf here at Popoyo.
Yeah, no doubt. We want to thank Jonathan Warren from Surfline for providing us with much needed intel. This new Southwest swell that obviously your surfer in red, Leilani Mechanical, is enjoying. This is coming from the South Pacific, and definitely providing, just seems like every set incrementally a little bit bigger as Leilani just gets hung up just a little bit, looking for a big finish and opts out. Just like her brother, just like her dad. The Mechanical family definitely puts their time in the water. And we got a little update from Hurricane Blanca as it nears southern Baja. So we're definitely watching that storm closely. But down here in Nicaragua, some added push from the South Pacific. So great. One swell passes through. We reap the rewards of that. The next one comes on up, and we're getting that as well.
Up in riding, we have white Miluska Tello from Peru. If you can hear the cheers on the beach, Peru is really going to determine. Was Anneli Gomez the gold medal champion for the individual medal placing? Peru is the team medal champs, so they're going to want to stay, and make sure that no one takes away their gold medal prize. With Miluska Tello with a nice ride to open up her heat.
Yeah, I mean, just as it is on the men's side, the women's side, this is a charge. So basically, 2 surfers will advance through this heat. 2 surfers will be sent to the bench. But just in spending a little bit of time down on the sand, in the bench, basically in the bench area, it's not a bad place to be hanging out. It's definitely warm, but there's a nice little crosswind coming through, and you see that wind not really affecting our conditions too much in the lineup. Still just absolutely rippable out here at Popoyo. So we're in for a long and good day of competition here. Very excited later on to see the final of the Aloha Cup. What a What a fun and entertaining event to watch.
Yeah, and you see like smaller waves just start off, they get set on their. Leilani, just 15 years old, she's from Pavones, and what an amazing. Obviously shows off with her power surfing, and I love the way that she just uses all of her strength to really to watch. So here, up and riding again, Leilani.
It's like a little bit better of a wave, even though it's a little bit smaller. These kind of medium insiders just offer more. As the tide goes down a little bit, you're going to see a lot of surfers pulling out before that dry reef section on the inside, which can be a little bit deceiving. It comes up pretty fast. You know, it kind of makes the wave just speed. You know, it makes pulling out a little bit more difficult, but definitely advise surfers in the lineup or surfers coming up, don't tempt fate. Section. Now Amura, strong, powerful surfer from Japan. Been watching her has in her legs as she goes through those bottom turns, and tell you what, Japan's in good hands right now. Judges are going to be deliberating those scores, and so why don't you tell us a little bit about Maluska Tello, Shannon?
Well, Maluska Tello, she's 20 years old from Lima, Peru, and up and riding. We have Samantha Alonso from Panama.
More people on the beach now than they had at the very beginning. Their supporters, Surfer in White. This is Maluska Tello, as you were just talking about, Shannon.
Yeah, this chick absolutely rips. She's the champion of international surfing in Guatemala. Also, they're also sponsored by Club El Yate Nights. There's a nightclub. Sounds a little dangerous.
Yeah, well, she's sponsored by Restaurant Fish. I was saying a couple days ago, if you get the chance to go to the beautiful country of Peru, definitely look up Maluska, because she's got dinner on lock, she's got the nightclub on lock, and it just appears from her sponsors that she will show you a great time. Maluska Tello from Peru, definitely a list of great sponsors there. Here's a quick replay of the nightclub sponsored surfer Maluska Tello.
Yeah, off the lip on this one. Nice ride, and cracked that, but it's going to throw her down, and you'll see maybe the judges will like that first ride. You can see powerful and definitely one to watch. Although you have Leilani moving up to first place with a total score of 11.17. The judges liked her surfing that last wave, giving her a 6.17, as No is coming in with her score 0.67. Leilani leading the heat still.
Maluska, one of the busier competitors in the lineup right now. Frontside hack from Maluska Tello. She's in second place right now. She's got a 3.83 and a 6. That's definitely going to improve on her 3.83. Coming up next, Cody Klein from Australia, Philippa Anderson, Mimi Barona on your screen right there in black from Team USA. So the heavy hitting USA losing a couple of their yesterday. Damian Hobgood going down. High hopes for Team USA, but man, the field here is unrelenting. There are no easy heats, and you know when a guy as good as Damian Hobgood goes down in a repecharge, that there is a seriously talented bunch of surfers down here.
And wow, Frankie Hare from Malibu has just become such a beautiful woman. She is was born in the Jersey, and no stranger to competition, but she's on the front page of magazines now in Malibu, where she was born in California, and charges. There was a great photo, if you've ever heard of her surfing Chopu, not just a normal day at Chopes. It was heavy, and there's a sickest shot got of her dropping in with about 100 dudes in the lineup, just her with their jaws open, and she's pushing it. She's pushing for the sport. You gotta love those ladies that are really for their country, and here down for Team USA, Frankie Hare. But right now in the water, Leilani McGonigal is the heat right now with that 11.17. You're gonna see Tello fighting to get that first position, as Samantha Alonso and Amura are chasing. Just
Takes off. You see about 8 messages come through from Eric, Alejandro, Chris in Costa Rica. So love the messages from our crew coming through in both Spanish and English. So Shannon, you think you have 27 nations competing in this event? You've probably got at least, and it's a international. So solid. Maybe missed 1 or 2 opportunities, but definitely put in some work on the outside drop for Samantha Alonso, who's
experience in different lineups and different waves, and it makes all the difference when you have another chick in the water. You know, we're always a little outnumbered when it comes to crowded breaks, and no doubt same here at Popoyo, but really cool to see all the girls coming together and pushing the sport. You know, the more events for ladies, the better for our entire sport. So we're really stoked to see all the ladies charging here at Popoyo.
Cody Klein got a 4.5 on her first wave. She's sticking to this inside section, trying to get around this one. Looks like it could have a good inside reward. Just one little lip tap. Throws one more carve in time and gets out in time. So Cody Klein, powerful regular footer from Kings Cliff. Mimi Barona trying to get back into that medal round and again going down. So, wow, a lot of action right now. Back-to-back waves. This is Team USA. Frankie Herrera, her first wave. It's a late drop, 0.77. Definitely want to erase that one. This is a much better wave. Great ender. Subtle claim for Frankie.
Go Team USA. You know they're loving that one. Anyone at home cheering for Frankie right now, we want to see your comments. So go on Instagram at ISA Surfing and tell us who you're cheering for. Hashtag ISA World. And we want to know. We're going to give you a free hat if you're watching to one lucky fan. So definitely Team USA loving that last ride. Probably one of the best rides of the day so far. Frankie Hare on her forehand taking that left-hander and just ripping it to shreds. What an incredible surfer. I mean, just absolutely phenomenal at 17 years old.
Looks like Philippa Anderson trying to keep her momentum going. Big backside snap. You can just tell her intent when she sets that rail through the bottom turn. She gets through to this inside section. Another big turn. This is definitely going to be the highest wave score this heat. The combination attack from Philippa Anderson. She shows why she's always close to the top of the WQS rankings. Coming here to compete in the ISA World Surfing Games. It's a lot of confidence. Looks like we've got Simon Salazar on the beach with Team Peru.
Okay, hello everyone. Once again, I'm here at the beach right now with the Peruvian team. Those guys are ripping. Actually, they made their hits first in the respective hits. Hey, Peru. In the last events, you get gold in China, you get gold in Peru. What are your expectations about these events? ¿Vieron todo lo que fue Miluska y Analí en los eventos pasados? ¿Cuáles son sus expectativas para este evento?
La verdad que venimos trabajando de menos a más. Qué lástima que pasamos el repechaje, pero todavía estamos en pie. El equipo todavía está unido, seguimos avanzando. Tenemos un hombre main to main y a Joaquín que está todavía y Miguel, entonces seguimos en la lucha y todavía nada está dicho, así que vamos todavía por el
Okay, she said the Peruvian team come from less to plus, and they are doing an amazing job. They are going to the repechage round, so they're super stoked about being here in this event, and wish you the best of the lucks, the best of the ways, and hope to see you in the next hits. Miluska, I want to ask you about how it's about going down from the main event to the repechage round and going through that round. ¿Cómo se siente pasar un poco lo que es el evento principal, la ronda de repechajes, igual ir como por el evento más largo? ¿Qué se siente ya esta presión de pronto estar tan avanzados los días?
Un pequeño bajón ayer, tuve un mal hit lamentablemente, me deprimí un poco, pero hoy día vine con otra mentalidad. La verdad es que ahora hay un poco más de presión, pero creo que ahí es donde sacamos todos que otra oportunidad, fallas acá y ya no hay nada que hacer. Entonces por eso creo que estamos poco a poco sacando nuestra vinca que tenemos adentro, ¿no?
Muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much. And back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Simone Salazar down there on the beach with the Peruvian champs. Definitely a fierce lineup from the Peruvian team, and they're going to be wanting to defend their gold medals. And you know, as she said, she has a lot to lose, and she was really shocked to even be in the repechage round. But they're just so thankful and stoked to be able to make it. And you know, all of Peru is cheering them on as one of the strongest teams in the ISA World Surfing Games here at Popoyo in Nicaragua. girls are just gonna try to find some more scores with your heat leader, Frankie, coming in from the USA in black. She got an 8.8 on her last ride, so phenomenal surfing from Frankie, moving just neck and neck. Actually, Felipa Anderson coming in with an 8.8 ride. So you're gonna see Frankie and Felipa are going out to battle it out here. Frankie only has an 8.83 on the board with a 0.77, so she can just get another good wave score or a 4, anything above a 4.3, she's going to be able to move into first place.
Right, Philippa Anderson, Team Australia. Her hopes right now looking very solid with an 8.8 and a 4.33. Cody Klein now in third. Her teammate got a 4.5. Here's where you might see some team tactics involved. If basically Philippa Anderson can try to take care of Frankie Herrar and leave the door open for Cody Klein, allowing Cody to try to improve on her score. I think that would be a great course of action. Of course, Philippa not totally safe. Her low score right now is a 4.33, and Frankie does have that 8.33. Is looking to back it up right now. She's up and down. She kept Mimi Barona off that last wave. So we'll see how this transpires. I think if I'm Philippa Anderson, I'm going to try to get one more good backup score. Then I'm going to really try to help my teammate Cody Klein out. Low mid-range scores right now, 2.45. Far behind. She's not too far behind. I mean, she needs a 5.11. But I would definitely be saying, help me block Frankie, because Frankie's the biggest threat to keeping an Australian surfer off that top 2 spot right now.
Yeah, definitely Australia's going to be trying to strategize to knock Frankie out of contention, but also besides the Olympic hopes that ISA has. We're out here not only at the ISA World Surfing Games, surfing in the Olympics, and we do have those Olympic hopes we're just going to see Tokyo open up the sports for the 2020 Olympics. So ISA has been working hard night and day to secure that spot and give surfing a chance to really have a huge international presence. I know what it did for snowboarding, especially for the women, and half pipe and boys slopestyle events. They're the most popular events now in the Winter Olympics, and no doubt surfing would be like the snowboarding for summer. So pretty amazing to see ISA fighting to secure that position, and it's events like this that are really proving just how contestable the sport is, and all these ladies, amazing athletes and competitors, definitely Olympic hopefuls. It'd be so cool to see them fighting for the gold medals in the Olympic Games.
Frankie Herrar, Team USA on a smoker. Nice little high line top turn, goes into a frontside hack. Her low score right now is a 1, so definitely going to be improving here. She likes it. Hear whistles coming from the beach. So a solid insider for Frankie Herrar. Meanwhile, Cody Klein still searching to find that 5.34. And one thing I'm surprised about, actually 2 things. First of all, I'm surprised that Mimi Barona is even in the repertoire with her performance last year and how good she's been surfing throughout this event. And another surprise is that she's currently in 4th place with a 1.23 and a 4.73. So Team Ecuador on the beach, scratching their heads, wondering what is going on with surfing. Their surfing is usually a lock, and looked like possible contact from Philippa Anderson right there, doing a backside snap and looking back to apologize to Frankie for maybe dicing the bottom of her feet on that last backside turn. We'll have to see if any contact was made. 5 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Mimi Barona trying to get back into it again. Over the falls. So poor wave selection for Mimi Barona. Team Ecuador right now in a tough spot, but still in it. Needs an 8.41. Most likely a combo of waves needed for Mimi Barona unless she can get a She's going to hammer it through this inside section. She's going to need something real big and decisive on the ender. One more turn, goes for the float, and ejects safely, maybe, before that inside section. So one of the last hopes for Team USA making their way back into the lineup, Nathaniel Curran.
Yeah, he's going to take back to the water as we see the men coming up next. But right now, with 4 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, we do have Frankie from the USA in first, Philippa Anderson from Australia in second, Cody Klein in red from Australia as well, and Dominique Barona, we like to call her Mimi, from Ecuador. She's in fourth place. She's going to want to get something on the board with 4 minutes and 30 seconds. She might have the chance to do it. You know, the girls in first and second are actually tied neck and neck with 13.13 heat total. So no doubt Dominique has the time on the board. It's really just to find that right wave. You know, right now it looks a little inconsistent, and we're waiting for more waves coming out the back. But you know, we're all about sports for people here at ISA. It's not about all about gender, you know, all about gender equality. We want to make sure that Olympic spirit is out there and very much portrayed in the water. And there's so much energy, happiness, that comes into play for the Olympic Games. So those are all things really important here at the ISA. That's why you see the flags on the beach, all the teams, and the camaraderie. It's incredibly refreshing to see, especially with surfing. It's such an individual sport, and normally you're just out there paddle balling trying to get your own waves. Here we have a completely different situation when all of these ladies are surfing for their teams and for their respective medals.
All right, so Frankie Herrera, team tactics right there coming into play. Mimi Barona battling over her back. And there's the judging panel, an international field of judges as well. They're going to be looking at replays to deem what happened on that last exchange between Frankie from Team USA and Mimi from Team Ecuador. Coming up next, back to the men's repechage, Miguel Tudela from Team Peru, Bruce Mackey from Barbados, and the last hope on the men's side of the USA team, Nathaniel Curran, will be headed out there all the way from Oxnard to Papoyo. So exciting repechage round. Some definite emotional heats coming up.
Yeah, if you don't know where Oxnard is, it's just north of Malibu and south of Santa Barbara. And during the winter months especially, there's some incredible offshore winds that it goes for miles. And just like here in Nicaragua, Oxnard might be one of the last places in California you can surf by yourself. Definitely scored some amazing days there. And you know, Nathaniel Curran is going to be showing what he's all about for Team USA. But in the water now, he's cheering for Frankie, who's just neck and neck with Philippa Anderson. It's been a close heat here, especially with the two Aussie girls who have really been able to strategize and make sure that the other girls don't have the chances to move up into first place. But Philippa Anderson's holding it down for Team Australia right now with the heat total of 15.3. She had an absolutely incredible wave with scoring an 8.8. So the judges are loving her surfing out now. And no doubt everyone at home in Australia is cheering. We want to hear who you're cheering for, so definitely go to ISA Surfing on Instagram, hashtag ISA World, and you can hashtag GoTeam. Let us know who you're cheering for out in the
40 seconds to go. 40 seconds to go. 40 seconds to go. Philippa Anderson, Team Australia in the lead. Frankie Herrera in second. Cody Klein in third. Leading a 7.37. Mimi Barona, that incredible Team Ecuador right now in fourth place. And it appears she's trying to get that inside track right now. Last year's silver medalist in the 50th annual Games was Mimi Barona. Along with Philippa Anderson from Team Australia.
Yeah, wow, that was just stacked heat, especially for the repechage round. But you know, that's why these girls really love the format, because it allows for the inclusion from all the athletes.
Cody Klein, she started strong, but ended up with two mid-range scores. This heat was one that dictated getting something at least in the 8-point range if you wanted to make it through. It was all Philippa Anderson and Frankie Herrera. Mimi Barona made a push towards the end, but getting past these two formed out females, and this was the interference at the very end. Yeah, and it looked like Frankie had intent on that wave. So as things roll on, we're going to exit a women's repechage and go straight into a men's repechage right after these brief messages.
Somos del equipo mexicano. ¡Viva México! ¡Viva!
From an intense women's heat into a crazy talented group of 3 surfers right now on the men's repechage. Team USA represented by Nathaniel Kern right now, and his whip snap backhand right behind him. A surfer whose performance yesterday ranks up there with the best of the best. Miguel Tudela. So a quick start to this heat. Peru, Barbados, and Team USA. The teams represented in the lineup right now with the best chance at an overall team medal. Of course, Peru and Team USA with only two surfers left from Team Barbados. They're 2 good ones, so there could be a possibility of individual medals for Barbados with Bruce Mackey and Chelsea Tuak. Right now, if you're looking at the overall team standings, Peru and Team USA are solidly locked in the top 10 spot. Of course, at the end of the day here, all these numbers will be changing. So right now, Peru consider them the favorites going into this round. Portugal and Argentina, along with Australia. It's a good thing because you really got to find your feet early in these heats if you want to give yourself a shot to advance. His first couple waves, just a 3.83 and a 1.13, and you look at the totals right now for Nathaniel Kern for Team USA, an 8 and a 7.83. So a huge heat total already for your surfer in yellow. And what he's got to do right now is concentrate, stay out of the line of fire, do not get into any situations where you'll find yourself paddling too closely to another competitor. Miguel Tudela, he's been on the right side of at least one interference right here, and that's not to say that he's trying. It's just at this level of competition, anything goes out here, especially in a peak. These peak waves make just that much more difficult because the opportunity to go right and left. Papoya's a wave where you can really kind of backdoor the section from either side of the peak you take off on. That gives you that good outside crumble where you can really bottom turn around the whitewater right and or left. You can go both ways from kind of any part of this takeoff zone. That's why we've seen a couple interferences leading up to today. Very clean today. Only 1 interference. 2 more days of surfing left. Repechage heats, and these repechage heats, of course, are holding talent.
Papoyo, what a surf break here, located about 100 kilometers southeast of Managua, which is the capital of Nicaragua. So if you have any, I'm sure watching this event, you've been like, I want to check out Nicaragua. Well, get to Managua, and from there you can take about a 3 to 4 hour car ride out to the coast. The village is really known as a world-class surfing destination for all its high quality and consistent waves and perpetual offshore winds, the right kind of wind. So that really flows off the Lake Nicaragua about 300 days a year. So pretty much always perfect, and with a tropical climate and air temperatures averaging around 80s, high 90s. You're also going to see which is about 24 to 33 degrees Celsius. The water temperature out there hovering about 82 to 86 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 28 to 30 degrees Celsius. Gotta love the warm water. And hey guys, Chris Cote and Shannon Quirk, so stoked to be here in Papoyo, Nicaragua.
let's get to the lineup right now. So Miguel Tudela drops to third. He hasn't found a backup wave. He's got a 7.6. Meanwhile, Bruce Mackey, improving 6.33 and a 3.83. Second place. Jumps into second place. Nathaniel Curran into the lead right now. Bruce Mackey would need a 9.5 to eclipse two-wave total that Nathaniel Curran sitting on right now. So Team USA got to be stoked with where their final male surfer is sitting position right now. Get the lead, keep the lead. The two simple rules for surfing out here in these rapid charge heats.
Yeah, and the winner of the ISA World Surfing Games are here not for money, but for team pride, and the world's best surfers are gathering to compete for this individual and the team gold medals, and the International Olympic Committee President's Trophy, and Fernando Aguirre's World Team Trophy, which was named and donated by the ISA president, and he was first elected in 1994. He's been elected 8 times. We love Fernando. What a great guy and great spirit. What he's done for surfing is absolutely incredible, and it's all about sharing the love, and the aloha spirit, which we all know and love.
The most passionate president on earth, Fernando Aguirre. And talk about drive and determination. He's been doing this for the better part of the last decade. Doing it for free. That is not a high-paying job. It's not even a paying job. We thank Fernando for all his hard work. And right now he's watching dreams as dreams are shattered and dreams are lived. Dreams are lived. Right there. Miguel Tudela right there. That will be his backup score. It's not going to be better than his 7.6. Got a couple nice turns through that mid-section. Smart of him to get something going. He just needed a 2.56. That'll be most likely just above that mark. That wave didn't offer much. So with 8 minutes 15 seconds to go, Team USA in the lead. Nathaniel Curran in yellow. 7.83. Now he can be really choosy, and when he does get a wave that he likes, he can really unleash. And he is a precision surfer. He knows exactly where to put his board on these waves. We've seen him competing since he was just walking. Of course, the Curran family. Taylor Curran, the youngest, who's an absolute ripper. Surfing for Team Brixton, all over the California coast. You got Josh Curran. He is a powerful surfer. And then, of course, Timmy Curran, goofy footer, aerial performer since day one. Barbados on your screen looking a little bit stressed at the moment. Their coach, Jimmy Hogan, was shredding this morning. He's still got it. And he's basically helping kind of put the competitive mindset in the Barbadian team, and which can be difficult. I mean, you grow up in paradise, in a cruisy culture like Barbados. It can be hard to get aggressive in the water, but he's helping them figure it out, the differences between free surfing and surfing in a jersey. And it looks like it's working. I mean, Bruce Mackey's gone deep into this competition, and I've seen him compete all over the world. He's definitely a growing presence on the QS. So some confidence gained with a deep result here at the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll see. He does have 5.5 minutes to go. Previously needing something in the 9-point range. Now finding himself in a little bit better of a position, needing a 6.11.
ISA World Surfing Games actually are the longest standing international organization in surfing history. Pretty cool. Started in 1964 under the name of ISF World Championships, and they were run by the International Surfing Federation. Up and riding, Miguel Tudela from Peru.
Pair of good opening snaps. The wave closes out in front of him. It's actually quite rare. Closeouts here at Popoyo. This wave known for being that perfect peak. We've been seeing some pretty fun looking laps.
This is going to be a battle to get that first place position, but all three competitors are seeing some lines and some opportunities, so gonna see some great surfing here at Popoyo. And ISA's mission is really to develop the sport of surfing in Nicaragua and around the world. So
How do you accomplish that? Through the annual World Championships and a ton of incredible activities. And next up, you have Dylan Southworth from Mexico, Iaje Araújo from Brazil, and Carlos Munoz from Costa Rica. Where are the Ticos? We want to see your comments and send us a note. Let us know who you're cheering for. We can hear them all the way from Costa Rica, so definitely keep up the team spirit.
All right, Team USA's final male surfer, Nathaniel Curran, confidently pulling out of that last wave. We got a couple scores now to be put in by our judges just upstairs from us, and they are concentrating even harder because this is where things are very important. Every score needs to be spot on. They've done a great job throughout the week. So today and tomorrow, the final 2 days of competition here at the 2015 World Surfing Games. Every wave, every heat, crucial for our teams who want to remain in the hunt for the medals. And I'll tell you what, talk about hunting. Team USA's Nathaniel Curran just dropped a 9.07. Come on in, Nathaniel. Your job is done. Now it's a battle for second place with Bruce Mackey blasting the fins out and not landing. And that is going to be all she wrote for Team Barbados is Bruce Mackey. So Miguel Tudela from Peru will advance in second place. And Team USA, the dream is still alive with Nathaniel Curran getting a heat total of 17.07, Shannon.
Wow, Nathaniel Curran absolutely dominating that heat with a 9.07 and an 8. Miguel Tudela just neck and neck really behind him with an 8.17 and a 7.6. And Bruce Mackey from Barbados, we're going to have to say adios to him with a 6.33 and a 3.83. But Barbados, really cool to just see them here. You know, every team each year seems to get bigger and bigger, and it's cool to see the whole crew from Barbados down here cheering on their competitors. We love to see all 27 nations here waving their flags.
Here's a look at your heat recap. Miguel Tudela from Team Peru. His first wave a 7.6. His last wave an 8.17. Started with a bang and ended with a bang. That's what you like to see from our surfers. Bruce Mackey made it a heat. Just came down to wave selection for the big, powerful regular footer from Barbados. Once he did get a good one, hammered it, got a 6.33, but it was all about the American, Nathaniel Curran, Team USA in yellow. An 8 and a 9.07. This was a look at the 9.07. So Nathaniel Curran just using that knowledge gained on the World Championship Tour and a long time on the QS and applying it here at the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. So USA and Peru still alive. We'll be right back to the action after this brief commercial break.
Uno, dos, tres.
All right, welcome back to the action. Back in the booth, Mike Latronic here with Chris Cote, MC Squared, and Yaje Arujo coming off the top, floating his way into another score here. A real active and exciting young surfer from Brazil in our yellow jersey. He's also going to surf now with Carlos Munoz in white from Costa Rica, Dylan Southworth in red from Mexico, action-packed heat. Chris Cote, that last one, a barn burner.
Yeah, incredible performance from Nathaniel Curran. And do not discount Miguel Tudela. We've seen what he's capable of yesterday. Again, almost getting that near perfect heat. So Peru and USA still in this thing. Unfortunately for Barbados, they were hovering right around the middle of the team standings. So with only one surfer left, it's going to be a near impossibility to get up into that medal position. But we've got a lot of surfing yet to come. And if you can get one of your surfers, regardless of how your team's done, if you can get at least one surfer in the finals, the points just grow that much more. So we'll see what happens with Team Barbados. I've been really enjoying watching Bruce Mackey surf throughout this event. His strengths appear to be that laser sharp backhand whip. So fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm having fun watching this event. This is one of the more consistent quality venues we've been to here at the ISA. Always pick great venues. The first ISA event I went to, we were in El Salvador, famed right-hand point break of Punta Rocas. We've been to Peru, another spot named Punta Rocas, and just Nicaragua last time I was here. We were in Colorado's, excellent waves over there. Ecuador, just tons of great waves around the planet, and the ISA is pretty much just mixing all these great waves together into one umbrella organization. So
I love it. Endless opportunity, especially here in Nicaragua. I mean, even here at this break Papoya, they got 3 breaks in one. And it's always seems to be holding. I mean, day after day after day. In this event, we've just been graced with incredibly rippable surf. Nothing death-defying just yet. And I like that. You know, giving these guys opportunity to show power, show, that air attack in some instances. And we're hoping that in the case of Carlos Munoz in this heat, that we will see some ramps available. And this is Dylan Southworth. His backhand has been on point through this event, this surfer from Sayulita, Mexico.
Well, Carlos Munoz giving up that wave to Dylan Southworth. Didn't like the look of it, and Southworth did the best he could. Definitely got some turns on that outside section. Yet to open his account. Yaje Arujo already has a 5.33, and just about 3.5 minutes elapsed. You can see Arujo is now caught up to Carlos Munoz, and probably a wise decision for Munoz, because look at these stacking lines approaching.
Yeah, Carlos has found himself on just great waves throughout this entire event. And here is one of the bigger sets we've seen of the morning. Looks like about 8 waves stacked up on top of each other to the horizon with 2 surfers possibly in position. It looks like the Costa Rican dream, Carlos Munoz, had a look at that first one. Mike, I think the second and third waves in the sets are the cleanest. That first one kind of washes through to the inside, kind of giving the chance to clean up.
Well, as the tide drops, it just becomes a much bigger, wider lineup with more and more opportunity, and it splits up a bit. You have the far peak to the south. If it connects all the way to this peak where Arujo is, then you get an insanely long ride. I think in its capacity, this ride is about 100, 150 yards. Most of the waves we've seen are picked up sort of in the middle or towards the end of the reef at low tide, and then it has a couple of hollow sections followed up by that double up section on the end, which of course we've seen some terrifying low tide situations. I had a chance to talk to Philippa Anderson when she came in from her heat. Not sure if the cameras picked that up, but she was tangled in rock and got her leash wrapped around the rocks over there. In fact, showed me a giant nick out of her leash. So she's going to have to replace her leash, because oftentimes those urethane leashes, if you get any kind of nick in them, they fall apart and break.
Yeah, I like that interview you did with her. She was still kind of visibly shaken, and I talked about it right after you did, and it doesn't matter if the wave's only 2 foot. If you're underwater getting dragged and basically held beneath the water by your leash, it's a scary situation, and thankfully, unscathed. I mean, the last thing you want in a heat is to have something sketchy like that happen to you, because it can really take your mind out of the task at hand. And in that heat that she had, every surfer so capable. So she really needed to be focused throughout that entire 20 minutes, and she was.
In fact, that's a recurring danger in surfing. You know, I had a buddy of mine about 25 years ago got his leash wrapped around the Ripper Rock at Rocky Heights in Hawaii, and he perished. He couldn't get out of it. It didn't have enough space on the leash to get out from underwater and get his head above water. And unfortunately, it was a very, very sad occurrence, but you really have to be aware of that and get able to. That's why they have these sort of rip tear leashes now that you can get them off really quick.
Dylan Southworth, surfer from Mexico, opens it up with a nice backhand snap. Love that deep grab rail bottom turn that Dylan uses to get himself back up into the lip. There's that backside carve we've been mentioning throughout this event. So again, Dylan looking real loose. Now, Mike, these guys are going to surf a lot of heats today. These rapid charge rounds seem to just keep repeating. We've already seen some of these guys twice today, and so by the end of the day, they could possibly be surfing 4 or 5 heats, especially if they're in the Aloha Cup. You can imagine how worn out these guys are going to be by then, but I guarantee you they're not going to be giving up if the Aloha Cup comes down to it.
Yeah, I mean, aside from the visible energy put into surfing, paddling, duck diving, and the like, you have that mental stress. You really expend a lot of energy, a lot of force, and a lot of sort of your inner power by just staying focused. And so, these guys that are able to make it through 3, 4, 5 heats in a day, really got to take your hat off to them. It's a grueling process, and one that any sports person should respect. Look at these stacking lines. There we have some people on the beach. Love to see those stacking lines again. Got some action in the lineup. Carlos Munoz.
Carlos Munoz, the Costa Rican dream, sets it up with the backside snap. This wave just running down the line away from him. We'll see if he can get around this big whitewater section. Cannot. It looked like a great start for Carlos Munoz, but just could not beat that racing wave. Yage Aruha up and riding.
Yeah, starting to look a little bit like outside corner Uluwatu again. These low tide conditions just making it really beautiful, and Arujo just planking it off the top there, doing what he can to get a backup score for that 5.33. Dylan Southworth nailed another score, so he's got a 5.93 and a 6.67, currently holding down first place in this heat. Carlos Munoz, unfortunately, just getting a 3.5 for that last wave, not able to find his rhythm, but we've seen Carlos in some pretty clutch situations pull out all the stops and do what's necessary. So, to the very last second, don't take your eyes off of this heat.
Yeah, Carlos seems like an unflappable character in the water or on land. So he's got plenty of time to put it back together here. First wave of 3.5, so we're waiting on the score for that last wave. Just one turn. See, he might be having a look right here. This kind of bigger set wave just pushed through across the reef and caught all of our surfers off guard. Of course, Carlos representing the Volcom Stone, and definitely appears in many of their ads and videos, so it's really cool to see a company celebrating surfing in the Latin American countries, and why not when you have a guy like Carlos and his boards, Super Brand. And I've had the opportunity to ride a couple of Super Brand surfboards, and tell you what, solid boards, and judging by how Carlos surfs on them, definitely a trustworthy blade under your feet.
Well, that is an all-important factor to have equipment dialed in by the time you get here. A lot of these surfers, they bring multiple boards with them. You never know what kind of conditions you're going to encounter. The savvy surf professional or surf competitor will normally bring a variety of boards for each conditions, because you can have 2 to 3 foot surf that's super hollow, or 2 to 3 foot surf that's really mushy. You can foot surf, same situation, and really makes a big difference to have that proper equipment. More lines out the back. It looks like a smaller set approaching, but continuing to see great surf here, as predicted by our folks at Surfline. Carlos Munoz had a little look at that wave, decided it was going to be too small didn't want to waste any effort or time, although there's only 8 minutes left. And he's now got a 4.33 and a 3.5 on his score line. Yaje Arujo, he picked up a 6.93 on that last wave. So right now, Carlos Munoz is needing a big score to get back in this game.
7 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Paddling, Dylan Southworth, Team Mexico. The dream is alive. But this wave is not cooperating with our friends just to the south, of course, of the USA. So a lot of surfers from California kind of commingling with surfers from Mexico. That's a lot of times the first trip that a lot of California surfers make is down to Baja. But Dylan lives in kind of what we refer to as mainland Mexico, Sayulita area. So 7 minutes, 15 seconds to go. We got an interview down on the beach with Shannon Quirk.
Thanks, guys. I'm down here with Nathaniel Curran, the heat winner from the last round. And wow, that was incredible surfing. You put some really high scores on the board.
Yeah, there was a lot of waves in that heat. So I was just trying to pick the best ones. It seems like with the tides changing, that sometimes it's the first one, sometimes. So I was just trying to find the right one, and I was stoked. I got like 2 fun ones.
Well, yeah, Team USA really doing well. And how does it feel to have the flag and be representing your country?
Oh, I'm stoked. I've never got called to do this. So when Ryan Simmons called me up, he's like, you want to do it for the U.S.? I'm like, heck yeah. I'm like, put me in. I'm ready to go. So it's just cool to have, we have Damian Hobgood, who's, one of the best surfers in the world. Same with Ben Bourgeois. It's just good for the younger kids. We have the girls and Ian Crane. Just good to have that veteran kind of camaraderie for the U.S. So it's really rad.
For sure. And we've seen what the Olympics have done for snowboarding. Do you think that surfing could really be a big player in the Olympic Games and draw a lot of attention?
I definitely think so, for sure. The only thing that I think, with this is that could really add to it and make it just a cherry on top is having 4-man priority. I think sometimes it's a wave catching contest, but it's just really rad to see all the countries here. We all travel to all these spots and we know all the competitors, so it's cool just to see everyone come together and all the countries are ripping, so it's fun down here.
Yeah, for sure. Well, congratulations, Nathaniel Curran, one of the top heat scorers, and back to you guys in the booth. Thank you.
Thanks, Shannon. Congratulations to Team USA, Nathaniel Curran, the only remaining male surfer from Team USA, which is kind of surprising because of the firepower they brought down here. Team USA put together by Ryan Simmons, and great picks. But man, this competition, it's a testament to how good this field is that they have 3 such great surfers out of the competition now.
Yeah, well, that's an indication of the vast array of competition from all over the world. I mean, you're seeing guys from Portugal and Peru, Ecuador, Japan. I mean, there's been some serious damage done to those quote-unquote top guns all week long. And here we go, Dylan Southworth really just trying to chuck that 5.93 out of his score line for something bigger. Not sure about the wave choice here, but yeah, he's making the most of it. Having a little problem there today.
Yeah, he's seems like his opening turns are always perfect, and then as he maybe start to get that momentum, surfing a little ahead of himself right now, he's hanging on to the lead. He's got a 6.67 and a 5.93. Totals 12.6. In the previous heats, he needed to get something, kind of in the upper 15 or 16 point range to really solidify your top 2 finish. And right now, Carlos Munoz, his total heat score right now 7.83, and you see Yaje Arujo, he is not discounting the skills of the Costa Rican Dream one bit. He's just basically sitting on the nose of Carlos's board.
Yeah, well, Yaje Arujo is actually in an advantageous situation. See, he's got second place already. He could, try to continue to get inside position on Carlos and actually push him too far over on the break. I mean, sometimes what it takes is Carlos just going to have to paddle a wave. If Yaje gets the inside position and pushes him too far back, he's really got no choice but to let him go and then wait for another wave. And that's sort of the advantage when you're on the inside position. But look at this. Carlos opts to go for a right-hander, stay out of trouble, big air 360, and pulls it.
Yes.
Super radical surfing there from Team Costa Rica, as we said, one of the most clutch surfers in this competition. So great use of strategy and just really on fire.
Well, there's a reason we call him the Costa Rican Dream. Carlos Munoz with an amazing performance, but watch out, Yage silences the crowd a bit here with a beautiful left-hander. He likes it. So Team Brazil now getting involved. Dylan Southworth's got to be wondering what just happened. Back-to-back waves. Costa Rican team calling for 10s, and I got to agree with them. An incredible wave.
I mean, he needed an 8.27 to move into first place, and there's little doubt in my mind the judges are, if not going to grant the 10, they had to be excited about that ride.
Yeah, that was, I mean, you saw his approach straight off the bottom, throwing that massive frontside air reverse. If you can do that on your first maneuver and then follow it up with the hacks that he threw, you're definitely going to be winning favor from our wise men upstairs. And right now, I can almost hear the thinking all the way from down here. Our judges are watching replays. You know, we're easily excitable. They're definitely a lot more cool, calm, and collected when watching these scores come through. So we'll see what the judges have in store for Carlos Munoz as well as Yage. And Dylan Southworth, right now, your leader, he could be improving on his low score of a 5.93.
I don't know. I think Southworth's made a mistake here. I mean, he's doing some good work on this wave, but it's a smaller wave. He got it on the end. It doesn't look, particularly. There we go. That one was a little more vertical, but, he's going to have to really pull out all the stops and get giant scores to deal with what he's facing here from Munoz and Araujo. So interesting, that last wave of Southworth, he needs to better a 5.93 or a 6.67. I think it's sort of going to be in the same range. I mean, if it's a little more, I could see that. A little less, I could also see that. Judges are going to pick that apart. We're still waiting on this score from Carlos Munoz. It's going to be a big one. And there he is. He's back out in the lineup. He wants to throw away that 4.33 as soon as possible. Only 45 seconds left.
Yeah, so with this is what caused the uproar on the beach from the entire crowd. Massive frontside air reverse. Lands it perfectly straight into a bottom turn. Goes vertical on his second turn. Comes in at a 9.6. Got to say, that is one of the top 3 highest single wave scores of this entire event. Dylan Southworth had dropped to third for just a moment there. And again, Yage Araujo now jumps back into second. He's up and riding, holding Dylan Southworth off this wave, which is not going to be really a potential score. So he actually held Carlos off. You see Dylan paddling out. 5 seconds to go. You said it. Mike Latronic calling Carlos Munoz a clutch player. And it doesn't get more clutch than that, dropping a 9.6 in the final couple minutes of that heat.
I kind of got goosebumps, bro. You know what they call that in Hawaiian? Bro, I got chicken skin watching that wave.
I like it. Here's your heat recap. I like that this was a seesaw battle. There was different leaders throughout this entire heat. Carlos was really quiet from the beginning. Of course, that all ended. It looked like Southworth was just kind of finding himself on these medium ones that they had potential, but just not quite the amplitude that your surfers in yellow and white were getting.
Yeah, and Southworth seemed to sort of drop a gear this heat. I mean, he's been really throwing abandon and just doing these giant carving off the lips, and but here it was, as we talked about him being a clutch player, just flying through the air, willing his way to make that straight into the bottom turn. I could see some of the judges giving that a 10 for sure, and it was one of the most massive scores of the day. We have seen some big scores already.
Yeah, that was for me about as close as it gets to the perfect 10. So hopefully we'll see that perfect 10 today. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with more action from Popoyo.
Estamos aquí en la ISA Games en Nicaragua con el equipo de Puerto Rico. ¡Puerto Rico ahí!
one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment. But you capture it, just let it slip.
Welcome back. Rapid Charge, round 5, heat 1. We're back to the women. Annalie Gomez from Peru, Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica, Philippa Anderson from Australia. Wow. This is a crazy heat. This is, 3 of our best surfers on the female side. Not only finding themselves matched up against each other, but also finding themselves in the Rapid Charge. And I don't know how that's possible with how good these girls have been surfing, but I'll tell you what, shows us that the female field here in the ISA World Surfing Games is just stacked to the gills with incredible surfers. Chris Cote here with Mike Latronic. Mike, the scene on the beach, Carnival vibes for Carlos Munoz.
Look at all that color. Look at the flags. You have team, I believe that's Team Costa Rica walking to us, and here is Team Peru. Annalie Gomez, she wants to get her own version of a 9.6. So she's carving, slashing. You know, she's doing a good job now to get started early. A lot of times when we see these, former champions go down, it's because they get a little too picky and they wait for the bomb waves. When they're so skilled at surfing, it's a good strategy to sort of just get your campaign started. And she's done just that. I mean, just really catching a smaller wave, but doing some damage to it and getting on the board early.
Wow, every heat has been a must-see heat. And we've got heat recaps for every day of the action on the ISA website. And speaking of action, Leilani McGonigal looks like she could have a gem. Huge forehand snap. She is channeling her inner Carlos Munoz. A great wave choice for Leilani. The thing stood up right when she took off, and it continues to reel down the line. Throwing the tail, showing some flair, finishing nicely with confidence. Mike Latronic, the Costa Rican team is fired up.
Yeah, definitely some of the greatest performances in this event from Team Costa Rica. And we are about to get a replay of a wave that was ridden during the commercial. And I believe it was from Leilani McGonigal, so that one we just saw was her second wave. Here she goes, off the bottom, off the top combination. So she's kind of having to wait for this one to form up. Cracks the lip with a little bit of flair. And here is Philippa Anderson. She's no joke either. She won her last heat, and she is looking to keep the Aussie dream alive. Comes around the section, does a nice off the top, earning herself a 7.33 on that wave. Leilani McGonigal's last wave clocks in at an 8.33. So now Leilani McGonigal's got an 8.33 and a 5.67 already, a solid heat score with 15 and a half minutes to go. So she can comfortably wait for another bomb, while Philippa Anderson's going to just look for her second wave. Annalie Gomez only got that 4.5. So that strategy I discussed earlier may actually be working against her right now.
All right, well, 15 minutes, 10 seconds to go. Just before this set comes in, we're going to get a chance to talk to a very psyched Costa Rican dream, Carlos Munoz.
Oh yeah, the whole crowd from Costa Rica, super stoked to see you charging and winning that round. What was your strategy out there today with a little bit bigger waves and nice waves at Popoyo on offer?
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you, God, again. It was a really tough heat. The waves definitely changed a lot, way bigger and make like really hard to find the right spot. I kind of was lost looking for the left, and well, I just think I need a big ride, and thanks God that wave came right on time, and I just try my best, I like to do airs, and well, I'm glad that I land my air.
Lots of waves at home to practice your airs. What are some of your go-to spots back home to surf?
Well, I surf Esterillos Oeste, El Pico, Escondida, Jaco. Sometimes you can go south, you can go Pavones, you can go Matapalo, you can go a lot of places. Costa Rica is a great place to surf, and it's a lot of good people, good food, and you always welcome. So anybody that wants to come to Costa Rica is invited. You know, están bienvenidos todos a Costa Rica y pura vida.
Pura vida. Any last words to all the ticos at home? I'm pretty sure we can hear them cheering from Costa Rica.
Claro, de fijo, agradecerle a toda la gente que está en Costa Rica. Gracias a Dios también, sin él nada sería posible y bueno, seguimos luchando, pura vida, hasta la victoria siempre.
Yeah, they're going to keep fighting. Thanks to God and thanks to everyone back home. Carlos with the big win, and sure you guys are going to see him coming up. So back to you in the booth.
Well, the board's looking good under his feet, under his arm. Carlos Munoz on the edge of perfection. Huge, huge comeback. One wave was all he needed. Mike Latronic here with Chris Cote, and as I'm watching, every heat has been increasing in the, not only just the kind of the intensity, but also in the excitement. I mean, the beach now, all the teams are still here. It doesn't matter if your team had lost. I saw Team Scotland down here. They don't have any reason to be here other than just doing it. They're still waving the flag, and it's really cool to see the team still involved, excited. And there's a real electric and fun atmosphere down on the Sander today.
Yeah, and the currency is pride. The currency is love of the sport. The currency is camaraderie. There's no money. There's no dollars. There's no pesos. There's no colognes or, there's just pride. And, it never ceases to amaze me that such passion and enthusiasm comes with these events. So here's Leilani McGonigal. She's working on throwing away that 5.67. I think that she's showing maybe a little bit of immaturity on this wave choice. She's really doing the maneuvers, but she's got some real powerhouses in her heat. Anale Gomez from Peru, certainly capable of 8s and 9s herself. Philippa Anderson from Australia, she's got a 7.33 and a 5.8. She's already nipping at the heels of McGonigal. So McGonigal comfortable right now, but 12 minutes or 11 minutes and 30 seconds left. She needs to really realize that in order to get another score better than 5.67, she has to pick a wave that will provide the opportunity for that.
Well, with the Costa Rican team now getting a lot of momentum on the performance of Carlos Munoz, you're looking at the lineup from last year's women's final. Mimi Barona, Annalie Gomez, Philippa Anderson, Jessica Grimwood. And that's going to be possibly 4 totally different names. We still have Philippa Anderson and Annalie in contention right now. Annalie needs an 8.63. Philippa, she's safe in second, but needs a 6.84 to get through. Looks like Leilani improving just a bit. 8.3, like you said, Mike, now is where she needs to be a little bit patient. She's got a huge score, an 8.33, so the backup now is what she needs to concentrate on. And hey, we see what you're doing there. It's Saturday. Go for it.
Well, a lot of fun on the beach here in Nicaragua. It's hot, and here we go. Hot surfing from these ladies. And Annalie Gomez really needs to up her ante. She's super capable lady. We've seen her in the winner's box before. She's going to find some open face again. Definitely doing some good work here. Probably going to surpass her 4.5 until that end section there. She made a little mistake right there. Did some good work before that. Not sure if it's going to rise up too far, but she is in serious need of a big score right now. She needs an 8.63 just to get into second place.
9 minutes, 42 seconds to go. Leilani McGonigal currently holding the lead, waiting on a score for Annalie Gomez. Her second scoring ride. She needs to get on the ball here. Last year's gold medal winner from Peru. All the Peruvian team to that team gold. So this is critical for Peru. You need your female surfers to perform just as much as the men. So the points for the female, of course, equal to that of the points for the men as we kind of get down to the end here. You know, there's more men, so a little bit more opportunity to score, but talking about individual points, and it's equal. So equal opportunity here at the ISA World Surfing Games, and with that comes added pressure, not only from your country but from your coach, from your teammates. It's how you use the pressure, Mike, is how you're going to perform in your heat.
Exactly. There's Cody Klein. She lost out in an early heat, but you can see the team camaraderie there. She is still holding the flag for her teammate, and that is a very important thing to do. When you lose out, you still have to give your team that positive energy and keep the positive flow. Leilani McGonigal getting position on Philippa Anderson, opting not to take that wave. Maybe she somehow heard my thoughts here. And Anneli Gomez going for an inside wave, sort of a uncharacteristic flub on that section. She did get herself a 5.53 on that last wave, so helping her cause just a little bit. She now needs a 7.6 to get into advancing position. Fully capable of 8s and 9s. She needs an 8.8 to take over first. And here goes Leilani McGonigal on a sweet little medium-sized wave.
Well, it's the reverse of the commentator curse. She gets a gem, huge snap out the back, but maybe I spoke too soon. That wave looked like the potential for a massive score, but it just kind of closed out in front of her. And I mean, to me, that first snap, that's worthy of a 6-point wave right there, but you really got to put together a combination if you want to get up into that excellent range.
Well, she's got the right tactic now. She's got the right attitude, because that snap was business. She was working on a much bigger score. If she could have got around that section and done some more maneuvering, the judges really giving a lot of emphasis to the first big turn. You can do a great solid turn at an end of the wave, but you're not risking as much at the end of the wave. So, the judges take that risk factor into play, and when you see those maneuvers performed at the beginning of the wave, you can expect a high score.
And that last gal you saw, she looks like Miss Australia, but that's actually Naja from Team Denmark. And we said earlier she was adopted onto Team Australia. She's the sole surfer from Denmark, and she's flying the Aussie flag, and I like it. She's down showing her support as Leilani McGonigal looks like a little bit more open face to work with here. This inside section could pay dividends for our Costa Rican surfer.
Yeah, well, mistimed that one a little bit. That wave, I don't think, paid off. We'll see what the judges say. She got a 5.8 for that big off the lip. So that's the kind of quality the judges are looking for. And still plenty of time on the clock, not only for Anneli to get into situation, but for Leilani to get another wave. We're going to go to Shannon on the beach with yet another great interview.
Hey guys, we're down here with Team Costa Rica, who you can see is in full force down here. Anthony, you've been surfing out at Popoyo a lot, and obviously Leilani in the water charging. It seems like you have some fierce female competition.
Well, Leilani, since she's been super little, she's been really competitive in her surfing, and it had improved a lot in the last couple of years, and she's demonstrating right now. So yeah, I think this heat is basically hers until now. Hopefully she will even improve her scores. And this is really good since she's only 14 years old, so she has demonstrated that Costa Rica's got a lot of female talent as well. So hopefully she'll another Costa Rican fighting for that goal.
I mean, it seems you guys are so passionate and down here to support the crew. What do you think about surfing in the Olympics? And you think we could be some fierce competition out there?
Yeah, for sure. I think surfing definitely should be in the Olympics. It's just a matter of it's kind of hard to get surfing in the Olympics because all the other sports around us should be apart. I think so, but I think Leilani's gonna make it to the WCT in a matter of years, and hopefully the ISA will go into the Olympics and all of that. So yeah, we're all stoked. We always train a lot. The team is really unidos, and a lot of Costa Ricans came down to cheer for the team, and that's really nice of them to come down here and be with us. So yeah.
Well, anything you'd like to say back home to Costa Rica?
Bueno, sí, un saludo a todos enorme desde acá, desde Popó, a todos los ticos que están en Costa Rica apoyándonos. En especial, a mi zona, Santa Teresa, que es donde nací y me crié. Leilani está en el agua, así que estoy seguro que todos le están enviando las mejores vibras a ellas, y igual a Carlos y a nosotros. Y bueno, mi parte no puedo seguir avanzando en el torneo, pero súper feliz y motivado de estar acá con todos ustedes. Primero Dios y gracias a todos.
Such good sportsmanship. You know, he said that even though he didn't make it through, he's just so stoked for Leilani and Carlos, who you just saw win his heat. So really cool to have all the support from Costa Rica, and he's thanking you, Tico. So tune in at ISA for some more heats from Leilani. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Shannon. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go. You know, what I would say as far as the Olympic hope is, I would like to get the Olympic Committee, I'd like to get them in surf lessons so they could see how hard it is to surf and really show them the appreciation that we all have for this sport. I mean, anytime you take a beginner into the lineup and, you know, make them paddle out, they'll definitely be humbled. It doesn't matter who you are. You will see quickly how hard surfing is. I mean, even just to get started. So maybe we can have Fernando set that up. Mike, you're a great surfer. You could give the Olympic Committee guys some surf time, right? North Shore?
No problem. We'll drag those guys out to Sunset. Actually, we'll take them down to Point, let Uncle Brian
Perfect.
give them their first lesson, and gradually move them over to backdoor and off the wall. But surfing, an incredible sport, requiring a lot more balance and technique than would meet the naked eye. So situation, Leilani McGonigal just upped her game, got a 6.87 on that last one, briefly into second place, but back into first place. Philippa Anderson, a 7.67. So she has increased her amplitude, and now the requirement for Anale Gomez is a 9.47 just to advance and a 9.67 to take over first place. And you know what? I think Leilani is going to potentially beat out that 6.8.
Yeah, an incredible first turn. Almost had a shot at getting a pretty deep tube ride, but just got caught a little bit on the opposite side of the lip. So we'll see. Going very fast, very much, speed, power, flow, just what we're looking for. So Leilani, a great wave, and right behind her, coming off the strength of her last wave, which was a 7.67. This is Philippa Anderson. And now, Mike, we're in the situation where we could possibly be losing last year's gold and silver medalists.
Well, a pure indication that there's a lot of female talent in this field, and Philippa Anderson, no joke. So no shame. Anale Gomez is a great surfer. It's not over yet. A minute and 15. She is capable of 10s, this woman. But you know what? I think Leilani may have inched up her score, and Philippa Anderson just really put in some nice work on that last wave. So potentially Philippa Anderson could move back into first place, or Leilani could put combination on that scoreboard for Anale Gomez to get the win. It is coming down now to the last seconds, 45 seconds left. I think the girls are all eyes on Anale Gomez for this last hurrah.
Well, she would have to do something crazy to get a 9.47. A beautiful forehand gouge for Anale, and she is a true champion in every sense of the word, from surfing to sportsmanship to the way she carries herself in and out of the water. And she likes it, but yeah, she would have needed to do a bit more, I believe, to get that score. So as it stands right now, we're in the possible position. We already lost Mimi Barona, last year's silver medalist, and yeah, it looks like unofficially we just lost last year's gold medalist, Anale Gomez from Team Ecuador, getting taken down by Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica and Philippa Anderson from Australia. So now, as things start to shake up, Costa Rica, they still have Noemar McGonigal in the main event and Carlos Munoz going through the repechage. Meanwhile, Australia, they've got Hayden Blair and Shane Holmes still in the main event. So you got to think now, okay, who are the front runners as we get into competition? Costa Rica, Australia, still looking good, but Leandro Osuna from Team Argentina, and Nick Van Rupp from Portugal, Joaquin de Castillo from Peru. So kind of still hovering in that top 5 that we saw earlier today, with those teams still rolling through. Here's your heat recap, Mike.
Yeah, well, let's look back on this wonderful action. Philippa Anderson throwing some spray out the back on that first section, and McGonigal bottom turn straight up into the steep section, throwing some spray on that wave of hers. Philippa Anderson cracking it, and that was her last ridden wave. Really did an excellent job. In fact, she's probably going to increase her score. We see scores coming in for Leilani's last wave, an 8.03. So she has looked like she may have locked up that first place position. Philippa Anderson still waiting for scores to drop for that. But we are going to go to commercial break, and we'll fill you in on the details of that when we come back.
Bienvenido a Lisa World Surfing Game 2015 aquí en Nicaragua. ¡Vamos, arriba, Panamá!
Vivo en esta tierra que respira paro y maíz, son un mar de poetas, músicos, artistas y un buen ron. Se baila palo en mayo y se come vigorón. Se baila palo en mayo y se come un buen rondón.
All right, well, welcome back to the action. It looks like Annalie Gomez did, in fact, get her best ride, a 7.4, but not enough to advance. So Philippa Anderson clocking in with a 8.33, but, you know, it was all eyes on Leilani McGonigal scoring another 8 on that last wave to remain in first place. This heat now, we've got in red, Josefina Ane from Argentina, Maluska Tello from Peru, and Frankie Harrer from the USA in the yellow jersey. I'm sure if these girls were watching that last heat, they will definitely be ramping up their efforts because the level of performance is just soaring. This is Repecharge round 5, heat number 2. We are getting deep into the later stages of this competition. And the Repecharge, in case you are just new to what the ISA competition format is, this is a do or die round. There's 2 different brackets in the ISA. On one hand, we have the qualifying rounds, which are the open rounds. Everybody starts out in the qualifying rounds. And first and second continue in the qualifying rounds in every qualifying heat. Now, third and fourth from the qualifying rounds will go into the Repecharge round. So it's a second chance for these surfers to perform. Administrators and President Fernando Aguirre from ISA are really backing up this Repecharge system because we truly believe that, you know, it's surfers deserve a second chance when they've traveled thousands and thousands of miles, spent all of their hard-earned money to get here, sponsors putting in, or some of these families chip in and do it themselves. But really, that second chance is such a blessing because a lot of champions have come through the Repecharge rounds. And here we go. This is Maluska Tielo from Peru, dropping into a bomb. Unfortunately, not getting enough penetration there on the drop to beat that section. So she's doing a little lobster diving there. Hopefully she's okay. But early in the heat, so plenty of time to work with. And that looked like Frankie Harrer in USA in yellow. And Josefina Ane doing some jockeying there, looking for some of those quality waves that came through. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. The ISA is the International Surfing Association. By international, we have 27 different countries represented here at this wonderful beach of Popoyo, in Nicaragua. We're going to go to the beach for a inspired interview.
Muchas gracias, Mike. We're down here with Leilani, absolutely ripping all event, but especially today. How are you feeling out there?
I'm feeling really great. The waves are really fun. In the heat before that, I had a little bit of a tough time. I wasn't really hitting the lip in the pocket, so I just regrouped and tried my best out there.
And you know, today's a special day. You were talking about scoliosis and what you're doing to just create awareness.
Well, June is Scoliosis Awareness Month, so this month I wrote Bent Not Broken on all my boards. So shout out to all the girls out there and everybody who has it.
Oh, that's so cool, you know, to hear, and just overcoming something that, you know, is just incredible what you're doing. And any shout out to anyone at home at Costa Rica?
Hola a todos, pura vida por apoyarnos y aquí estamos dándole duro. Arriba Costa Rica.
Yeah, they're working hard here, and let's go Costa Rica. Vamos, ticos. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Leilani McGonigal, for such a wonderful performance there. Those Costa Ricans are putting on some super clutch performances here in the Rapid Charge. It's do or die, as I was explaining. Miliska Tello right back in action from that long section. She was unable to make it around, and just scathing cutback there for our surfer in white from Peru. And really beautiful, beautiful surfing from Miliska Tello. She's only got a 1 on that first ride, but that's not going to stick. There's going to be plenty more points coming after seeing that nice off the top. And here's Frankie Harr from the USA. She cracks a little snap in the section right there. Got a little tail slide on her board. Another section here. This reef gets pretty harrowing right there. You can see the double ups and obvious inability. It looked like Tello right there from Peru didn't even want to really stick her board underwater. She just sort of had to kind of will her way through that whitewash. Meanwhile, Josefina Ane, she is out the back, solo mission. She can have the pick of the lineup, able to catch any wave she wants. And I don't know if that's the Nicaraguan Army Navy boat, but it looked like they had some satellite there for sure. Got a nice wide shot of the beach here at Popoyo. Low tide, so a lot of exposed rocks. And still waiting for her first good wave, Josefine Ane. Just enjoying a moment of solitude out there while the other two surfers are making their way out. Probably a missed opportunity, not able to get that last wave. She looked like she was a little late, maybe a little far behind it, but that set wave was a cracker. And scores still yet to come for that really beautiful turn of Miliska Tello. She really showed off her style and her power. So that's exactly what the judges are rewarding is, critical maneuvers, speed, flow, and power. And 13 minutes and 25 seconds remaining in this heat. Scores yet to drop for Frankie Harr or Miliska Tello. I'm Mike Letronic, and really stoked to be here watching the world compete. As I said, over 150 surfers here from 27 countries. And there it is, Miliska Tello dropping an 8.17. She is serious. Rapid Charge, round 5, heat number 2. There you see on the beach, Team Costa Rica's got their own cameraman. But let's go over the delegates in this heat. Miliska Tello, she hails from Peru. Frankie Harr from the USA in the yellow jersey. Josefina Ane in the red jersey from Argentina. And now you see Frankie back in the lineup. So Josefina Ane not able to take advantage of time out the back by herself. And let's see where Miliska Tello shouldn't be far behind. We've got close-up here of these two ladies in red and yellow. There we go, all three ladies basically at the beach. But we're going to go to an interview at the beach. Chris.
All right, I got the entire team of Denmark here with me on the beach talking about this young lady, Naya Olsen. Naya has had some good times and some bad times here in Nicaragua. The good times, hanging out with Team Australia now. You guys are staying together, you're having a lot of fun on the beach and back at your place. The bad times, you've been hit twice in the face with your board, but you're still smiling, you're still hanging out. Tell us about your trip to Nicaragua.
Well, it's been an amazing trip, like really just the place here in Nicaragua and Popoyo and the ISA, like the whole thing, the whole event is really professional and the level is so top high up here with all the surfers. The vibe is so good and it's just an incredible journey to be here, really.
Now let's take a look at this set coming in, this wave at Popoyo. Have you ever surfed anything like it? And why don't you talk us through this wave right now being surfed on outside?
Well, sorry, I didn't hear that.
Talk us through this wave coming in right here, Naya. This will be our first time from a surfer from Denmark calling a wave out here at the ISA World Surfing Games.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't be able to surf that one. I would probably get a massive wipeout for sure. That would be. Then the board thing on my nose. But those surfers out there, like we're having the most top level surfers back here, and we are reaching the final points over here in this competition. So it's very inspiring to see all of them.
Well, you see this wave right here. I mean, this wave at Popoyo, one of our female surfers out in the lineup right here, just shredding this thing from outside to in. These repecharge heats are crazy. As you see the finishing snap from your surfer in yellow right now. Well, Team Denmark, you're out of the competition, but you're still so hyped on the beach. A one-woman army from Denmark. Are you going to come back to Nicaragua in the near future?
Well, I would love to come back, and hopefully we have a delegation for the next ISA World Championship with maybe not me, but then the better surfers back home. But definitely it's an event to come back for.
All right, Team Denmark, they're coming back. They're bringing numbers.
Yeah, hopefully.
Naya, you have a great rest of your trip, and I guess go Australia.
Yeah, go Australia. We're still in.
All right.
All right. Well, great to see surfing in Denmark. Got a cute little interview there with Chris Cote, MC Squared, for the rest of this contest. For the rest of my life, I think he'll be MC Squared. Great personality, fun to hang out with. And we saw some good rides during that interview. Melissa Tello trying to get a backup score, but Frankie Harrer, she started with that 6.17, so she's in second place, but she just got another great wave there. And joining me back in the booth is Shannon Quirk. We're going to hear from her in a minute. But a little lull in the action. Josefine Ane yet to really establish any kind of high score. So unfortunately for the Argentinian, just half the heat gone and not a score she's going to want to hold on to. But we've seen a lot of clutch surfing in this event. You know, it's never over until the last horn sounds. We saw that incredible ride by Carlos Munoz a few heats ago where he was in need of a wave over 8 points, and he blasted a huge air and proceeded to rip a wave all the way to the beach, landing a 9.6. So great clutch surfing from Costa Rica, and then followed by Leilani McGonigal coming of that last repecharge heat. So any heat, any advancement in the repecharge is a clutch result. Your thoughts, Shannon?
Yeah, I mean, they're really stressing to get these points. This is do or die right now. So Frankie, you see in yellow, Frankie Hare from Malibu, California, Maluska Telo from Peru in white, and Josefina Ani from Argentina. Strong competitors. You know, we saw yesterday at the Loja Heats, Josefina was charging. She was definitely pulling her weight of the team in the Loja rounds, which is a great relay race, and you'll see that coming up at the end of the day around 3 o'clock Popoyo time. So definitely want to come back and tune in for that action. As right now in the water, Maluska Telo from Peru is leading the scoreboard right now with an 8.17 and a 6.73. Frankie in second with a 6.17 and a 5.17, with Josefina Annie needing to put some points on the board right now. She's looking at this wave, and we'll see who has it if Frankie is in position.
Well, Frankie's pretty far back, but she's going for it. She knows this is going to double up, and good call. Nice little throaty section right there. A little bit mistimed. She's not going to want to hold on to that one. Now she's got a 6.17 and a 5.17. I don't think this wave is going to surpass what we've seen from her already. And sets out the back. So maybe a little error there from our surfer from the USA, but really no threat right now from Josefina Ane from Argentina, unless she can put some serious damage onto this wave and then get back out there for another wave, because she needs a 9.84 to get into advancing position. And my call is she's going to need to get 2 waves.
Yeah, 16-year-old Josefina Ani from Argentina is from Mar del Plata, and you know everyone in Buenos Aires right now is cheering her on. Vamos Argentina from Hanu Beach. That's her favorite wave, Hanu Beach, and currently residing in Mar del Plata. She is the second place WQS 3-star winner from Pichilemu in Chile. So pretty cool to see her traveling around South America and getting some great waves. Sponsored by O'Neill, Airwalk, Clover Surfboards, and Hanu Beach. So cool to see Josefina Annie putting some more points on the board. She's sitting in 3rd place and coming in with a 3.6 right now. She's going to definitely need to find one of the bomb sets to compete with Maluska and Frankie.
Yeah, well, we haven't yet seen what that score is. She got a 3.6 actually on that last wave, so that's helping her a little. Now she only needs a 7.74. Still a big score, but a lot less than that 9.7 that she needed. As I thought, Frankie Hauer posted a score, but it wasn't any better scores she previously had, so she'll get back out there. Plenty of time. You know, at a certain point, these guys and girls, they're just stoked to be out there surfing with nobody out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, boy, Chris was asking me yesterday how badly I wanted to surf in the heat here. And gosh, especially with Popoyo, such an iconic A-frame, to surf out here with only a few of the girls, and in this case, only 2 other girls, that is going to be just a dream come true. Being a little selective as you see some sets coming through for the ladies here. Miluska Tello still in first place in white, with Frankie Herrar from the USA in yellow and Josefina Ani in red. But, you know, we were talking about female surfing. Speaking of the development of the sport here, is absolutely phenomenal. As you can see, more and more ladies in the water here in Latin America, and we're just happy to be able to support. The ISA has been working very hard to make sure that the equality is just set. You know, we're no discrimination. We want the ladies to get good waves in addition to the guys, so you can see that's why they're trading off the heats. And I love the format that ISA does to really be able to show what these girls can do. And, you know, for so many years I grew up looking at magazines of guys surfing, and it's great to see today all of these inspiring ladies that are leading the charge and really making a big impact. And it's important when you're young and you need to look up to someone. So these are all girls that are mentors. And down on the sand, we have Mr. Chris Cote.
Well, you know, we talked about all the international teams that have been coming down and hanging out. And for the most part throughout the week, it's been purely surfers down here. But you see behind me now, hey guys, welcome to Popoyo. Families are showing up. The vibe is just so epic down here on the sand at Popoyo. And I know one thing, surfing has brought all these people together, the beautiful country of, I mean, you can't speak enough about how incredible this stretch of sand is. So hyped to be down here, and of course, look at the faces of the families on the beach. What an epic beach day. That's all I got. I'm just excited on the sand. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Chris Cote. We just saw Maluska Tello giving it all she's got. Maluska Tello just absolutely taking the top off of that last wave. And in my estimation, she is going to toss that 6.73 and just put a grapple lock on first place here. Josefina Ane getting another wave, but in and out. She is just scrambling to find her rhythm out there. Just 2 minutes and seconds left, and certainly enough time to do some damage, but you also have to watch Frankie Harar. She is very capable of throwing away one of those 5s or 6s. Here we go in the next heat. Noimar McGonigal. We're going back to the men's from Costa Rica, Australia. Powerhouse Shane Holmes and Hayden Blair. So this is actually a pretty important heat for Team Australia, because if one of the Australians don't advance, they will be subjected to the repechage. And I'd suffice to say we might see a little teamwork, as the Australian competitive machine is such strategists.
And up and riding Maluska Tello, the recap from Maluska Tello's wave, and wow, that's going to be putting her, you can see the 9.1 that she got from that ride, just holding on. So that's what the judges really want. She is killing it right now with a 9.1 and an 8.17, and good on her, because boy, there's a lot of pressure on Maluska right now with Annalie, the defending gold medal champion, just knocked out of contention. Maluska Tello holding the flag for Peru right now, and it's really all on her. So definitely good job, doing a great job to keep Peru in contention with a total heat score of 17.27, one of the highest heat scores for the ladies right now. I mean, boy, what about her wave riding, Mike, do you think gave her that 9.1?
Well, she's surfing with power. She's got a lot of flow. She's done a variety of maneuvers, and really, I go back to the power surfing. She's just really connected to her board. There's no bobbling, and that's what the judges are looking for. They're putting it all together. Obviously, the judges have to reset the scale every heat, and there's a criteria, and a speed, power, flow is huge. So Maluska Tello sort of checking all the boxes right there, and making sure she turns in her homework on time. So that's it. This heat's over.
Wow, so there you see it. As the horn sounds, Maluska Tello is going to take the first place position with a 17.27 total, and Frankie Harar from USA, Malibu, California, is going to scathe by just barely with 11.34. Josefina Ane just couldn't find the waves that she wanted, but no doubt that so much support from the Argentine team, and especially the Association of Argentine Surfing, which has been sport there, especially Mar del Plata. So we're just happy to see her out here, and she's done great. So here's the heat recap.
All right, well, it was all about this surfer from Peru, just absolutely throwing power and flair at these waves. Maluska Tello just dominating these long left-handers. Beautiful timing and power. Another power hack. So no stranger to long left-hand point breaks. Tello is just having a field day, enjoying her time with only 2 other ladies in the water.
Yeah, and we wanted to take this time to thank our sponsors for the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games, presented by Claro La Fise. And tune in to the action right after this quick break.
Una, dos, tres.
¡Viva México! ¡Viva con Oscar Boy!
welcome back to the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games here at Popoyo, Nicaragua, in the beautiful water on the Pacific Ocean. We are Mike Latronic and Shannon Quirk reporting here from Popoyo, and we're so glad to be here. Thank you so much to our supporters, la Alcaldía de Rivas, Consejo Superior de la Empresa Privada, and our media partners, Surfers Village, Waves Brasil, Gravidad Zero, and Via de Escape.
All right, well, we're back to the men's action, and this man has been throwing some action all week. Australian Shane Holmes in the yellow jersey. Beautiful carving cutback there at the end of that ride. Kind of a shorter ride. The rights have been shorter than the lefts on average, but really doing some great work on that right-hander. All right, we're going to go down to the beach where Chris Cote has the winner of that last heat.
That's right. An incredible performance from this young Peruvian lady right here. And this young man, Miguel Tudela, more incredible performances from Team Peru. 2 heats in a row. This guy's been going nuts. And now he's going to act as my translator. So that heat, that was looking really stressful at times, but also fun. Tell us about your experience in that last rapid charge heat.
Te está diciendo que el hit estuvo bastante difícil, las condiciones difíciles, pero supiste resolver. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Bueno, me siento muy feliz porque había tenido un mal comienzo en los primeros hits de Main Event, pero ahora he ido con todo y por repechaje me estoy reivindicando con cada ola que agarro.
She's saying that she's feeling good now because on the first couple hits on Main Event, she couldn't make it the way she wanted, and now she's feeling good with his surfing and his board and everything. So.
You're making us feel good with your surfing. Ask her, how does she draw from the men? You see right now, the men are going off out in the lineup. You surfed a couple great heats. We're watching these guys right here. The beach is going insane. This set coming in, Miguel, I know you've been watching every heat in the water. As this wave comes through, if a surfer is in position, I'm going to let you become a commentator here. Why don't you talk us through this wave? Miguel Tudela.
Yeah, there's a wide going around the section. Gets a little flat, kicks out.
All right, well, while that wave got fat, one more question for you. So ask her how she draws from strong performances from her male team members to get her through heats.
Te está preguntando cómo te sientes de cómo los hombres y tus otros team members del equipo están haciendo buenos performances. ¿Cómo te sientes con eso?
Nada, creo que todo el equipo está contento, estamos avanzando y poco a poco queremos llegar a la medalla de oro, a pesar de que tenemos solo 3 vivos, estamos dando poco a poco nuestro poder de Inca, ¿no?
She's saying that we have only 3 alive, but the team is really united and we're going for the gold medal anyway, and we're doing the best on every heat, heat by heat, and she's saying that everything is going really good for everyone and we are trying to do the best all the time.
I like it. Well, let's end this with a 1, 2, 3 Peru, okay? 1, 2, 3. Peru! Well, we're together as a team. Don't you worry about it. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right. Well, keeping it together on the beach and getting the stories that make this event so very special. Thank you, Chris Cote. I'm Mike Latronic with Shannon Quirk here in the booth. We saw a couple rides. Neumar McGonigal currently in first place with a 4.83 and a 6.33. Hayden Blair, he's just got a throwaway before this, so this is going to be an important ride for the Australian. Unfortunately, not able to take advantage of the rest of that wave as it spins away without him. So a couple good turns, though, before it closed out. He's going to want to get out there and get a better one. Some beautiful surfing during that interview from Neumar McGonigal. He picked that wave up from the end, but did like 4 big, beautiful backside off the lips. So really great indication that we're going to see this heat really light up with some exciting surfing. And here goes McGonigal taking a look, decides not to go. He knows there's no messing around. These Australians are very stalwart competitors, and oftentimes we see the Aussies ramp it up here on the last 2 days of competition. Hayden Blair getting a 4.93 on his last wave. McGonigal taking yet another look at a smaller wave, decides not to go. Here he goes, kind of paddling out. There's some beachgoers. Looks like somebody was in a skateboard accident maybe, but walking pretty steady nonetheless. And Neumar McGonigal on another nice wave. Just love the way he's able to arc and torque his body around. Maximum power. He decides that one's what he wants, and he kicks out. So some lines coming in out the back, so maybe a slight error for McGonigal to have let the lineup free for the Aussies to frolic. Never want to miss a set wave, but it happens here, and you can see Shane Holmes making his way over to the rights again. Had a lot of success on that opening right, got a 7.5. So Shane establishing that power is king. And look at that, just a straight up off the lip from Holmes, doing some serious damage on that first section. Kicks out. So Holmes has got his backup score right now. He's probably going to move into first place. He only needed a 3.66, but based on the scale we have seen from the judging, that first off the lip alone would have been potentially enough to get that score. So he's going to likely move into first, and Neumar McGonigal is going to look for something bigger. There's our Costa Rican fans. They made it all the way up here. Apparently, they hitchhiked, they caught buses, got some rides, and really wanted to come and cheer on their Costa Rican team. And in the water, Neumar McGonigal in red from Costa Rica, Shane Holmes in the yellow from Australia with his native comrade, another in the white jersey, Hayden Blair.
Yeah, you know, Shane Holmes actually has a medal of his own with a third place finish at the 2014 ISA Surfing Games. And Hayden Blair, not far behind, he was an 8th place contender at the ISA World Surfing Games. So both these guys definitely know what it takes and have, you know, just barely tasted gold. So they're going to be hungry competitors, as you can see. Noah and Hayden Blair taking a look. You know, the conditions are changing a lot, and what are we expecting, Mike, throughout the day?
Well, the tide has gone low. As the tide comes back in this afternoon, we're going to see a lot of those exposed rocks get covered up. Obviously, the surfers will be a lot on the beach when the tide moves in. Right now, it's still a pretty long paddle out, so the conditions aren't as brushed and perfect as we've seen, but it is offshore. It is very contestable. I think surfers that travel the world, following events around the world, every one of them would say that this is, very, very high quality surf for a surf contest. And Surfline, our official surf forecaster, has said that we're going to see pretty good conditions and surf today. The sets should hang around, and it should be at least chest high, maybe 1 to 2 feet overhead, which is exactly what it is. For tomorrow, they're looking at possibly a slight increase, if not the same. So plenty of surf on tap here to get this event finished, and plenty of juice on tap with that boy Shane Holmes just throwing spray. I think he pretty much wanted to get some houses on the beach wet with that spray. So he's got a 7.5 and a 5. Currently moved into first place. I believe that score could rival that 5. We'll see.
Yeah, and just to give you an idea of how much the tides change here, we had about a 9-foot high in the morning at 5 o'clock, and it goes all the way down to a 0.4 low at 11 a.m., and you'll see that high tide back up around 5 o'clock p.m., so pretty incredible, the difference here. It definitely changes the lineup, and normally the winds stay pretty solid at a nice offshore breeze, but with that primary southwest swell and then secondary west Blanca swell mixing in later, that is also going to jumble up the wind a bit. So these contestants are really going to take advantage of the nice early morning conditions head into the afternoon. Sunday is also going to provide, tops holding out with the secondary west Blanca swell. So hopefully a little bit bigger tomorrow, and we are all crossing our fingers for that larger outer reef. Popoyo is really famous for that outer reef, and we were talking earlier about all the locals here and how they barely even paddle out when it's not picture perfect. But Mike, you've been surfing a lot over this right-hand slab too. Seems like there's just so many options for great surf in Nicaragua.
Yeah, I got to sample the little surf break next to the contest area here. Some really fun waves. I opted to go over there first because I knew, the surf break at the contest would get a little more filled in with people quicker. But yeah, I was up at first light. Went to surf my little hopscotch right down the beach. Not sure what it's called, but moved over to the break. I really wanted to experience what the surfers were experiencing, so wanted to sort of do my research and development. And it's a trickier wave than meets the eye. You can see it's got some double up sections when you're watching it, and some of the waves fill in far from the south. Other ones you want to take off a little more north. And it's time's winding down. Still about 8 minutes left, but we've got all surfers in the lineup. Noimar seems to have the inside position if he wants to go left. We'll see Shane. No, that was Hayden Blair taking a look, so no ride on that. And now it looks like we've got all three surfers sort of huddled up. Noimar, no stranger to competition, currently a soldier on the World Surfing Tour. And there's Cody Klein, pretty young lady from Australia, cheering on her team cohorts. She surfed proudly up until today, so she did make it through day. I think it was up to round 4 of the repechage of women, or round 5, please don't quote me, but she definitely put some points on the board for Team Australia. Meanwhile, some lines coming in. Let's see if we can get some action out of Noimar McGonigal here. Taking a look at this, and you know what? Looks like Shane Holmes is in position for this left again. So Holmes, way far back, decides not to go. Noimar McGonigal's got himself a wave. Big bottom turn off the top combo here. Thing definitely got a steeper section to work with. Beautiful snap off the top. Let's see if he can get around this section for another one. He does. So clocking in some more points. Another vertical turn. Negotiates that super shallow section very well. So Noimar McGonigal definitely going to throw away that 4.83, maybe even surpass that 3.3. And he needed it because Hayden Blair is in striking distance. And there's the first mistake we've seen from Shane Holmes. He's got a 7.6 and a 7.5. So kind of a happy face there on the rugged Australian man.
We have tons of comments coming in now for Noe McGonigal from Costa Rica. As you see, up and riding Hayden Blair from Australia on his backhand, looking so sharp.
Yeah, well, this is a bigger wave. He's definitely throwing some spray. Unfortunately, coming unstuck at the end of that. The judges are going to take that into consideration, but he did do some good work on those first 2 sections. So Hayden Blair is going to post a decent score, but we're waiting on scores for Noimar's last wave. Definitely throwing some flair on that wave and ramping it up. Now, Shane Holmes, he's got 2 7.5s, 7.5 and a 7.6, uncharacteristically just coming unstuck. How's the beach here, Shannon? You've been down there more than me.
Oh my gosh, it's phenomenal. I mean, you think you're going to cool off and then you hit the water and it's about the exact same air temperature. So you have a nice high 80s in the water and on the beach. So no doubt you're going to get some sun. And, the whole crew is so stoked, especially it's the weekend. So all the locals are down here off work and happy to support. The sport is just blowing up here in Nicaragua on the coastline. And, if we haven't said it enough, the number one economic strength in the tourism sector for Nicaragua is surf tourists. So pretty cool to hear that. And can really shows you what ISA is doing to the coastline to help improve the community here. It's all about community love and supporting the sport, doing great things, good work, and just so happy to be a part of this ISA team and really excited that we were invited down here to Popoyo. It's going to be hard to rip us out of here. It's an incredible spot, and I definitely recommend it to anyone that's looking to get some good waves and warm water.
Well, true that. So situation's the same as far as on the scoreboard right now. Judges were easily able to put Shane Holmes's up and downs on the board, a couple ones, not going to affect his scores, but still waiting on that last ride of Neymar McGonigal. Very important ride, as well as Hayden Blair. So as time's ticking away down to 4 minutes, it's going to be a nail biter at the end. Let's see. You can see the drone in the foreground. Our production crew here getting a lot of great footage on this event. And that thing flies pretty fast.
And we wanted to take this break in the action to thank our sponsors. We are presented by Claro, La FICE, and supported by La Alcaldía de Tola, La Cámara Nacional de Turismo de Nicaragua, and our media partners, Surfline, the official forecaster, Surfos Magazine, and Pasión Extrema in Fox Sports Latin America. So we'll see who gets this next ride, as Noah from Costa Rica and Hayden Blair just trying to pal around each other and see what they can do in the last 3 minutes of this heat. The entire Costa Rican team down there on the beach. And vamos, ticos, we want to hear who you're cheering for. Then definitely keep the comments coming. Go to ISA Surfing on Instagram, and you can see some incredible photos from our hardworking photographers. A big shout out to Nelly. He is Dave Nelson from Santa Cruz, California, is our hardworking photographer with the long lens out here. He's normally taking water shots in a 7mm wetsuit, so no doubt he's pretty stoked to just shed the rubber. Next up, in open men's round 5, heat 2, Leandro Osuna from Argentina, Joaquin del Castillo from Peru, and Nick Van Rupp from Portugal. So stoked to have those guys coming out. This is going to be a massive heat, and definitely want to tune in for the action live with Shane Holmes on this next ride in yellow.
Well, Shane Holmes opting to get this bomb of a set wave. He's potentially only going to strengthen his position. We saw Neymar and Hayden Blair looking at that wave. Everybody wanted it. Shane Holmes able to get yet another good ride. Not sure if it's going to surpass those 7.5s, but finishing really well. So another strong ride there for our surfer in yellow, Shane Holmes. And here we go. Hayden Blair. This is a super important wave. Unfortunately stuck behind that first section. A lot of opportunity there on those first few sections. He's got himself a little bit of an open face now, and he's ramping it up. He needs a 7.11, and he is doing some good work on this wave. A lot of maneuvers to finish this ride. Just not sure how important those outside sections are going to be to get him closer to that score.
Oh man, this is such a close heat with only 1 minute on the clock. See all of the Australian team down on the beach cheering on their team, and so amazing to see the whole crew from Australia as they're cheering on Shane Holmes and Hayden Blair. You know, Shane, he's only 22 years old, and with 15 years of surfing under his belt, he was the 3rd place champion for the ISA Surfing Games in 2014. Hayden Blair also a close 8th place. So these are two strong competitors from Australia who are going to be looking to take out No from Costa Rica, but I don't know if he'll have it as he is up and riding.
Well, Neymar McGonigal cranking off the lip straight up on that last wave. Deep bottom turn, another big off the lip. Let's see if he can hang on. Unfortunately, not able to hang on there, and he needs to drop that 6.33. And I don't know, those were two good maneuvers. Hayden Blair also had a good wave. It is going to be a nail biter here. We're going to run out of time. I don't think there's going to be any more waves ridden. So, oh man, just super intense for both Team Costa Rica and Team Australia.
Awesome. Well, there you have it. What a close close heat. And now for your heat recap, we had Shane Holmes dominating the heat with a 7.5 and a 7.6, as Noah McGonigal from Costa Rica coming in with a 8.27 high score and a 6.33. Shane Holmes was really the dominant competitor of the heat with some great backhand attacks, but Noah McGonigal also strong contender from Costa Rica. Vamos Ticos, the whole country right now is pretty stoked and frothing. We can hear their cheers all the way from Costa. This was that last ride from Hayden Blair. Phenomenal wave with a 7.5, or excuse me, you were looking at his 6.13, and just not going to be enough. So we're going to go to a commercial break and come right back to the action here at Popoyo.
1, 2, 3. Puerto Rico ahí. Buena.
Welcome back, surf fans, to the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. The beach is filling up, and for good reason. Action in the water right now is world class. This is men's surfing with Leandro Osuna from Argentina, last year's gold medalist, up and ripping. Powerful backhand has been getting him win after win after win, looking again like a strong favorite to medal in this year's surfing games. 20-minute heat. This is main event action, round 5, heat number 2. And what that tells you is this is a non-elimination round. Third place surfer will go to a repecharge, but every repecharge at this point is just as gnarly as any heat in the main event. 18 minutes to go. Scores will be coming in momentarily for Leandro Osuna, powerful regular footer from Argentina, representing the Argentinian contingent very, very adeptly right now. And Nick Van Rupp from Portugal will be in white. Joaquin del Castillo from Peru will be rounding out this 3-man heat. He is your surfer in yellow. So as we roll through these heats, we're going to definitely see a shakeup in the overall team standings. These 3 teams on your screen right now are still in contention to medal in this year's games. But every heat gets crucial this late in the game. So we come on the latter rounds. Jessica Anderson, she has been a strong competitor throughout this entire event from day one, putting up big heat scores. So she'll be coming up as we kind of ping pong back and forth from men's and women's. That's basically, we're going main event, repecharge, main event, repecharge. So some heats we lose competitors. Others, well, they get a second shot into the repecharge. So the beach scene in full effect. And man, I am ecstatic to be joined by a multilingual sensation currently residing in Chile, Mr. Philip Moeller.
How are you, my friend? Chris Kotek.
Well, I'm not as good as those 3 girls, as they're kind of just chilling in the water right now, but I'm doing pretty good because I got some incredible surfing about to come right at my face here in the commentary booth. Leandro Osuna starting it off with a 6.67 Felipe, you've been over in the Spanish-speaking webcast. Give me your breakdown of kind of what you've seen here on the second to last day of competition at the World Surfing Games.
I mean, the level has stepped up incredibly. I mean, there's really great series where really it's difficult to find a favorite. I mean, all this great level in the water, there's already the last surfers, the field is getting thinner and thinner, and the level is stepping up really quick. And so we've seen that today. I mean, some big favorites, Anneli Gomez from Peru. I mean, she's the defending gold champion, and she couldn't against, that was Philippa Anderson and Leilani McGonigal. And so, unfortunately there, we lost one of the great surfers from Peru, but Miluz Catello, the other girl on Peru, went through. And we're seeing some big names being eliminated already in the repechage round. At least this is a main event round. 2 guys will go through, but 1 guy will have to go towards the repechage round, where he still have a chance to get back into the big final.
Yeah, the repechages are getting scary. Here's a look at Joaquin de Castillo from Peru. So the Peruvian team still hanging tough. He's going to have another shot, win, lose, or draw after this heat. So with just under 15 minutes to go, we're going to go down to the beach with Mr. Mike Latronic.
All right, well, power is reigning supreme. Shane Holmes, he's got his little friend here. I don't know what's going on, but got a little birdie on your shoulder telling you what's going on out there?
Yeah, I think it's my good luck charm, to tell you the truth.
All right, well, you started out that heat with a scathing little right-hander. What was that strategy about? Because we've seen most of the big scores on the lefts.
Yeah, you know, I was just trying to get like a little score at the start of the heat and just get the ball rolling throughout the end.
Well, that little score ended up being a 7.5. Then you backed it out. Where do you what do you eat in the morning, man? I think you were trying to spray some of the houses on the beach down there.
Well, I can tell you the truth, it's Burger King. I go up Burger King before me heat, have a cheeseburger and a Powerade, to tell you the truth.
All right, well, Burger King, but he did say Powerade, so we're going to go with the Powerade. Good job, Team Australia. You lost Hayden Blair in that one, but he's in the repechage, and we got some great surfing going on right out there, so back to you guys in the booth.
Right on. Thank you, Mike. Congratulations, Shane Holmes. It's like Leandro Osuna. Again, kind of a medium one right here. The tide is dropping. These waves are just getting better as Leandro Osuna goes to the roundhouse reverse. Kind of a rare maneuver, but I really like it. If it's functional, it just adds a little bit of, variety and flair. And Philip, we talk about the scoring here. It's speed, power, flow. You got a variety of maneuvers. You got to be in control. And Leandro Osuna right there, well, I wouldn't say the speed was the key on that wave. He's always got power and flow, but that wave was just a little bit slow itself.
Yeah, exactly. But we're used to another speed from this guy, but still trying to make the most. We've already got 1 wave for each of the 3 surfers. The best one of this first exchange is for Lele Osuna, 6.83, as he's called in Argentina, the Grinch. That's his name, and he is the defending gold medal champion from last year's 50th anniversary ISA World Surfing Games in Punta Rocas. So trying to go towards the final and get a 2nd consecutive gold medal. I mean, for Anneli Gomez, that dream is already over. She is out. Joaquin del Castillo is second. His first wave of 5.67, and Nick van Rupp 5 points for Portugal. So that's the first exchange. We're going to wait for that 2nd set as we see the people on the beach, and you can see this wind. As you know, this is the land of offshore winds. It's nearly 24 hours a day with offshore, so it's so great for surfing and one of the most consistent countries in the world for surfing. If you come on a surf trip to Nicaragua, you're sure to be getting great waves and surfing every day. I think they don't know, there's no word in Spanish for flat day in Nicaragua.
Well, that's why the ISA had the foresight to make this the 2015 location of choice. You see this place in video and photos, and it seems to always be holding. So, you had mentioned earlier, Philip, Anneli Gomez, your gold medalist from last year. We also lost the silver medalist, Mimi Barona, Dominica Barona from Ecuador. So big shakeups on the women's side of things. The only person right now who's has the capability to have a repeat medal performance is Philippa Anderson from Australia on the women's side.
Yeah, it seems a bit of a revenge from Philippa Anderson. She finished third last year behind Annalie Gomez and Mimi Barona, and this time she's still in competition, and those two girls, the two Latin surfers, are already out. So Philippa Anderson might have a bit of an easier job, but there's still a lot of great surfers, and Leilani McGonigal is obviously going to defend those Latin American colors for Costa Rica. For now, here comes Nick van Rupp from Portugal. What a nice opening maneuver.
Yeah, a couple great power carves from Nick van Rupp, and this guy is a true powerhouse. With every turn, he just seems to keep increasing speed-wise as he comes out of these hooks. And right behind him, Joaquin de Castillo from Peru. Like I said, all three teams in this heat still in contention for the gold medal, and that will be awarded tomorrow, the final day of the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. Joaquin likes it. Team Peru cheering, whistling, waving flags on the beach. They're stoked, and they are your current reigning gold medal team, and this is your current reigning gold medal surfer individually, and that is Leandro Osuna going down. So right now, looking to have the possible repeat. Peru and Australia still going strong. Also Argentina, Costa Rica. So the top four teams from last year, they're still well in contention right now, Philip. And of course, every day we get this list of potentially the maximum points they can get. So we'll see how it shakes out as the end of this round nears. And guess what we have at the end of the day?
The Aloha Cup final. We had so
Yes.
much fun yesterday with the two semi-finals, 50 minutes each. And there's already only 4 countries left out of 8. So we've got Peru, Costa Rica, Argentina, and Australia who will be seeing in the final. So those points of the Aloha Cup do not go towards the team standings. But if you win, so anyway, these 4 teams that I've just mentioned will be getting medals. You know, a few bits of extra bling for your mantelpiece.
A medal's a medal. I'll take it.
Yeah, obviously. You do not sell it, please.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I'll ask. So the Aloha Cup, that'll be coming up later on this afternoon, and I don't even have to tell you what time because I know you're all going to be logged on all day. Because why not? I mean, we're looking at perfect conditions. The sun is shining. Nicaragua is definitely showing us its bright side right now, and wave-wise, it's been like this all week. I mean, Surfline has been spot on. I'd say for Surfline, this is a pretty easy place to be a swell forecaster. You just say it's head high and fun every day, and you'd probably be right.
Yeah, they'll just copy and paste. There'll be waves tomorrow.
Yeah, Jonathan Warren has been super on it every day, every night, giving us at least 2 updates a day, and we want to say thank you to Surfline, and they definitely have their pulse on the world of swell.
So we want to say thank you anyway to Surfline, to Warren. Also Kevin Wallace sometimes works for the ISA. It depends which forecaster is assigned to each event. And I hope to meet both of you one day, because we only know these people in the surf industry. Sometimes you know people very well just by emails and working with them and never meeting them. So here comes red. That was Lele Osuna. And so we've had a few changes in this situation. 7 minutes and 45 left. Leandro Osuna went from first to third position right now. He needs 5.61 to advance to second. Where is Joaquin del Castillo? We just saw him kicking out of that wave. He's in second, 0.7 to get to first position, whereas Nick van Rupp from Portugal, he was third, went to first. Leandro Osuna went from third to third, and Joaquin del Castillo is staying quietly just in the middle, going through hopefully towards the next round of the main event.
Yeah, so thankfully for whichever surfer bows out of this heat, they'll be straight into a repecharge. And looking at the schedule, there is one more round of repecharge for the men. So right now we're in the main event, round 5. So 2 heats each for the main and for the repecharge. So these guys, win or lose, are going to be surfing a lot of heats today, Philip. We've already seen many of these surfers in the lineup in these previous couple heats surfing 2-3 times. So it's going to be a long day. And luckily they're all young, fit individuals. I mean, this is what they do on their day off. I mean, in and out of a jersey, that's all these guys do. It's surf. That's their training. Surf, surf, surf.
That's it. Don't complain. I mean, there's probably people locked in an office right now watching this webcast. So happy to bring you like these nice pictures of the beach towards your office. And well, a big hello to all you guys who have to work in an office, and even worse if you have to wear a tie.
Yeah, and if you have the website on silent because you don't want to get fired, that's fine too. You're watching Leandro Osuna, surfer in red. Big backside snap. Great wave choice here. This thing just offering ample opportunity down the line as he just tries to put a little bit too much square peg in a round hole that last turn. Could not pull it down.
Yeah, just tried to fit one last turn down that wave, but Popoyo said, no, that's enough for me.
Yeah, if Leandro Osuna can't power through a section, you know it's probably not possible because he is a powerful, powerful surfer. And I'm definitely going to be Googling him when I get back because I want to see some free surf footage of him.
So let's see also when there's 5 minutes and 20 seconds left, so there are very few moments before they can enter the water the following heat. And as you said, Chris, we're going to the main event round 4. And there is in the water, she's in yellow, Paige Hareb from New Zealand. She was on the floor as she is defending the colors of New Zealand. Ella Williams is in the second heat of this main round 4 of the woman. So in this first heat, Paige Arab, we saw her going into the water. She will be against Chelsea Twack from Barbados and Jessica Anderson from Chile.
Wow. I mean, these are surfing superstars matching up against each other in these. Every heat today has been super tight and hotly contested. 4 minutes, 32 seconds to go. Leandro Osuna now jumps back into first place. His last wave is 6.83. I'm sorry, a 7.50. So his total right now, 14.33. It's like Nick Von Rupp drops into second with a 7.83 and a 5. Joaquin de Castillo from Peru. He's got a 6.77 and a 5.67. So again, tight heats. Look at second and third right now, 12.83 and 12.44. That's about as tight as it gets, Philip.
Yeah, very little difference there. Less than 4 decimal points between Nick Van Rupp from Portugal and Joaquin del Castillo. Lots of movement on the beach, lots of people coming, going, according to what team is in the water. And also people trying to keep hydrated as best as they can. I mean, when we're down on the beach, I mean, you've been there, I've been there, Shannon also with Mike. And I mean, it's pretty intense being on the beach, walking around, especially at this time around lunchtime. It really gets hot on the beach, so it will be very nice to have the Aloha Cup a little bit later on during the day. It will be at 3:30. Right now it's 1:10 here in Nicaragua, so in 2 hours 20 we should be seeing that final of the Aloha Cup. Here comes Leandro Osuna. We've seen more changes in the situation, so the last wave of Lele Osuna, 7.5. That takes him to the first position. Nick Van Rupp slides down to second position right now. Now he needs 6 points. He's going to try to get that score going around the section. Will he get to clean face? Here he is. First roundhouse cutback, marking the bottom. Here's another one, trying to maintain in that wave, waiting for a bit more of open face. There we can see cameraman trying to follow the action in the water. Up and there with that little tail slide. Getting a bit of air also for Nick Van Rupp, so we'll see if that gets more than a 6.5 right now. And Joaquin del Castillo, he was in second position for quite some time. Now he's down to third and he needs a 6.07. But for now, here comes the Argentinian champion Leandro Osuna.
Expect some power moves right now. Bam! Love this backside attack from Leandro Osuna. And Leandro, of course, he's been around the world and back, a QS standout for the better part of the last 5 or 10 years. I mean, the guy's been all over the map and getting out of that wave, hopefully in time. Looked like a little bit of a dry reef experience for Leandro through the inside. To all of our surfers, having just ridden waves, the lineup currently empty. Hello. Hola. Buenos dias.
I think they can't see you or hear you, Chris.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Well, it looked like they were looking right at me.
We've got a message there from Jonathan Rowan, so he was listening Thanks for the shout out, guys, and cheers to you as well for the great commentating. More size tomorrow, and you! Yeah, you must be friends with Simon there to use that sort of expression.
Yeah, YEW. That's the
you.
The common sentence ender for many of us, including myself.
Thank you, Jonathan Raren. Anyway, hope to meet you one day, and thank you for those great swell info. And we're looking really forward to tomorrow to getting that extra size.
I'm getting here extra early. I really want to feel what the water's like before I talk about it all day. Well, a minute to go here, Philip. Leandro Osuna in the lead. Nick Van Rupp, he is in second, waiting on one score for Nick Van Rupp. He's got to hold Joaquin de Castillo off this wave, and he does. And he gets to stick with him on the outside. So that was double job for Nick Van Rupp. He held Joaquin de Castillo off the wave, and he didn't leave him out the back by himself. You see right here, he's trying to shadow him, but it's like Joaquin de Castillo is a fast paddler. He's putting some distance between himself and Nick Van Rupp. 29 seconds to go, Philip.
Yeah, we're seeing Joaquin del Castillo, but he's being followed by Nick Van Rupp everywhere he goes. He's being sat on by the Portuguese. He doesn't want to let the Peruvian go through. So, I mean, this is going to be a tough day for Peru, having lost already Anali Gomez. And if this goes on, it seems he won't be able to fend him off. Here goes the final countdown, as Europe said. And there it is. That's the end of the series. This wave won't count. Visibly very disappointed for Joaquin del Castillo. He was going through and then getting into that third spot, couldn't come out of it. And so Peru loses another one of its athletes. And so we'll see how the table of positions. They were in the lead when we opened the day of the potential points. Remember, these are potential points. Portugal was second. So obviously with Nick Van Rupp eliminating there Joaquin del Castillo, they might climb over Peru. Argentina is in third position there. Lele Osuna still going forward. They've lost one of the girls. Well, they've lost both girls right now in the repechage round. Australia is in fourth position and Costa Rica fifth.
All right. Well, here's your heat recap. An incredible heat. A display of power from our Argentinian surfer, Leandro Osuna. And, man, we got 3 more surfers entering the water as we speak. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more action live from Popoyo, the World Surfing Games.
If you had one shot, or one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it? Or just let it slip?
All right, we're back in action. Women's hitting the lineup now. This is going to be women's repechage. Oh, I'm sorry, main event. So no elimination here, but 2 surfers will be moving on to that next main event round, making their push towards gold that much smoother. So on your screen right now, up and riding from New Zealand, Paige Arab. Paige, a strong contender for the gold now that our reigning gold and silver medal surfers from last year are out. Anali Gomez and Mimi Barona both losing in earlier repechage heats, and that leaves the door wide open for brand new medalists. And while we enjoy seeing returning champions reign again, it's pretty cool to see some new blood headed towards that podium. 18 minutes to go here in main event surfing for the women's round. And we're looking at, of course, 20-minute heats still through these repecharge rounds, or through these main event rounds. And plenty of surf coming in. Tide's dropping a little bit. Waves are looking like they're getting a little bit better with each heat. You know, the size throughout these afternoons with that low tide may have just dropped a little bit, just kind of due to the tidal push. But as the tide drops, the waves just get better shape, and it allows for just more high performance surfing. And that's what I know I want to see. And I'm assuming my partner, Mike Latronic, loves high speed, high performance surfing. Well, let's go to the beach and get a quick word from Shannon Quirk.
Thanks, Chris. We're down here with Leandro Osuna from Argentina. You know, that was a hard one. You said you had a bit difficult and a lot of competition out there in the water today.
Yeah. In English or Spanish? Does it matter? Okay, I'll do it first in English and then we'll do it. Yeah, I mean, the waves are still firing. It's so fun out here. It's just too hot for me. I'm used to the cold, you know, coming from Argentina, but I'm having such a fun time. I mean, it's been an incredible week. The waves have been nonstop, perfect conditions, head high. Everybody's having such a good time. We're all friends, you know. It's those 20 minutes that we got to kind of be enemies, but out of the water, we're all friends, we're all buddies. So I'm just enjoying my time. I'm loving it. Just keep it going, you know, keep the vibes up, the energy flowing. Just loving it.
Yeah, for sure. And as you're going into the next round and approaching with maybe some bigger sets of the day, anything you're going to change up? You're going to keep the same equipment, same fins?
Well, you know, it's since day one they've been saying, oh, it's going to be bigger tomorrow. It's going to be bigger tomorrow. It's going to be big. I mean, there's big sets, but those medium ones are the good ones. You know, the ones that line up. I feel like the sets go kind of wide. So I don't know, if it gets too big, then yeah, I'll probably change to a different board, a bigger board, just so it looks better, looks more steadier. Maybe look at the rights too. I've seen the rights have been barreling. So, but now just keep it the same. You know, I'm trying to do everything the same every day. You know, wear the same sandals, step on the same rocks. You know, just keep the same movement, the same flow going.
Awesome. Well, you guys did great in the Aloha Cup yesterday, and all good vibes down there on the beach. How did you guys pull off that win?
Yeah. We had the second semifinals of the Aloha Cup, and it kind of turned onshore. It was hard to get a good score, so, you know, I took a lot of time. I was the first one up, and I took a lot more than I should have, but it paid off. I mean, we ended up winning the semifinals, and we kind of talked about it yesterday and figured out some things for today. But, yeah, hopefully the wind stays like this, the conditions stay good. It's going to be such a fun Aloha Cup. I can't wait for it.
So cool. Well, definitely look for Argentina and give us some words for the friends back home in Mar del Plata.
Bueno, un saludo grande a mi familia, a mi novia Pilar, los quiero un montón. Gracias Argentina por seguirnos, vamos Argentina que seguimos vivos. Y bueno, un saludo también big shout out to family of Nate Upton, all the boys back home. I'm still going for you, bud. You're still with us. And gracias a todos. Thanks everybody. Yeah.
All right, there you have it. Back to you guys in the booth.
Gotta love the inspirational from Lele Osuna, and he talked about doing things the same, Chris Cote. Well, if he keeps doing things the same, he's going to end up in first place, because that was our defending champion from last year's tournament. And Aloha Cup, he mentioned it, we are going to give away some medals today. We are going to have some winners. And here is Chelsea Tuak. You know, I was thinking about this earlier. Chelsea Tuak is a huge spoiler in this competition. Really, no chance at a gold medal, because the Barbados team, you know, they didn't come with a full team, and I believe she is, if not the only one left in competition, one of two left in competition. So Chelsea Tuak really been putting pedal to the metal and taking out some of the biggest names in this contest. So if she continues her run, she could be a big spoiler to the efforts of some of these other teams to get medals.
Yeah, Chelsea's 19 years old. Bright future ahead of her. She is living in St. Michael, Barbados. And she finished third place on the ASP World Junior Tour. So already some big results in her past, and you can bet she's looking for a big result here. She's guaranteed at least to surf this heat and one more. This is the main event, so our third place surfer is going to be going to the repecharge. I really don't think that's what she's thinking about right now. She's thinking about a win and only a win. Highly competitive. Watched her all throughout the amateur circuits. And she's been on the scene for a while, and a lot of traveling, especially, if you're from Barbados, of course, you'd love to just stay home. You're living in paradise, and the waves are really good there. But if you want to compete, there's only so many events you can do at your home. So she travels a lot to Florida, California, Hawaii. So she's always on an airplane, and most likely when she lands, she'll be in a jersey.
Yeah, well, traveling definitely helps any sportsman. Sportsmen from all over the world get together, and it really drives the level of performance no matter what the sport. If you stay home and just surf at home all the time, sure, you'll get good, you'll get great. But when you tap into what's out there in the world, like here at the ISA World Surfing Games, it really pushes the level of competition. Oh my goodness. We had Jessica Anderson looking at that wave and looking at it just a little too long. She went over the falls. Hope she's okay. And here is New Zealand's Paige Harab on a beautiful looking wall, looking similar to outside corner Uluwatu. Just such a nice left-hander. It's kind of, not one of the steepest ones we've seen, but wow, 1-2 punch on the face for Paige. So not finishing well, but a couple good cutbacks there before that. Look at this. I've seen wild horses all over here in Nicaragua, walking on the trails, walking on the roads. Horse still a major form of transportation down here in Latin America.
Yeah, I saw a guy on a horse texting on his iPhone on the road, and I'm just wondering if that's legal. Not that I'm going to tell on him, but...
Good point. I mean, next time I encounter one of the local officials, I'm going to ask him about that, because texting while driving is definitely not cool. Too many accidents on the road, but you have to hold on to the horse reins with one hand.
It's like a co-pilot. So look at these sets coming in. Mike Latronic, consistency is our friend here at the ISA World Surfing Games. A couple smaller ones through to the inside. We'll see if one of these young ladies takes advantage. These little runners. And I think we're going to have Paige Harab taking a look. She was actually sitting kind of in this same spot during the free surfs. So maybe a little bit of a strategy for her to pick off these inside speed runs. This one closing out a little bit, going foamy on her. She does ride out of it, sort of.
Yeah,
so
maybe.
We're about halfway through. Chelsea Tuak in the lead, but not a lot of big scores on the board just yet.
Yeah, well, Jessica Anderson's going to have another stab at it here, this time successfully getting down to the bottom of the wave. Sort of maybe a little puncture there on that wipeout, but no. She's back in action, handling a little chatter right there, but throwing a nice turn before that and going big on that last section, dealing with those rocks. I don't know. It almost looked like she got stopped right there by a rock. Hopefully not. Hopefully she's okay.
Yeah, a little bit of an issue on the takeoff. It looked like maybe she was standing on her leash, or just a little off where she generally stands up. Chelsea Tuak on a great looking wave from way out the back. This thing turning into a runner through this inside, but it closes out. So kind of this new swell, we're wreaking a little bit of havoc on our surfers. Of course, it's coming from the South Pacific. Hurricane Blanca moving well past us up into the north, and we're thinking about those of you in southern Baja right now. It doesn't look like from the charts that anything major will occur, but we just got to send our positive vibes. Hopefully it'll just be some rain and a little bit of wind, and then it'll blow by. And we do have a women's QS 6000 next week, the Los Cabos Open of Surf, so I'd probably say all three of these girls in this heat will be making the trek from Nicaragua to Los Cabos, so we'll see which one of them goes into the QS with a gold medal.
Yeah, we'll definitely stir some confidence going into the following week after that. Wherever they go, wherever they might be competing, it's a huge honor and a huge feat. It's no easy task. You can see how many heats these guys and girls have to surf, and it takes a lot of it takes a lot of talent, takes a lot of drive, takes a lot of physical endurance, but it takes a ton of concentration to maintain advancement through all those heats. Naturally, if you end up in the repecharge, you didn't advance in one of your heats, but just to pick up from there, it's a great bouncing board, and the lines just keep pouring in here. Scores now coming in for Chelsea Tuak. Her last wave, a 7-0. Judges liking that big off the lip there on the outside. Paige Harab, she's still in second place with a 4.33 and a 5.0. Jessica Anderson now has a 5.33. So everybody's back in this game. And here is Chelsea Tuak on a nice looking little smaller wave. Might have a little more opportunity for some of those big waves are sort of fattening out and breaking too wide, but this one affording some wall here on the inside, and nice little off the top combination. You can see just how gnarly that inside shelf is there. Smart move for surfer from Barbados to get out of dodge on that wave.
Yeah, I like that quick decision making right there, just to add one more quick snap, leave a positive kind of element in the minds of the judges. We're going to go down to the beach with Shannon Quirk.
We're so stoked to see the local community coming out, especially the dance frame from Tola. They told me they were going to introduce me to some local dancing. So you guys ready? 1, 2, 3. And you see the Nicaraguan girls are loving it here in Popoyo. All good vibes here down at La Playa de Popoyo. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, as far as the ladies making the ladies making the moves here in Popoyo Beach, Shannon and the girls of that little dance troupe just got a 9.75.
Keep it going. Local dance moves on point as well. And I love the bright smiles of these young local girls. And we actually got to watch some really cool, dancing through the opening ceremonies, and just really bright, beautiful dresses. It's probably my favorite part of traveling anywhere in the world, is just learning about local culture, and not just current local culture, but looking at kind of like a historic view of not only just the local dress, but things like that, dances and cool ceremonial things that happen. And it's always fun to get invited to a thing like that, the opening ceremony. One of my favorite part of the events, the parade. We saw a little clip on one of our advertisements. Just ISA kind of brings the whole town together and gets them involved in the contest. Well, Paige Harab, a quick up and down for Team New Zealand. 4 minutes, 40 seconds to go.
All right, Chris, so this is your first ISA event. You got to be a part of the first parade, Sands of the World ceremony, and then the entire week. Take us through it, your experience, event number 1, ISA World Surfing Games. What are you going to take away from this event?
I'm going to take away, of course, that spirit of team play, which surfing, you really don't get enough of it in surfing. It's pretty rare to kind of see this team element. And so I really liked watching all the teams come together, and now watching all the teams kind of co-mingle and start to support each other. The level of surfing has been, to me, this is the best I've ever seen in any ISA past World Surfing Games. So that's really cool to see. And, just the whole kind of spectacle of it, and starting with the parade and into the ceremony, it's been just awesome. And watching the girls right now, I mean, every heat, they just get better and better. And right now, Chelsea Tuak, she went from controlling this heat to total domination of this heat with that last wave. She's trying to throw away a 6.33, and safe to say she's going to get close. But watch out, right behind her, Jessica Anderson, trying to get back on the board.
Yeah, well, this being a main event round, none of these ladies will be completely out of the competition, but somebody's got to go to the repechage, and Jessica Anderson really trying to get that advancing position over Paige Hareb. She only needed a 4.5 on that wave, so we'll see if she gets that. And yes, Chelsea Tuak definitely going to throw away one of those scores. I wouldn't doubt if she places into the excellent range on that ride. As I said, she is a huge spoiler. She is going to send one of these girls from New Zealand or Chile into third place, potentially with only 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. And New Zealand and Chile are pretty high. We're pretty high on the potential rankings this morning. I can't call them rankings because it's kind of deceiving when you look at these team standings. You can't really buy too much into it until the final day, but it is a good guideline, and we'll see what happens here with just about 2 minutes, 10 seconds now. Judges deliberating over that score.
You know, it kind of just gives you the possibilities. You know, if you're looking at the team standings right now, you're thinking, okay, well, who are the teams to watch? Peru, Portugal, Argentina, Australia, Costa Rica, USA, still with a chance to medal. Ecuador's right in there. So those are pretty much, you know, if you're looking at your top 10 right now, I'd say the power rankings have to go to Peru, Australia.
Talk about power rankings, 9.5. So Barbados, really, way down on the list at number 12, not in the top 10. But Chile and New Zealand, both in the top 10. So getting a little tongue-tied here. Enjoying my chat with Chris Cote while all these waves. There's just been a ton of action, hasn't there?
Yeah, no doubt. Every minute of this 20-minute heat has been filled with some form of excitement. Jessica Anderson had a slow start, but she backs up her previous score with a 5.33 and a 6.07. Paige Hareb now dropping into third place, trying to get onto the open face. Comes around this section. Nice snap, but goes down. That's very rare to see Paige Hareb make a mistake like that, but just a little bit too much speed as she almost was kind of trying to foreshadow the next turn midway through that bottom turn, and a little lack of concentration. She goes down.
A little bit of chatter on that wave, definitely giving her a hard time. She whacked that pretty hard, but didn't anticipate more chatter at the bottom of that wave, and unfortunately going down. Here is Chelsea Tuak just ramping things up with that 9.5. She's got a 7.0 to follow up, so she's looking at the clock. She knows her run is done, and success for Barbados.
And that's it for the main event for today for the women's. Coming up next, we're going repechage. 2 heats of repechage men. Here's your heat recap. Chelsea Tuak, from beginning to end, had this thing in the bag.
Yeah, well, this wave was a little foamy, just a sort of check turn there on the outside, nothing too substantial, but Paige Hareb was fast and speedy there in the beginning, but our surfer Jessica Anderson from Chile finally got things going towards the end and was able to get into advancing position, at least on the unofficial results. And we are going to go to commercial break as you see corduroy to horizon. We'll be right back.
Macheles es un hotel junto a la playa boutique, con un servicio completo de bar, restaurante y piscina. La localidad de Playa Gigante es la escapada perfecta en cualquier momento.
Repecharge action coming at you live from Popoyo Beach here in Nicaragua. This is the Nicaragua Unica Original 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote joined by current reigning gold medalist in the Kahuna division for the ISA Masters, Mike Latronic. Free Surf Magazine. He's a television producer, host. Guy does it all. 18 minutes to go. And again, we must repeat, this is a repecharge. One surfer will be axed out of competition. And right now, Ella Williams, she is making her bid not to be one of those.
Sorry, Chris Cote. These girls are in the main event still. This is just
second heat of the main event. You're right.
Second heat of the main event. Look at these Indo lines coming in. You know what? They're Nicaraguan lines. I mean, Nicaragua is quickly putting itself on the map of a world-class destination to go surfing. There's Chelsea Tuak. She's looking back going, admiring her work. Yeah, I just got a couple really good scores out there. Jimmy Hogan's still in coaching mode, so the work never ends here till the final horn rings. And this is Teresa Bonvalat from Portugal's got herself a beautiful looking wall, nice arcing, slicing carve off that section. Gets a little whitewashy, so much harder to negotiate when it gets chunky and whitewatery like that, but she's doing a good job. Throws another big turn and ejects just in time. You can see probably about a half hour we're going to not have a factor with that anymore. With the tide coming in, those rocks should be pretty well covered. And right now the girls having to really be careful on those end sections. But great opening volley from Teresa Bonvalat in red from Portugal. Ella Williams also got a score on the board. There's Tia Blanco from Team USA. We have seen some really, really good surfing from this young lady all contest long. So you can bet she's waiting to get her wax in her feet and get the ball rolling for Team USA.
Yeah, I just posted a Instagram of Tia Blanco, and the fans were commenting and psyched. We got a score dropping in for Tia Blanco and hoping to see a replay of it, as it was a biggie, an 8-1-7. Tia's been dropping eights in nearly every heat, Mike. She has been so consistent, and she's really keeping the hopes alive for Team USA that came through with a real heavy-hitting team. Unfortunately, all men except one out for Team USA, but they still got hopes. And
well,
they rest on the shoulders of Tia Blanco and Nathaniel Curran.
Well, that 8.1 for Tia Blanco must have been a smasher, because Teresa Bonvalat just ripped up her wave, got a 5.1, and then, they really set the scale. So if Tia got an 8.1 on that last wave, wow, I would hope to see the replay. More lines approaching. Pretty much constant surf right now here in Popoyo Beach. It's a world-class wave, all kinds of stuff. We're going to go down to Shannon at the beach. She's got an interview with a last heat.
Thank you, Mike. We're here with Chelsea Tuak. Wow, it's firing. You guys must be so stoked to be in the water right now.
Oh, it was so much fun out there. There was only 3 girls out, and the sets were just kept rolling in for us. So it was really great. I got a first one that wasn't so good, and then I just kept building because the sets kept coming. So we definitely had a lot of opportunity out there. It was challenging because I had Paige in the heat and the other girl from Chile, and they were serving really great. So I just knew I had to be on the best waves and surf them to the best I could, and I got a 9.5 and did the job, so I'm so stoked to get through that one.
Yeah, wow, 9.5. You got Jimmy Hogan backing you up at the flag here. How has he been coaching you, and what has been telling you these last few days?
Yeah, he's been tweaking my technique and just get lower. I fell on my first wave, so he kind of nailed me for that one. It's like, get low, keep low. So my next wave was a little better. So he's been giving me some pointers, telling me where to line up, just telling me to keep calm and let my surfing do the talking. So we've been having a great time. He's a great coach, and I love having him by my side.
Awesome. Well, with the 9.5, I want to know about this magic stick. Can you tell me a little bit about your equipment?
Oh, yeah. Derek Camacho, Tona Surfboard, shapes my boards. It's a 5.6. It's a little bigger than I'm used to, but I really, really like it, especially in this bigger stuff. It holds perfectly and just draws great lines. So definitely got a magic board under my feet.
Wow. Well, to Chelsea on fire. We are going to go back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Shannon. Chelsea Tuak She came in as a favorite, and she remains a favorite, especially in my book. Watching her backhand out here is an incredible spectacle, just ripping.
Yeah, it's putting Barbados big time on the map. Well, there we have another local. You gotta really respect the true locals here at the beach. A lot of sea life and a lot of nature. Nicaragua, really, they say on the financial scale or whatever, Nicaragua is not a rich country, but they are so rich in natural beauty here along this coastline. The sea life and nature here is just a wonderful place to be.
Is that a pet bird? I've never seen anyone able to pet a bird like that. That was pretty cool.
Well,
Anyway.
I don't know that pelican. I'm thinking it's a pelican.
Yeah.
I don't know that pelican
tamed
actually
pelican?
tastes good. So maybe, has a finer sense that nobody's trying to pluck and feather the poor bird. So
Even
it's
the
just cruising.
Even the pelicans are welcoming here in Nicaragua. 12 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Tia Blanco's last wave, a 4.97. So pair that with her big first score, 8.17. And we have a leader. In second place, Teresa Bonvalat, stylish surfer from Portugal. 10.10. She lives in Cascais, Portugal, in Lisboa. She's been surfing for 5 years, riding Chile surfboards. Edacera Surf Shop, Billabong, Mochi, Chile surfboards, like I said, Joaquim Chavez and Von Zipper, along with Nixon, helping Teresa Bonvalat live the dream. And most likely also a lot of work being put in. As you can tell, style, everything's right there. If she gets some strength in her, I'll tell you what, she is going to be a contender for a long time. She's only 15 years old and already surfing at a very mature level.
Well, the ocean's finally calmed down a little bit, maybe giving a little bit of a breather to athletes in the lineup. Lot of action all day long, and it seems like for the last few heats it's just been wave after wave, set after set. So judges really had their hands full deliberating over all of these scores today. But the little break in the action could be a good time to stress the Olympic spirit of this event. So many top surfers from all over the world are here, and they did not come for money. They're not chasing a paycheck. There's no world tour points here. This is a world championship, and they are surfing for the pride of their country. They are looking to bring home medals, and every time I come to the ISA events, I'm really greeted by smiles from all over the world. I always like to say that no matter what culture, what religion, what background people have, they can speak different languages, but out in the surf, when surfers are paddling over a wave and they see another surfer do a good maneuver, you can hoot and holler and cheer and be stoked. And that, my friend, is the universal language that we speak here at the ISA.
Ella Williams from New Zealand, up and at 'em. This wave's gone a little bit flat for Ella. A couple good turns. She's got a big score, the biggest single wave score of this heat, the 8.23. She needs to back it up right now. Her second score is to 0, so obviously she's going to want to try to get something up in that 7, 8, 9 range to give her the opportunity to keep rolling. Contrary to what I said before, this is a main event heat. This is basically going to dictate who goes to the repecharge, who goes on. Right now it's looking like Tia Blanco and Ella Williams will be moving on, and Teresa Bonvalat currently sitting in third. But not a lot separating from all three of these surfers.
Yeah, well, just needed to get another backup score on the board, and she did, so moving her into advancing position right now. But plenty of time left in this heat. I'm sure Ella's going to want to throw away that 3.5, and I'm also sure Tia Blanco, with the kind of performances she's been posting, is going to throw away that 4.97. Teresa Bonvalat, we've seen some really good surfing out of the team. And look at this scene right here. Look at this guy. This guy is the real cowboy. He has just got his little buddy there, and cruising in long pants and a long sleeve shirt. That is a special man on the beach. Wow, look at this inside wave. You know, some of these medium-sized waves are really looking hollower and nicer than some of the sets, but there you see it peeling across the screen. So many options. Girls just taking their time and really looking for that specialized wall of water to perform on.
We got 7 minutes and 55 seconds to go. We're going to go to the beach with Shannon Quirk.
Thanks, guys. We're down here with the Portuguese team, and Teresa in the water is actually surfing the exact same board as this right here, so we're going to go through the specs with the coach.
Yeah, Teresa is riding a 510 from Chile, 18-316, 218. Both boards are really similar, and that's her magic board. As soon as the heat is going, she already caught 2 big waves, but she's not getting into the best wave because the waves are big but not so hollow to perform near the pocket, and that's been the difference between her 5 and the 8 of Hell and Tia.
Cool, and you're saying she surfs at Cascais, that's where she calls home, so what are some great waves over there in Portugal?
Yeah, we have great waves in Portugal. We have beach break, point break, small, medium, big waves like Nazaré, and she's used to surf in Praia do Guincho. It's a beach break, a really windy beach break with power waves, so she liked this kind of conditions, and she was hoping for the swell to raise for today, and we hope that she still can catch a set wave to turn on the heat and reach the big final.
Awesome. Well, some beautiful boards, really surfboards right here. We're going to go back to you guys in the booth.
Hey, Chris Cote, we as surfers sometimes call our wave sleds equipment. That bothers you. What are we going to call it?
Surfboard.
Surfboard.
I mean, that's just me.
Tool, maybe. Not a tool.
No, not a tool.
What does a tennis player call?
Crafted surfboard.
What would a tennis player or a golfer call their?
That can be equipment. That's fine.
Well, come on, you can't be discriminatory like that.
Wow. This can be something we'll discuss later. We got 5 minutes 45 seconds to go. Tia Blanco's in the lead. And there you see her USA team member, Nathaniel Curran, who went ballistic in his last heat. An incredible performance. Ella Williams from New Zealand coming up. Teresa Bonvilat from Portugal currently in third. She needs a 6.64, 5.5 minutes to go. Four minutes, 10 seconds to go. Tia Blanco in the lead. Ella Williams in second. Teresa Bonvilat in third. So with 8 being dropped by our competitors right now, you know the judges are feeling the surfing of your surfer in first and second. Is Tia Blanco right now going for a nice carve through this middle portion of the wave. So Mike Latronic, in watching as these surfers rip their way to the beach, We got to talk about judging criteria a little bit. I know you've been in and out of jerseys for the good part of the last, let's call it 2 decades. You're still a young man, but tell us, judging criteria-wise, what are the judges looking for, and what's the difference between, let's say, a 5 and an 8?
Okay, well, a 5-point ride would be an average ride. It's considered an average ride. 8 is getting into the excellent range. Now, I'm going to venture to say Tia Blanco's last wave was closer to the average than a 5. She had an opportunity, and that's going to be part of the criteria, is you need to select waves of consequence with power turns and number of turns and flow. If you combine that all together and maximize everything, you're going to get a 10-point ride. Now, going down from there, for instance, watching that last wave of Tia, she got a bomb wave, so she had the canvas, then she raced across it. That thing peeled across. I mean, she didn't have any chance to really punch her board up into that first big section, so she missed a very important part of that first section. And there it is, indicative of the score, right there on the average, 4.9. She did some good work at the end of it. Had she kicked out after she got around that big section, she would have only gotten a 1 or a 2. But she went to town, did some maneuvers, and earned a little bit of a score. Not better than what she's already got, but that criteria, how much of the wave and the size of the wave will determine. It's sort of like the risk factor, the danger factor if you're watching ice skating. If you're going to do a triple Lutz and do it perfectly, you're going to get more points than doing a double Lutz perfectly. So if you're going to do a big maneuver on a big wave, you're going to get a bigger score than as if you did a big maneuver on a little wave. So now you add the variation of different kinds of maneuvers. You've got air game, you've got tube rides, cutback. For some reason, I think the cutback is a little underrated. I've been watching surfers. They perform great styles, but for some reason, the cutback is deemed more of a transitional move. So if you're just watching the surf event and you don't really know too much about how these contests are scored, you can just say the bigger the wave, the bigger the potential score. Now, that being said, the wave has to have opportunities. Wow. Ella Williams just taking to the lip there, and it looks like she might have caught the tail end of her board. So here we got a paddle. This looks like Teresa Bonvalat. No, she's not going to go. Almost.
Well,
no,
she sort of went.
Yeah, almost. Not quite sucked over, but definitely sucked in. So she's going to have to get her board, get out of the whitewash, and get back out there. So a little love from the beach there. Looks like some Portuguese friends. But getting back to the judging criteria, it's the wave is the canvas, and the surfer is the artist. If you're going to create a masterpiece, and if you're going to sell this masterpiece, obviously the bigger the painting, the more it could be potentially valuable. Of course, you've got the factor of style, grace, flow. It is a complicated affair, but size of waves, degree of difficulty in the maneuvers, number of maneuvers, and overall flow. That's what's really going to capitalize the best scores in surfing.
Well, that's going to be a wrap for main event, round 4, heat 2. Sets coming in, and it looks like a bomb. Hopefully our competitors will be in position for this one.
You notice one thing? The boat is gone. All right, we're going to have a heat recap. We're going to look back at some of the best rides of this heat. Ella Williams starting off with a bang. She got that 8-point ride here. Nice off the top. Wow. Okay. There
now we see why it's an 8.
Yeah, big maneuver on a big wave. And she did pretty good on that first turn, too. Teresa Bonvalat, a little softer turning, so she didn't get quite the good scores that Tia Blanco and Ella Williams got. But Tia Blanco on a whitewashy wave, making that a little more difficult to turn, but did the work and got the first for Team USA. When we come back, more great surfing. We'll see you in a moment.
respira palo y maíz, son un mar de poetas, músicos, artistas y un buen ron. Se baila palo en mayo y se come vigorón. Se baila palo en mayo y se come un buen rondón.
Welcome back, surf fans from all over the world. Men's Repicharge Heat 1, Round 8. Australia, USA, Brazil, a stacked international super heat. Hayden Blair in red, representing Team Australia, and Nathaniel Kern in white for Team USA, and Yage Arua from Brazil in yellow. And we're going to start it off with your surfer in white from Team USA, Nathaniel Kern. Nice vertical backside snap. Another quick turn for Nathaniel Curran. Carves it. Beautiful backside roundhouse cut back. Finishes it nicely on the inside. So a great start already for Nathaniel Curran. Hammer it from outside to inside.
Yeah, Nathaniel's had a really good run here. Ended up in the Repicharge. Only goes to show that the level of talent is rising. So lots of great surfing. And Shannon is going to be interviewing Ella Williams on the beach right now.
Thank you, Mike. Yes, we're here with Elliot Williams, who you just made it through in second place, but you did get the highest score on the waves out there. So obviously loving it here at Popoyo.
Yeah, that was really cool. You know, my heat, it was quite fast at the start. There was a lot of waves. And then towards the end, it just kind of died off. So I think I was lucky to get that wave in. And yeah, I'm pretty hot now, but yeah, I'm happy to get through.
Well, you know, we've seen you free surfing here day and night. You're probably the first person in the water and the last to get out. Just putting your time in here at Nicaragua.
Yeah, I'm trying to get as familiar as I can with the wave and just getting, to know the wave as much as I can, so when I have my heat in any condition, I'm prepared for it. So yeah, I'm really happy and I'm excited to surf the next heat.
Awesome. Well, moving on, Ella Williams from New Zealand. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, the international field, it's tightened up a little bit, but I tell you what, a lot of great surfing to come. We started with 27 nations here in the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. We've pared that down, and by the end of the day today, we're going to see a definitive leaderboard, and going into tomorrow, we're going to start giving out some medals. Chris Cote with Mike Latronic. Mike, you know how this whole thing works, all right? You've been involved in a lot of ISA competitions in the past. From beginning to end, how does a team win that gold medal?
Well, it's a collective. Every person on the team is a spoke on the wheel, and the wheel needs to roll all the way to the end. If some of your surfers drop out early, naturally there's still a chance to medal, but you've put more pressure to your team. Not everybody can get into the round. If you have 4 men on your team, it would be numerically very difficult to get all 4 surfers into the final. But the lowest scores I saw on the team standings were about 100, 120, and the highest is 1,000. So if you win your division, you'll get 1,000. All right, here is Yaje Arujo. We'll get back to that. Nice top turn, scathing little tail slide cut back right there.
A little bit of a mistake at the end right there.
Hit a little divot.
Yeah, hit something. On the beach, we've got Shannon Quirk with another quick update.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, Tia Blanco, the heat winner. You've been dominating every heat here. And since you broke your board yesterday, looks like you got a thicker one today, huh?
Yeah, it was definitely a bummer to break that board. I really liked it, but no worries. This board works good too, and having a blast.
Awesome. Well, yeah, it's really pumping out there, and considering how hot it is on the beach, you're probably stoked to be in the water and scoring some awesome swell.
Yes, definitely a lot of water moving, but it's still really fun, and yeah, trying to stay hydrated and cool.
Cool. All right. Well, Team USA, you know, you're here really representing proud and true, and I'm sure Surfing America is watching you as well. Anything you want to say to your friends back home?
Yeah, I just want to say hi to my family. I love you guys, and thank you guys for all your support.
Cool. All right, well, check out Tia Blanco at Tia Blanco on Instagram. She's got some amazing pictures. So back to you guys in the booth.
I could easily be tricked, you know, if I was paddling out, if it was, you know, like I was going to put money on that heat like that. That girl's too cute to get 9-point rides.
Well, she's deadly on the waves, and all three of those girls put on an amazing performance. But if you lost one of your favorite female surfers in that last 2 heat series, don't worry. They're going to be going into a repecharge, which is going to be coming up in the next round. Right now, we're in the men's repecharge, round 8. So there are repecharge heats all the way up to the semifinals, which is something that you don't see in competition except for right here at the ISA World Surfing Games. And basically, surfers can advance through the main event all the way to the finals. You're good. But if you lose in the quarterfinals of that main event round, you have one more chance still to get up into the finals. So it's a really rare opportunity for a lot of these surfers to have second chances if they lose a heat. And we'll see who needs that in that previous round. But right now, no second chances. This is the last chance for our 3 surfers in the lineup. Nathaniel Curran right now from Team USA, he's in the lead. He got a 6.77. Now, that's right in between the kind of mid-range and the excellent range score. What did he do on that wave to garner that score of a 6.67?
Well, he ripped the top off it, but it wasn't one of those waves that was, you know, one of the biggest waves, and it wasn't one of the longest waves. Didn't do maneuvers that were of superior nature. He did, you know, a 6.67 is a good score. You know, so the judges rated it good. And had he gotten a bigger wave, done those same maneuvers, he might have got, you know, more like a 7.67 or an 8. Now, had he got a bigger wave and done a little more critical surfing on that bigger wave, that's when you get into the 8 to 10 point range. And well, we've seen people get close today.
Yeah, very close. Yet to see a perfect 10. And basically, to get the perfect 10, you just got to knock the socks off the judging panel. You have to throw everything possible at this wave. We know the potential's out there. We've seen 9s throughout this week, and the 9s have come from just spectacular performances. Miguel Tudela got a 9. Carlos Munoz has got multiple 9s. So we know they're out there, and it's a matter of finding yourself in the right spot and doing the right maneuvers on the wave to get that 9. Here goes Hayden Blair. He's hoping for a 9. We'll see what he's got. Nice opening power hook. It's back onto the open face. And so far, these rights, well, maybe reforming a little bit for him on the inside. And just as we see him kind of start to get some momentum down the line, his front foot slips off and he gets a face full of foam.
You know, maybe he was taking a page out of the book of Shane Holmes. As you remember, he surfed a heat in the main round with Shane Holmes. Shane Holmes opened up with a right almost identical to that wave and ripped it to the beach, got himself a 7.5. Now, if he had gotten a 7.5, it would have been the highest score in this heat. And I'll tell you what, he was working on it. He did pretty good on that wave. I don't know if he would have got all the way to 7.5, but he definitely was working on a decent score, maybe a good score. And here is Nathaniel Curran. This is a excellent wave potential. A little bit slow out of that top turn, so nonetheless doing the move, making up for it right there. Real nice kick in that off the top, finding himself an inside wall, nice and snappy on that third turn, throwing some flair and getting out. So another good ride for Nathaniel Curran. My guess is he is going to get close to the excellent range on that score.
Yeah, here goes Yage Arujo, a couple good turns out the back, and this will be a good exercise for those of you at home who aren't too familiar with the scoring systems here for professional surfing at this level. Basically, you remember what Nathaniel Curran did to get that 6.7. Now, in your mind, think, did he surf that last wave better than he surfed that 6.67? In my opinion, I think he did just enough to improve a little bit. He could have finished it a little bit nicer, but the turns he did out the back, they were fast, they were powerful. He flowed through his turns, speed, power, flow. 3 things we're looking for. Also, the critical approach to those turns. They were dangerous and a lot of opportunity for him to catch a rail and fall when he's going upside down into those big snaps. And then you think about the wave quality. It was a perfect wave from beginning to end. So that's going to be a big score for Nathaniel Curran. And the judges right now, they're watching replays. That's why there's a little bit of time from when the surfer catches the wave to when they get the score on the board. You know, we want our judges, of course, to have plenty of time to get their judges enough time to get the right score on the screen. So 9 minutes, 10 seconds to go. Waiting for something big for Nathaniel Curran. Meanwhile, Hayden Blair drops a 7. So that's going to add to his total. He's 5.93 for a total of 12.93.
As I said, he was working on a 7.5, possibly a 7.5, but he didn't finish well. So not quite the same score as he saw his countrymen get there. But I think Nathaniel Curran will definitely get above that 6.67 he has, and he only needs a 6.27 to move into first place. Meanwhile, Yaje Arujo, he needs just a 1.35, but that was before Nathaniel Curran's. He's going to need a big requirement once this wave posts for Nathaniel Curran. And there it is, an 8.83. As Chris Cote said, very critical surfing from the young United States surfer.
Well, he is the last male from the USA team, so he's got to make it all the way to the top. I mean, he's got to get the gold if USA is going to stand a chance to get a medal. See how that shakes out by the end of the day today. Up and riding now, Hayden Blair, Team Australia, deep bottom turn, big backside snap. Gets out of the face of this wave. Kind of just trying to find something to work with here, filling the face of this wave up with backside cars, but the judges like that. Vertical surfing. So started vertical, it went flat through the middle and ended it nicely. And here goes Yage Arua from Brazil, surfer in yellow. He's put on some spectacular performances and looks like he's gaining a lot of momentum, speeding down the line, looking for the ramp. Doesn't find the ramp he wants and gets kind of thrown off balance on that inside section.
Well, you can notice now in the foreground that the were there about an hour ago at lower tide are gone. So Yage, a real air tactician, is going to have more opportunity to throw those airs with a lot less danger. Unfortunately, he didn't make that air, so we couldn't see him ride out of that. But yeah. All right, we're going to see a replay of, I believe, Nathaniel Curran's last wave. We're going to see maybe a couple waves, but here we go. Takes off, critical wave. Look at how beautiful that wave is. Comes square off the bottom, off the top. Gets slightly hung there, but nice flow. Is able to get out of it. Didn't get hung up so much, but just stalled a little bit and right into that second gaff. So, you know, the gist of this is that critical surfing on a larger wave, multiple maneuvers, excellent score.
Yeah, that first turn, I mean, that was worth about 5 points in itself. He attacked the lip of that wave and followed it up with a blistering combination of backside hooks. 6 minutes to go, Nathaniel Curran up and riding again, disappearing after a big backside snap. Again, throwing a beautiful roundhouse cutback, slamming off the whitewater. Nathaniel Curran, the momentum is building with each wave he serves. His low score right now, a 6.67. We love it. Nathaniel Curran blasting the tail out, and he is psyched. So Team USA's hopes standing strong with Nathaniel Curran.
Yeah, you could see the energy in Nathaniel Curran. He even hit the water. Not sure what that about, but I'd have to guess he's like stoked.
Give it to me.
Like he is on a rampage, and he just did good for his team. So, you know, digging in is Nathaniel Curran for Team USA. If you like that 8.83, stand by because you're not going to see a 6.67 sitting in a score line again.
A little bit worried. Team Australia silenced a bit after that wave from Nathaniel Curran, but they shouldn't worry much because Hayden Blair right now second. And Yago Arua with a little bit of an error on the end of that last wave, just gets a 4.43. Mike Latronic talked about the opportunity to drop a 9 out there. What did Nathaniel Curran just do?
he just ramped it up that much more. 9.27. I love that little style slide at the end of the wave. He knew he pulled something radical. He knew that he could get out of that wave with confidence, and really great self-awareness. Whatever country you represent, having that kind of confidence is only going to be a huge advantage going into these later rounds. Well, there's the boat. I guess the boat is anchored a little further north, and with the tide getting higher, not too much danger of any kind of outer reef sets. Let's hope it stays that way. I thought I saw a couple of waves try to crumble on the outer banks there, and there's our little friend, Peter Pelican. Looks like he must have just grinded a bunch of sardines and needed to come in and sort of bask in the sun for his midday siesta.
All right, 3 minutes, 45 seconds ago. Nathaniel Curran now with one of the highest heat totals we've seen yet in this event, a 9.27 and an 8.83. So Team USA is shining in this repecharge round 8, heat 1. Hayden Blair from that strong Australian team clinging on to that second place position. Brazil right now in trouble. Yage Arua in last place, third place. He'll be going out. So there's your next heat. Men's repecharge. Joaquin de Castillo from Peru. Miguel Tudela, also from Peru. And Carlos Munoz from Costa Rica.
What a barn burner. All right, well, there is Hayden Blair and Yaje Arujo. Wait, me and Cote are playing Junkin' a Poe in here right now to see who gets to go out on the beach and do this interview, because
we both want to get involved with the action down there.
All right, well, who won?
2.5 minutes to go. I won. Paper beats rock. Nathaniel Curran in the lead. Here's your surfers in second and third place. You see battling to basically keep Yage off of waves. Hayden Blair from Team Australia. The beach is filling up with fans and just kind of turning into a party atmosphere, which we like. Of course, all family friendly. And yeah, Nathaniel Curran can basically come to the beach and get some water and just hydrate and get ready for his next round, as he's just put on a heck of a show for us.
Well, both the other surfers are comboed. There's no chance for them to get into a winning situation. Nathaniel Curran has locked up first place. That's unless Hayden Blair or Yage Arujo can post an excellent score, go back out and get another excellent score. So no chance, and they're definitely out of position for that beautiful left-hander. I call that a heat winner. That was a definitely opportunity missed for the Brazilian and the Australian.
Yeah, you hear up and down the beach people going, ah, as that wave comes through. There's a little bit of disappointment as both surfers are caught not in the right spot. And Hayden Blair is doing everything he can to fend off Yage. Surfer from Brazil, he's got 1 minute and 10 seconds to do whatever he can to stay in this competition. You lose now, you're out.
Well, Team Australia started the day in fourth place contention. Team Brazil all the way down to 18th. So Yage Arujo, very, very important result for Team Brazil right now. This is a repecharge. So, he's made it through a few rounds today. He's definitely added some points to his team, and could well move up in the ratings from 18th based on some of the other teams losing their competitors as well. But 30 seconds to go, and unfortunately for Team Brazil, it's not looking good.
All right, 23 seconds to go. The whistles flying off the beach right now as you see one last ditch effort from Yage, but he's got Hayden Blair shadowing him right now. And he's looking to see what the surfer from Australia can do to keep him off this wave. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And he knew that he was not going to get the wave away from Hayden Blair. It'll be an interference, but it really doesn't matter because Yage needed a pretty sizable score anyway. So, wow. Nathaniel Curran just holding on to the momentum from that last heat. So 2 heats in a row, Nathaniel Curran unstoppable. So Team USA has got their hopes on the shoulders of the surfer from Oxnard, California. Nathaniel Curran at 9.27 and an 8.83. In that heat, Hayden Blair, he did it, fended off a charging Brazilian surfer to get that second place finish. And online, the flow from the comments is heating up as well, because we know the internet's favorite surfer is coming up in this next heat. Talking about Carlos Munoz from Costa Rica. Jason, he knows that Carlos is coming up, and he says Carlos don't play. So Carlos is going to go out there with full intent to do damage to his competition. We'll see. It's hard to keep surfing with that much intensity with each and every heat. So we'll see if Carlos can continue his role. We got a heat recap for you guys at home. The 2015 ISA World Surfing Games started off with our Australian surfer in red, Hayden Blair, in a rare right-hander to start this thing off. But Nathaniel Curran found a left that cracked this heat wide open. It's on the strength of a couple of these big backside hooks, blasting the tail out for added flair. Mike Latronic, perfect scores.
Beautiful. I like the way he almost grabs rail on almost every bottom turn, just really low to his board. All right, we're going to go to commercial break, and when we come back, more action. Right there on your screen, you'll see Carlos Munoz. Stick around.
1, 2, 3. ¡Panamá!
If you had one shot, or one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it or just let it slip?
All right, live action. We're returning, and again, the rapid charge round rolls on. So rapid charge round 8, heat number 2. Chris Cote here with Mike Latronic for the time being. We've been shuffling in and out of the commentator booth onto the beach. The electricity is flowing here at Popoyo as we get to the knife's edge of competition. In rapid charge 8, heat number 2, we have Carlos Munoz, Miguel Tudela, Joaquin de Castillo, Costa Rica, Peru. And Peru. Ooh, so 2 surfers from Peru in this heat. What's that mean for these 2 Peruvian standouts, Mike Latronic?
Well, if it's anything like we saw with that one heat where there was 2 Australians and 1 Costa Rican, it could turn into a bit of a strategic situation where the 2 Peruvians work together to make sure they capitalize on the best waves out there. But good waves out there, I don't know that it'll be a factor. Early in this heat, not a whole lot's happened. A lot of small scores coming in, so that's not going to mean anything. If you're looking at the scoreboard right now, perhaps we can better explain what's happening. Even though the scores are low, there's first, second, and third place. Joaquin de Castillo, he's got a 1.7. Now, if you look just above the 1.7, you have an N, which is 1.77, and an A, which is 0.77. And so the A means he'll get into advancing position with just a 0.77. Oh, okay, so I didn't get to finish explaining that. Let's see if I can start again. Let's look at Miguel Tudela in third place. He's got a 1.83. Now, the A, he needs a 1.01 to advance. So A stands for advance. In the N situation, he needs a 3.42 to go all the way to first place. So as it would also with Carlos Munoz, he's got a 2.33. He needs to drop that 0.5 and get a 2.92 in order to take over Joaquin de Castillo, who's got a total score of 5.24. Not sure if I explained that good enough, but there are the N's and A's of it all, people.
Yeah, we're just referring to a message we got online from Bill from Florida, who was just wondering what the N and the A meant. And I think you did a great job. I mean, basically when we're saying this surfer needs a 6 to get through, that's what we're looking at, just like you guys at home. So you're getting all the information we get, and that's thanks to our production crew who's been, dealing with storms and rain and all kinds of stuff. But I'll tell you what, the show they've been providing is A+ from day 1 to day 6. This whole event has been brought to you live from the end of the road. And I'll tell you what, on the beach, they're maybe not watching this beautiful webcast, but they're definitely having a show. Shannon's going to give us a little update on what's happening down on the beach.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, we're here with some Irish crew who came all the way from Dublin to see the surf here at Popoyo. You guys are used to different temperatures and climates, I imagine?
We are, yeah. At home at the moment it's summer, and it's 12 degrees, and I believe it's windy and rainy and pretty miserable over there. So all our friends and family are quite jealous of the treat to come over to Nicaragua and watch some surfing.
Yeah, and we were talking about Mulligamore and big wave surf over in Ireland. I mean, it's cold and windy and completely different than Nicaragua.
Yeah, I mean, brain freeze is an issue, so even if you're watching it, which is all I would do, but yeah, it's a completely different atmosphere. Like, I mean, the big waves are amazing, but trying to watch it in Ireland is a different kettle of fish,
You don't wear your bikini for it, that's for sure, anyway.
Yeah, Irish girls are stoked to meet the bikini here in Nicaragua, I bet. What was your first impression of Popoyo?
Well, we thought it was huge. It was difficult to get here today because our car broke down, so it's been a bit of a long journey, but we made it eventually. It looks huge to us, like in terms of surfing, but I don't surf, so probably, and we were pretty excited yesterday we were here to see the little 11-year-old girl from Nicaragua surf. We were just so impressed with her, so we decided to come back and try and see her again today. So, yeah,
definitely people from all over the world here. We have 27 nations down at the beach, and obviously even more than that for spectator support. So thank you guys so much for coming. Anything back home to say to the family?
Hi, Mom. I don't know.
Enjoy 12 degrees in your summer, thanks.
Yeah, I bet they're jealous back home in Ireland. We'll go back to you guys in the booth.
Wow. Way to rub it in. Well, don't worry. Next year, all our friends in Ireland, hopefully we'll have some Irish representation. Be great to get an Irish surf team. I know there's some insanely talented surfers in Ireland, so we'll see. Maybe in 2016 we'll get an Irish team down here.
They have been here before. I've seen the Irish team. I've seen Great Britain. Of course, there's Team Hawaii and Team France. It's good though. It's good to mix it up. It's there's only so many teams allowed in the event, and some of the other teams that don't make it, it's real nice and refreshing to see some new faces and new teams, but always a pleasure to see our fans from Ireland and our there's a top Irish surfer on the Pro Tour, I believe.
Oh yeah, you're talking about
Glenn Hall.
Glenn Hall, micro, the Irish hope to take the world championship at this point, but we'll see. 11 minutes to go.
I think Conor McGregor is in pole position on that one there in the world of MMA, but I think he's got a big match coming up soon. Anyway, here we go. Action in the water, some paddling. There is Harar gone to get her jersey for the next heat.
So Team USA with 3 surfers left at this point, and Frankie Harar in the repecharge coming up. So one more chance for Frankie. We'll see what happens after this men's repecharge round. So repecharge round 8, heat number 2 in the water right now. Joaquin de Castillo with a 5.67 and a 4.17. Munoz, slow start. He's got a 2.33 and a 0.05. Miguel Tudela, a 1.83 and a 0. And man, these are 2 guys that equally have dropped 9s, 9.5s, 8s, 8.5s in their previous couple of heats. So you got to wonder, peaking too soon is a possibility. And we're going to lose a really talented surfer in this heat. I mean, that's what's going to happen. Which one of them, we don't know yet. There's 10 minutes to go. We'll see if the Peruvians team up on Carlos Munoz, who is the lone Costa Rican in this heat. And Noemar McConigal is still going. Leilani McConigal is still going. So the McConigal clan is keeping that Costa Rican spirit alive. And Carlos Munoz is dealing with 2 very, very focused Peruvians in the lineup right now.
Yeah, well, they were definitely double teaming. They were trying to do the same thing the Aussies did. Actually, I confirmed it after that interview with Shane Holmes. The plan is the surfer on the peak, the Peruvian on the peak, Castillo, that's already in the lead. If there's 2 surfers, the one that's in the lead goes into primary position. In this case, on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side of the left, and paddles for the wave. And theoretically, the other surfer can't get it because he's in position. But at the last minute, they stop to give the other surfer from their same country the ride. Now, here's Miguel Tudela, I think, making a critical mistake going for this small right-hander.
And he left Carlos out the back on what looks to be like a sizable wave, and as he pulls out, he looks out to see if Carlos has in fact caught a wave. And this is Carlos's chance. He's got to sneak a wave right now, and you see a set coming in out the back. He's in second place, but nothing yet really cracking this heat wide open. The biggest scorer coming from Joaquin de Castillo, a 5.67. Yeah, and I agree with you, Mike. That wave from Tudela was a poor choice, and he left Carlos in pole position. And here we go. The Costa Rican dream coming alive. Carlos Munoz on his backhand. Deep bottom turn, goes vertical, kicks the tail out. Again, attacking the lip. Munoz, the fire is back after a slow start. This is only his second wave in this heat, or third wave, but only wave of real consequence. All the way through to the inside, Carlos Munoz on the board.
Yeah, well, sometimes sitting for that long, it can get kind of stiff, a little bit hesitant. Munoz had no hesitation to throw it straight up into the lip on the biggest wave we've seen in this heat. So that's going to pay dividends, and we're going to quickly see him solidify his second place standing, maybe even shoot him right up into first place.
So 7.5 to go here. Of course, the Costa Rican Spirit squad has been all over this place, waving flags, jumping around. We're loving it. And behind that fun atmosphere is a very serious competitive team. If you need further proof of that, stare into the eyes of Noemar McGonigal. The guy is driven. He is a force of nature.
I love that guy, Noemar McGonigal. The McGonigal family is one of the nicest people on the planet, but you don't want to draw either one of those kids in your heat. This sounds like Costa Rica has got the spirit as well.
All right, 6 minutes, 54 seconds to go. Carlos Munoz drops a score. It's a 7.5, the biggest score of this heat yet. So Miguel Tudela's last wave, a 3.77. That's not going to do it. We know all 3 of these surfers highly capable of dropping big scores. And Tudela again, kind of spinning on a medium-sized insider. Looks like he's trying to just get something to build on. it's a pretty decent wave pick, giving him some opportunity, but the judges right now are looking for that vertical attack, and this wave obviously is not going to supply the wedge needed to drop a 9.
Yeah, my guess is he's going to get an average score on that. Looks like we're having a little party on the beach with Team Costa Rica. They're pretty psyched about that last score of Carlos Munoz.
Yeah, the Pura Vida is alive and well on the beach here at Popoyo. Carlos Munoz, he's trying to stay away from both of these Peruvian surfers because he knows they're going to team up on him. Of course, he's friends with both these guys. He's traveled with Miguel Tudela for Team Volcom events, and both these guys have competed, I'm sure, in the Pan American competition. So we'll see if the tag team from Peru is going to work. And right there again, a mistake. Now Carlos Munoz alone in prime spot. He just needs a set to come through.
Well, that strategy we talked about earlier, about the two guys on the same team, it only works if they get good scores. So right now, Joaquin Castillo has gotten 2 good waves and made crucial mistakes on each of them. He's got pretty good scores, like average scores.
Yeah, just good, though.
Yeah, just good, not excellent. Carlos Munoz has that 7.5. So right now, if Carlos can break away and just get a good score, he's going to be leading the heat, leaving one of the Peruvians in 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, if you're at home and you're not exactly sure, what these scores really mean, the difference between a 5.67 and a 7.5 is huge because all these heats have been won and lost by about 1 or 2 points between the 2nd and 3rd position. The difference between having that 7.5 at the end of the heat and keeping that 5.67 is huge. All these surfers have been making and breaking their way through heats, with probably a rough average of about 15 to 18 points. So that's really where you're going to need to be sitting to make it through this last repecharge heat. I mean, all these repecharge heats have been so just incredible with, the fire that the surfers have been bringing to the water. So with 4 minutes to go, Joaquin de Castillo is safe, but just barely because Carlos Munoz, Mike, he only needs a 2.34, a below average score. So he does not need much to get into the lead.
Well, there's little doubt in my mind that Joaquin de Castillo is going to wait and not get another good wave. He's really going to try to throw away one of his average scores. On the other hand, Miguel Tudela, he just landed a 5-point score. He only needs a 4.84 to move into 2nd. So, it all really depends if there's enough waves coming to give everybody another chance. And look at this. Got a couple of waves on the horizon, and strategies working there. It looks like Miguel Tudela up on a much better looking wave.
Yeah, it looked like he kind of looked down the line at Joaquin de Castillo and gave him the look like, I need this wave. And he definitely did. So he's got a 3.77 and a 5.3. And here goes your leader, Joaquin de Castillo. A little deep on this one. Finally gets onto the open face. Can he make it? He does. Hanging on to that big frontside layback hack. And out the back, Carlos Munoz was looking at something, and Joaquin de Castillo still going. And here goes Carlos on a foamy one. And
yeah, but this is an important maneuver here for Carlos. Might be that he should have waited for a wave, but I think he just wanted to get that small score and back that 7.5 up with. That's going to make the requirement much bigger from Miguel Tudela, who needed a 4.84, and he did. Tudela surfed pretty good on that wave, but he faltered at the end. So I'm not sure that score is going to get much past the good range into the excellent range. I don't think it's going to get into the excellent range, or even maybe not even into the good range. We'll see what the judges say.
Well, 2 minutes to go. Now we're waiting on some very critical scores for our 3 surfers in the lineup. Online, of course, you guys are as fired up as we are. Paulo Munoz from Chile, Fernando Vasquez from Peru. We got Charlie from the Dominican Republic. And it's great to see Rosana Osuna from Argentina, the Argentinian squad, still holding strong in the top 10. So with 1 minute and 42 seconds to go, Costa Rica kind of quiet, waiting for that last score for Carlos Munoz. Currently got the highest single wave score with that 7.5, and we know Carlos has a kind of a magical way of finishing heats. Looks like he's having a look at this wave, having a big paddling for his life. Miguel Tudela somehow scratches into this one. Miguel, he needs a 4.84 right now. A couple good turns to the midsection of this wave. Really needs to throw something big at the end of this wave.
Well, this wave has a better canvas for him to work with, more vertical sections, so it is going to probably affect his score. He's definitely going to throw away that 3.77. Finishes strong, so that is what Tudela needs. But the big worry is now for Joaquin de Castillo, because as soon as that new score drops for Carlos Munoz, things are going to change around again. Tudela gets a 6.4 on his earlier wave, and Joaquin de Castillo only got a 4-point ride on that last wave. There it is. Carlos Munoz on that little sacrifice wave got a 4.57. He's now sitting comfortably in first place.
Well, not that comfortable, because Miguel Tudela just needs a 5.68, and he does have a wave. There's 18 seconds to go. Mike Latronic, we may see another rabbit pulled out of the hat for our Costa Rican surfer, Carlos Munoz. We're still waiting for a couple of scores to drop, but as it stands now, Carlos taking the win with Tudela in second. But we will see as the final tabulations come through. Team Costa Rica could still be alive, with Team Peru possibly losing a very important team member. And we'll see. Costa Rica looks pretty confident with what they got.
Yeah, well, judging by my estimation, even if Miguel Tudela passes him on that last score, Carlos Munoz ends up in second place, advancing. So that's the main thing. There it is. Miguel did get into first place with his last wave, but Carlos Munoz, well, things changing around here on our scoreboard, but here's the recap. So here it is. Joaquin de Castillo starting off strong, leading for what, 4/5 of this heat, until, you know, that strategy backfired on him, because Carlos Munoz was able to find a gem, and he didn't hesitate to throw it up there vertically.
Yeah, it was interesting that, you know, basically Joaquin gave that wave to Miguel Tudela, that left-hander, and Miguel actually got the score that he needed to get up into the second spot, but then got another one. So Miguel, he backed a 6-4 up with basically another 6-4, and 2 waves in a row were enough to eclipse not only Carlos but also his fellow teammate, and basically took him out of contention. And if Carlos Munoz hadn't gotten that third kind of smaller scoring wave, he would have been. So fortunately for all of you Costa Rican fans out there in web world, the Costa Rican dream, Carlos Munoz, will continue on. We got more action coming right after this brief commercial break. We are live from Emporio, the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games.
If you had one shot, or one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it or just let it slip?
We're back. More Rapid Charge action. Round 6, Heat 1 of the Rapid Charge for the women's 20-minute heat in the water right now. This is the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. Paige Harrop from New Zealand, Leilani McConical from Costa Rica, and Frankie Harrar from Team USA. So Team USA needs a big result if she wants to keep Team USA alive. Leilani McConigal from Costa Rica must be fired up from the performance from her fellow Costa Rican surfer Carlos Munoz. And Paige Harrop from New Zealand, she's keeping the dream alive. New Zealand sitting a little bit low right now on the rankings. But I tell you what, everything can and will change. New Zealand hovering around that number 8 spot. But we're going to start it off with Leilani McConigal, who's been on a tear throughout today. She's got a opening ride. Just kind of working this one through to the inside. So Leilani, obviously, she has to be inspired by what Carlos and her brother Noemar have done in this competition. And she wants to kind of build her own status on the Costa Rican team. And that helps right there. That ending maneuver was a great vertical snap. 17 minutes to go here. We're going to go down to the beach and get a word from our winner.
Thank you, guys. We are here with Miguel Tudela, the heat winner. Boy, the points were really shifting around in that one. What was the situation?
Yeah, it was tough heat. We're 2 Peruvians, 1 Costa Rican, Carlos is my really good friend. And it was something weird to just hustle on the lineup, but you know this contest is by teams, and we want to get a goal. So we try. At the end, we couldn't, but still. Happy to make the heat, happy to advance. Sad for Joaquin, and good for Carlos. It's an individual contest at the end, and we still want it, but it's difficult, you know. We should have priority, and we'll eliminate all of this, but still don't have it, and we are trying to do the best to get the gold.
And now in Spanish, can you explain exactly the tactics, considering there are 2 Peruvians in the water, and how you guys were exchanging there?
Yeah.
En español, por favor.
Fue un hit bastante raro. En el hit anteriormente hubieron un montón de olas, en nuestro hit no entraron series. Nuestra idea era pasar los 2 peruanos, ¿no? Es un campeonato por países y es lo que más queríamos. Lamentablemente no se dio, súper triste por Joaquín, que venía haciendo las cosas muy bien, y bueno, ahora seguir sumando. Nos queda Miluska, quedo yo, y vamos a seguir dando todo por la medalla de oro. Contento por Carlos, que ha venido surfeando muy bien todo el campeonato, es un gran surfer, un gran amigo mío, y nada, contento de poder avanzar. Si no fue Joaquín, contento con él.
Yeah, so he said he's happy with what happened, but kind of a difficult situation, especially where they have from Peru, and Carlos, a good friend of theirs, so the whole thing is a little sticky when they're paddle battling their best friends out in the water. But there you go, surf contest. So here Peru is making it through with Carlos in 2nd place, so congratulations, and vamos Peru.
Thank you very much. Gracias.
Back to you guys.
Great point right there. Miguel and Carlos, of course, close friends. Like I said, they travel a lot together for Volcom surfing events and photo shoots and whatnot. So, you're going to hassle. I mean, it's a contest. You're going to hassle. You're going to work with your team, especially in a team format like this. But I like the sportsmanship factor there. Both surfers making it through are excellent spokespeople for not only their respective nations, but for surfing in general. Well, let's take a look at what's going on in the lineup right now. So this Repacharge heat is going to dictate a lot of things as we move into the basically the spear tip of competition here. Paige Harrop, she's got a 7.33, so the surfer from New Zealand dropping a big one on her first wave. Leilani McConigal from Costa Rica, a pair of scores, a 4.33 and a 2.5. Frankie Harrar from USA, she's got a 4.83. So we'll see with 13 minutes and 58 seconds to go which way the momentum swings. And it's pretty important. Momentum is kind of an underrated trait that these surfers can drive off of. We saw Carlos in that one. After you got that big score, you just kind of saw a new fire lit. So we'll see who starts to build it right here. And as it starts, it looks like Paige Harrop with the momentum.
Well, she started off with the bang and continues to bang the lip. So maybe only one solid maneuver on this wave. She's going to get some cutback work in here, but that outside off the lip, a very important maneuver. And, you know, not going to get into the excellent range, but she's going to have a nice little backup there to hold her first place spot. You can see a little sunbathing going here, baking in the sun there on our scaffold. And we got water patrol. Looks like Baywatch Nicaragua.
All right, scores coming in. On your screen, you see the white boxes. It's a lot of information right there. Of course, you know the name right underneath. Costa Rica. That'll be the spot where your team nationality will be displayed. Your total score is the third box down. Then you see how you come to that total score. There's your 2 top scores in the heat. And right underneath it, the last box, needs. So the N meaning needs. And in your third box, the surfer in third, you're going to see an A in that box. That means advancing. So when we say, you know, the surfer in yellow needs a 2-point ride, that's the box we're referring to. So hopefully you know a little bit more about surf competition now. And, you know, it's part of spreading the joy of surfing, teaching people about what makes competitions run. And Frankie Herrera right now, this is her second scoring wave and pretty good turn out the back. We'll see what she's got on the finish. Tide's coming up, so the water's going to get a little bit more full through this inside section, offering a little bit more opportunity. So a good solid ender for Frankie. So Team USA got to be a little bit relieved with a solid backup score on the board now for Frankie Herrera.
Yeah, well, Frankie had a cracker of a wave. That was a big drop. Unfortunately, no big turns on the outside, so she's going to have to rely on the energy that was generated on the inside. She did a lot of good work, though, on the inside, finished well. So I expect she'll get a mid-range score for that. Pass up McGonigal. And look at this. Paige Harrop got a 5.67, just one big maneuver on that wave, and all the way up into the 5-point range. So good work there from Harrop. She's going to try to ramp things up a little bit. Big bottom turn, top turn. A little soft on that shoulder, so maybe not quite the wave she was hoping for, and there it is. She gets out of that. Now McGonigal, she finds herself a set wave. Nice steep section to start with here. Slashes back, little short turns. She gets out. She doesn't see anything worth keeping on that wave and decides to look for something else.
All right, 10.5 to go here in the first repecharge of this round of 6 for the women's. Leilani McGonigal, again, on her way back out, picks off this little insider. Just gets away from her as she stands up immediately into an off the lip. So she goes down. So a lot of time left, over half the heat. So Paige Harrop with a 7.33 and a 5.67. She's pretty well into the lead at this point. We're still waiting for that second score for Frankie Herrera. Assuming it's going to be a little bit bigger than that 4.83, but it'll probably be hovering around that mid-range. She did rip it, but maybe missed out a little bit on an opportunity to get some big outside maneuvers.
Yeah, so at least they've got their base. Every surfer's got 2 waves. Well, actually, Leilani McGonigal really is going to want to drop that 2.5. You saw her make a couple of crucial mistakes. Meanwhile, Frankie Herrera did a good job of just sort of building that house, building the foundation, and you know, she'll be in a much better situation, more confident, waiting for a set wave and opening up on a bigger wall, you know, once she gets her scores filled in. Judges taking a little while looking at this, so they're looking at it pretty closely, and there it is, another 4.83. Good call, Chris Cote, right in line with her last wave, and I see some big bumps on the horizon, so things could change up any minute now.
All right, 9 minutes to go. Good looks out the back. As you see, this set pulsing through the lineup.
Tons of waves, so definitely no hurry. Looks like Frankie's going to get the first strike here. Leilani McGonigal chucking underneath that wave. Frankie gets to the top, throws a nice slash right in the section. Uh-oh, a little bit of a mistake on that wave. Comes a little unstuck, but look at this inside section. She does another nice cutback. So she's definitely milking the opportunity here on the inside. Still low tight enough to provide a nice little ramp there, and gets a little unstuck but holds on for the maneuver. Now, important wave from McGonigal.
Yeah, McGonigal's just dropped to third, and this looks like it's going to be a big score. If she can keep doing that, the judges are going to really like this wave. So she starts strong out the back and hangs on to the ender. So I like the presence of mind in this young surfer from Costa Rica to do anything possible to stay over her board and ride out of that last maneuver. That wave probably just went from, possibly a 4 maybe to a 6.
Yeah, well, I think most of the work was done on that first section. She really hit it nicely. It was early in the wave, so the judges, taking note that the critical maneuver was done early on the wave. She followed up with a little rebound cutback, and then that crack off the lip. It wasn't a very clean finishing maneuver, but she did ride out of it. So, important addition to that score. She is going to be faced with, Frankie's going to get some new scores on the board, and it's, quite possible she'll surpass that 4.83. We're not sure what the judges will give her, but McGonigal only needs a 5.33. And she's going to get it on that wave, Chris. I truly believe that, a bigger set wave like that with, a first big critical maneuver and finishing with a nice, strong off the lip is going to give McGonigal what she needs. But there it is. She got an 8.23. So a lot of emphasis given to those first big turns. Now what Frankie Harrer needs to do is get out there and do the same thing. She's capable, and she's got great maneuvers of her own, and still plenty of time on the clock.
Well, both surfers have left. This young lady, Paige Hurab, out the back, and she just keeps pushing down the pedal. Big, snapping carve through this beautiful left-hand wall. Another massive vertical forehand snap for Paige Harab. So the training, incredible left-handers in New Zealand have obviously been working wonders for Paige Harab. That's going to be another huge score. She's got a 7.33 and a 5.67, and she may have just improved on both of those.
Yeah, no doubt. I think Paige Harab wants the other two girls to fight for second place. I think she's going to get her dream come true on that one, because that was a cracker of a wave. If Leilani got an 8.23 on that one big maneuver, followed up with a couple of, sort of mediocre turns, then Paige is looking at potentially an excellent score, if not close to perfect, on that last wave.
All right, we're down to 5.5 to go. 5.5 minutes. Paige Harab holding on to that lead, and still a big score to come from your surfer from New Zealand. Wearing the red jersey, Leilani McGonigal, in white from Costa Rica. She needs a 4.77. See what she can do as she gets back out into the lineup. Frankie Harrar from the USA. USA really hoping for advancement here, as they need all the points they can get with only 3 surfers left in this competition. 4 minutes, 55 seconds to go. This is where things can get dicey.
Yeah, well, it's all on the line. Again, the repecharge round. So one surfer out of 3 will no longer continue in this contest. We have, tight point score here. Team USA, Team Costa Rica, and Team New Zealand. Team USA started the day in 7th position. Team Costa Rica in 4th. So there it is. As I was predicting a bigger score, there is our first 10-point ride of the day. Paige Harab just doing a series of scathing off the lips. And there you see her team countrymen practically in tears. She looks like she's just really emotional right there, and stoked for her partner there on Team New Zealand.
Paige Harab did everything she needed to do. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what it takes to get the very elusive perfect 10. She blasted that wave into oblivion from beginning to end. And man, that's exciting to see the first perfect 10 of the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games coming from the women's side. What does that tell you, Mike?
Well, women rip. Where would man be without women? So, here goes. This looks like an interesting paddle situation. Leilani McGonigal taking off late, stuck behind the foam, and looks like she's going to get around this. And she's got herself an open face. She wants to drop that 4.33. Unless she can do something substantial, this wave is going to be kind of a waste of time for her. But she's continuing to turn and keeping the board moving. She looks back to see if anybody else is riding. Kind of losing speed here, but let's see if she can get another turn there. She does. I think she's going to drop that 4.33.
Looks like Frankie's getting back out there. Possibly had Frankie Harar catching a wave for Team USA. 2 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Wow, the hits just keep on coming. Again, we had our first perfect 10 just moments ago from New Zealand's Paige Hareb. And we're stoked to get another look at the first and only perfect 10 here from the ISA World Surfing Games. It was by a WCT WQS standout, Paige Hareb.
Well, you saw right off the bat, she went straight up into a huge off the lip, did another series of scathing turns, and there it is, a big slash into the oncoming section. She knows she did the work, and she just got right out of there. So great looking score there for Team New Zealand, and here is a really important wave for Frankie Harar.
Yeah, Frankie needs a huge score, an 8.63. It's a smaller insider. She thought it could have potential. She just kind of tries to go for one last little foam climb and just could not get the board under her feet. So it's going to be really tough right now for Frankie. But the story got to be that perfect 10. We knew New Zealand's female squad was going to come in and do some damage, but man, I don't think we expected both surfers to be hitting it this hard. And Ella Williams, along with Paige Hareb, have been just on fire throughout this entire competition.
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, what we're watching here is the judges will set the scale in every heat. And what went down after a series of pretty good waves, Paige Hareb started the heat with a 7.33, and then we saw a lot of smaller scores from McGonigal and Harar. And then all of a sudden, Leilani McGonigal dropped an 8.23 with one really good turn and two follow-up turns. So when Paige Hareb did three really good turns with one follow-up turn, it was time to go the distance. So set on that scale, Paige Hareb earned herself a 10-point ride.
All right, well, with 20 seconds to go, another smoking heat coming up from the women's repechage heat 2. And a lot on the line for these couple of repechage heats. And of course, the Aloha Cup is going to be coming up after this, so a lot more action to come. We're just getting started down here at Papoyo. So with 2 seconds left, that's it. Looks like one more surfer from Team USA is kicked out of competition. A great run for Frankie Harar. Just was not enough to get past the powerhouse surfing of Leilani McGonigal and Paige Hareb. And man, I can't get enough of Paige Hareb in this heat. She has kind of seemingly kicked it into a next gear that I didn't know she had.
Well, she's kind of the quote-unquote the boxer of the group, and that was the knockout punch. McGonigal just going berserk on that nice set wave really helped her effort with that 8-point ride. And here is the big score from Team New Zealand, throwing just buckets of spray and finishing with an exclamation point right there. She didn't need to do any more.
All right, well, that sets us up for our next repechage heat. Teresa Bonvalat, Miluska Teo, and Philippa Anderson. Before we get to our break, we're going to go down to Shannon Quirk on the beach.
Hey, guys, and as we wait for Paige to come in, I'm here with the manager, Dean Williams. You got to be proud of that 10-point ride. She is absolutely ripping.
Yeah, she's pretty fired up. She kind of got tripped up in the last heat, but she went out really fired up, and she's surfing amazing, absolutely amazing.
Awesome. Well, here we have Paige with the first perfect 10 of the day. Paige, oh my, shredding out there. You got to be so stoked with that one.
Yeah, I don't know, like I don't know, I've lost my words. My last heat was so bad, and I was so disappointed to get into the repechage, and this heat, my feet were still kind of like slipping on my board even on that 10, so I don't know, I'm still working on getting the perfect heat.
Well, I mean, it's hot, so I'm sure the wax is just melting under your toes, but you had a picture perfect ride. What was your approach on that wave?
Just to surf, really. I think I've been thinking too much, and yeah, I just wanted to have fun again, and I did that.
Well, all about the fun and love for surfing here at the ISA. We're going to take it to a quick commercial break and get back right to the action.
Dos, tres, ¡Wow!
Macheles es un hotel junto a la playa boutique, con un servicio completo de bar, restaurante y piscina. La localidad de Playa Gigante es la escapada perfecta en cualquier momento.
All right, here we are back to the action. Yet another action-packed heat. This is Teresa Bonvalat from Portugal in the red jersey. No big scores to speak of yet, but the ever important repechage rounds rounding out the day before we get to the Aloha Cup. There's going to be a little break before we get to the Aloha Cup. I think we're going to take 20-30 minutes to get ready, so we're probably going to get to see some pretty good action highlights from yesterday's action. And here we go, another paddle. This is Philippa Anderson from Australia. Bottom turn, snap. Drops into a little foamy section, but finds a little more vertical face on that second section, so clocking in some points. And not able to find anything at the end of that wave. But nonetheless, that'll be potentially the best score. Miss Miluska Tello from Peru already came in with a 3.83. And here is Teresa Bonvalat. Kind of a mushy shoulder, Chris.
Yeah, I really, I'm happy to see Teresa making it through heats because I love her style. You know, she hasn't really been battling. She hasn't really even been getting the best waves, but the ones she does get, she just surfs them so precisely and so smooth. And I think the judges appreciate that as well. So with 16 minutes to go, Philippa Anderson, a little bit slow of a start. You know, this heat is, of course, not even close to halfway over, so she does have plenty of time to get something of meaning on her scoreboard. Miluska Tello from Peru, starting with a 3.83. So Peru, Portugal, and Australia still on the board, as well as New Zealand. And that was all based on what the New Zealand girls have done in these latter rounds. Paige Hareb, of course, now becoming an instant crowd favorite with that perfect 10-point ride. We'll see if one of the three girls in the lineup right now can get something in that excellent range. We know they're capable of dropping huge scores. It's just a matter if they get the right waves. And here goes Miluska Tello having a look. Does not get it. So Portugal right now is definitely sending the wave finding vibes out to Miluska. who's all by herself in the main takeoff. We'll see with where Felipa and Teresa find themselves when they get back out into the lineup. 2 small scores for Teresa right now, and waiting for a score to drop for Felipa.
Well, there you see Maluska Tello making her way back out, paddling. Still some waves on offer. The tide has moved in. You can see how much this place changes with the tide. I think earlier I heard you say it was a 9-foot tide, which is a big difference. And all those rocks covered now with water, so plenty of space for these surfers to work. Crashing on the inside sections now, no more fear of hitting the surface rocks. And some sets coming in on the outside. You can see the lines in the foreground there. Score still waiting on that last ride of Felipa Anderson and Teresa Bonvalat. Judges taking a close look, but look, more on offer. So we are about to see some more action, and this is just turning out to be one of the best days I've ever seen for surfing competition, period. This is Maluska Tello just carving off a nice, beautiful blue-green wall here in Popoya Beach, Nicaragua. Keeping spirits high for Team Peru. Unfortunately, getting just dunked on that last section.
Could have just cracked this thing open. 13 minutes to go. Maluska Tello dropped the hammer on the outside a couple times on that previous wave. Unfortunately, just could not complete the ride. So we'll see. The judges would have been thinking somewhere in the probably near excellent range. But without that ender, they're going to have to keep that a little bit lower than she would have liked to see. Felipa Anderson, meanwhile, she's dropped a 4.83 to add on to that 1.13. So Teresa Bonvalat still in second place. We're going to wait for that last wave to come through. 12.5 minutes ago, Chris Cote here with Mike Latronic. Mike, very excited because coming up after this, the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games presents the Aloha Cup. Are you ready? Are you psyched?
I'm psyched. The Aloha Cup is such an exciting event, and Felipa Anderson is psyched. She just got a bomb. Now she has to deal with a ton of whitewater. But yeah, the Aloha Cup, it is a really special team event within a team event. I mean, we are witnessing all 27 countries here vying for gold medals, team gold medals, and the Aloha Cup is sort of a subdivision in that, a really unique event that's a relay. It's the first time we've seen a surfing relay race, and the elements are, of course, surfing and time. There's a relay, so there's a tag team handoff, and then there's special rules to complete all the rides for each team. Big penalty if you do not complete all the rides.
Yeah, the rule book for the Aloha Games is kind of thick. It's a lot of rules and regulations, but it makes it so fun to watch. And we're very excited. Basically a full 50 minutes for that final. So that's coming up next. But right now, critical wave for Felipa Anderson. She's got a 4.83 and a 1.13. Her last wave, straight closeout. So she's got to get some momentum rolling right now, and it looks like she's doing just that with a good combination of turns. So the scale here, of course, 1 through 10, 10 being the utmost perfect score. And we've only seen one of those in 6 full days of surfing. So it shows you how hard it is to get the judges to throw that double-digit score on the paper. Judges upstairs, there's 5 judges. We throw the high and the low out, and we get their average of 3 scores. Top 2 scores are added up to give us our grand total. Teresa Bonvalat from Portugal. Great opening speed turn straight off the top. This wave kind of running away from her a little bit. She's got to stay in the power section to really get a vertical snap going here. There we go. One more turn through the inside. So a long wave with really only 2 turns of consequence, ending it nicely but going down.
Yeah, she had a lot of flow on that wave. You know, she only needs a 2.2 right now to advance. So I'm thinking she rode that really speedy. Like you said, kind of missing that vertical option, but nice lateral work by our surfer from Portugal. So that is definitely going to help her cause. Maybe not up to the score that it could have been had she gone vertical. But here is Maluska Teo. She opts out of that wave, doesn't see any potential. And, you know, wave choice is so important in these events. I mean, you know, we make and break our scores by what canvas we're able to jump on. We saw a couple happy campers on the beach there. How important is wave choice, Chris Cote?
Well, it's not. I would say it's not the top thing the judges are looking for. You know, obviously you want a good wave. The better the wave, the better the potential. But you're not necessarily looking for the biggest, best wave. But the judges are really going to reward the surfer who puts themselves in the best position on the wave that they get. So you saw that wave that Paige Harrop got the perfect 10 on. It was, you know, one of the better waves we've seen of this afternoon, but it definitely wasn't the best wave. It was what she did on it that was really of the most importance to the judges. You know, the way that she basically linked those combination of turns, and they were all radical. They were all basically as much as she could do. She did everything right on that wave, and she basically left no doubt. You know, that score came pretty quick. So you know when a 10 drops quick that it was, you know, a 10 across the board, and that means all 5 judges dropped a 10 on their scoreboard. So that's basically when you get one of those quick 10-point rides, you know that it was a 10 all the way.
Now how about we make the analogy that this is a cooking contest, and really the wave is the ingredient list, because if you're a baker and you're trying to make a delicious peach pie with whipped cream on top and you don't have any sugar, then you're going to be really up against the wall if you're baking a cake against another baker that's got the sweetener. So the ingredients are really important. If that person can't use all the ingredients available to them, or those ingredients aren't there, then you just don't come out with the same product. So I believe that wave choice, in my estimation, is hugely important. Now, correct, when there's that many good waves on offer, and almost any wave you could pick would be a quality wave with quality opportunities, then it makes no difference. It's really going to boil down to the surfing. But right now it's higher tide, and we're seeing less and less of those waves that sort of peel across, you know, providing vertical options. And we're seeing more and more of those waves that sort of have one big section and then sort of back off into a series of mushier, sort of flatter sections that allow the surfer just cutbacks. So got to get that sweetener.
Yeah, you gotta show some flair. Well, now that we know all there is to know about scoring and how to get those big scores, so we look on the horizon. We're going to give you just a quick word about the ISA since 1964. We're talking 51 years. The ISA has been developing and promoting surfing worldwide. You know, just really being that positive influence. The governing body of the ISA is pushing, of course, for the Olympics. That's one of the end goals. But the overall goal is here to just spread the joy of surfing and, you know, try to develop solid foundations for surf programs around the world from some of these emerging nations, just to help provide them with the tools they need to get surfers into this Repecharge 6 round, you know, get surfers this far, to build surfing superpowers like Australia, like Philippa Anderson. That's what the ISA is here for. And not only do they, you know, foster to or cater to surfers like this, but they try to foster judges. They try to develop surfing from the ground up. And I think if you want to get involved with the ISA on any level, you know, be it being in the event, judging the event. There's a lot of ways to get involved with the ISA. Just go to the homepage and pick your path, I'd say, Mike.
All right, well, there is Team Australia waiting with bated breath. Philippa Anderson just got herself a nice wave. A couple of nice vertical turns there in the beginning, a couple cutbacks at the end. And the Aloha Cup is next. Like I was saying, a very, very unique event, a lot of interaction with the team. So we're going to have two of our correspondents on the beach for that. Stick around. There's going to be a 20 to 30 minute delay while we set up for that event. And we've got Team Peru, defending gold medalists from last year's World Surfing Games, against Team Costa Rica, a big favorite in this event. Team Argentina will be competing. Also, Team Australia, powerhouse in the surfing world. And Philippa Anderson from Team Australia way into her top score thus far, a 7-point ride. Now it is all about Teresa Bonvalat and Maluska Teo battling for second place. Actually, Tello needs a 7.5. It's well within her range. We've seen this Peruvian really light up the lineup before. There's about 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, so ample time to see another set, maybe even two.
We're down to 3 minutes, Mike, and the message boards again lighting up. Now we have friends from New Zealand who are fired up for Paige Harab. Kevin Shaw, he also says hey to you, Mike, and our fans from Portugal right now are watching their team rider Teresa Bonvalat going down on a crucial wave. She needs a 4.64, and by the looks of that wave, it definitely had that potential. So she'll have to get back out there for another shot. Back to the message boards. Axel Castro from Costa Rica. Agustin Munoa from Argentina. Palomar, also from Costa Rica. Peru, USA, Mexico. They're coming in from every corner of the world, and we love it. The international fan base for the ISL World Surfing Games is awesome. Thank you guys so much for being with us all week. Tomorrow is the finals, so save some bandwidth. You're going to have to tune in tomorrow morning to see who gets the medals, who wins the individual. It's going to be a big day.
All right, well, to answer your question, Kevin Shaw from New Zealand. I met a bunch of nice New Zealand people at the hotel. We were at the hotel, but we're going to go to an interview on the beach real quick. Shannon Quirk.
Thanks, guys. We're here with the Portuguese team and Nick Van Rupp, who was in the water earlier. You know, the conditions have changed a bit, and it just seems to be absolutely perfect. What would you give her if you could give some advice?
I'm not the coach, but I think the strategy for Teresa is to catch the bigger waves, the better waves. Teresa's only 15 years old. Fortunately, she hasn't yet got the level that the other girls have, but she's a very good competitor. She knows which waves to pick, and when she gets the right wave, she surfs insane. And you know, there's only a minute left. I think, well, still a lot of time, but you know, if she gets the right wave, she'll get it. She'll get the scores.
Yeah. What was your impressions of Popoyo? I mean, it just gets better and better. It's going to be hard to leave.
Exactly. You know, this place is one of the most consistent waves I've ever seen. I never surfed a break for 10 days straight with 6-foot offshore waves every day. So, you know, this is just the perfect contest and perfect place to come back for a surf trip for sure.
Really cool to hear Nick saying that. I mean, we really do have absolutely pristine conditions. And with the Portuguese contingent pretty strong, they're going to be rooting on competitor Teresa. So we'll get back.
All right, back to the booth, back to the action. Thank you, Nick Van Rupp and Shannon. All right, well, to continue answering the question, well, let's wait. We got 10 seconds left in this heat. Let's see if we can get another. It looks like Philippa Anderson's going to get herself a little victory lap, and she's just going to make her way in. All right, so yes, I will be at the Masters event in the Canaries for sure. I'm going to compete. I never won a world title before that last event, and I've never had the chance to defend a world title, so might as well give it a whirl.
You better defend. You're a gold medalist, man.
Yeah, well, I'm just stoked to be there. Great camaraderie, wonderful people. The ISA just really a great event to attend, and Philippa Anderson passed that heat in first place, followed closely by Miluska Teo. Unfortunately, missing out, I believe, was our surfer from Portugal. And
we're going to go to a quick commercial break. And we'll be back, and we're going to give you all the highlights from today and yesterday, and then go into the Aloha Cup. Stick around. More surfing to come.
All right, we're back in the booth. This is the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. We just saw the last heat of regular competition. We are now going to get into some very special heats. This is the Aloha Cup. We will see 4 teams battle it out. This is the Aloha Cup Finals, so this will be the first gold, silver, bronze, and copper medals given away here at the World Surfing Games. Countries competing, making it through the semifinals from yesterday. Team Costa Rica, number 1 surfer there will be Anthony Filligim. Number 2, Noimar McGonigal. Number 3, Carlos Munoz. And number 4, Leilani McGonigal. Wow, we've seen Carlos Munoz and Leilani McGonigal surf about 3 or 4 times already today. So they are going to be all in the red jersey. We're going to see Australia in white, Argentina in yellow, and Peru in black. Team Australia is Hayden Blair, Dylan Halar, Shane Holmes, and Philippa Anderson. Team Argentina, Leandro Osuna, Josefina Ane, Marcelo Rodriguez, and Santiago Moniz. Team Peru, Miguel Tudela, Joaquin de Castillo, Anele Gomez, and Sebastian Correa. And while we're waiting for the setup for the ISA Aloha Cup, we're going to look at some really cool highlights from the last couple of days.
Okay, it's dark. What am I doing in the dark? Well, the dark is because we have a very intense day. Last night, I don't know how many inches it rained. It was incredible. Thunderstorm. The whole system went down this morning. We couldn't webcast, but the surfing competition went on. Finally, somehow, in the afternoon, we were able to have the competition. It was incredible. Tomorrow is going to be better because the swell is picking up. Offshore all day long. Don't go. I have to go. Bye. Ciao. Okay, here we are in beautiful Popoyo. Today is the 4th day of the competition. Amazing waves. Every day is a little bit. Today we had strange conditions because the surf is bigger, but it has been a little bit onshore wind, which here is like a wind from Mars because it never happens. Only because we have a low pressure shot outside, which gives rain and a little bit of wind. Of course, the wrong wind. So we're very happy, very stoked. And I'm here with part of Team Nicaragua, the host team, which is gonna say something before we go. And then we're gonna say goodbye in a very special Nicaragua way. 1, 2, 3, ¡Viva Nicaragua! Body's got no choice. To come to see us in eyes, will never find a way to gather up the noise of all of our sons. Young girl needs a wake up. She got a big dark hole inside of her mind. It feels inside, still liquid. Okay, here we are at the second semifinal of the Aloha Cup. Incredible. You know, team event with excitement, the noise, as you can imagine, all of that. We are an incredible morning, glassy. Now it's a little bumpy, but the conditions are very, very good. And here we come. Somebody's running, and here is Australia. This is the Aloha Cup, only in this place. So that's the Aloha Cup of the ISA. Stay with us tomorrow, second to last day. Bye.
All right. Our president, Fernando Aguirre, for getting us started here. The finals for the Aloha Cup. Oh, these teams are looking lean and mean right here. They're calm and collected right now, but they got plenty of time. That's why they look so relaxed. I'll tell you what, when time starts to wind down, there's going to be a lot of stress right here. Leilani, you got a lot of hope on your shoulders right now. Team Costa Rica, you've been ripping all day. You got enough energy to keep it flowing through the Aloha Cup.
Yeah, I just drank a Gatorade and I'm ready to go, you know. I serve a lot of heats at home, so I'm ready for it.
I'm not worried. You guys look fired up. Carlos, are you ready to do this? Woo! The Costa Rican dream is alive. Oh, look at these guys next door. They were friends just a minute ago, but now look at this tension. There's tension between the lines, Australia, Costa. The atmosphere, of course, we knew it was going to be like this. It's fun, yeah, but this is really the competition within the competition. The Aloha Cup, we're off and running. It's going off on the beach. Look at these guys. Look at the focus on Team Australia. Sorry, guys, I'm joining Team Australia right now. All right. You guys, you had some sketchy moments yesterday with time running down. It looked like you had the possibility of leaving a surfer in the lineup, but you came in. Did you talk last night to see what you could do better?
Yeah, we did. Got a few little plans. Waves are heaps cleaner today, less wind, so we know what we're taking off on. It's not a random luck of the draw pick, so pretty excited.
All right, we're excited to watch you guys go. We saw Filippa going, I don't know what to do. But you came through in the end. That was awesome. Cheers coming up. Team Australia's fired up.
Color blanco.
All right, well, Lele Osuna striking first blood for Team Argentina in the yellow jerseys. Looks like a great opening ride. And we've got a good lineup for Team Argentina. Leandro is going to start first. He's going to be followed up by Josefina Ane. Then Marcelo Rodriguez will come next. And they'll finish off their lineup with Santiago Moniz. All right, we're going down to the beach with Team Argentina now.
Argentina, these guys are stoked after what they just seen from their number one surfer in the water right now. Santiago, you're surfing last, correct?
Yeah, for sure.
So what is your strategy? Let's say you only have 10 minutes. What do you do?
Just try the best maneuvers and just only 2 waves. So you need like fast and good job.
Surf fast, do a good job. We saw you running yesterday. Were you by any chance a runner when you were younger? You look so fast on the beach.
Yeah, you just have like 12 minutes per person, so you need run fast and catch waves. So that's it.
So far, so good out there. You going up next?
Yes.
All right, are you ready?
Yes, it's fun.
It's fun. She's ready to rip.
So I'm here with Team Peru, also in this final. Y estamos con Anali Gómez aquí. Entonces, Anali, cuéntanos cuál va a ser tu estrategia aquí con el Team Peruano. No están escuchando los otros, no te escuchan. Cuéntame.
No, la verdad que primero va Junino, depende de los puntajes, uno tiene que ir mejorando el score, ¿no? Nuestra estrategia es mayor cada ola más de 5 puntos para poder alcanzar el puntaje individuo que es ganar, ¿no?
So as she says, Junino is going to go first. He's already in the water. She's going to wait for the score to see what is the rest of the strategy. So also we want to talk. Tú también, bueno, es importante para usted ganar la medalla de oro en la Aloha Cup. No vale para los puntos para el equipo, pero es bien importante, ¿no? Es bonito tener una medalla más. Cuéntanos un poco más.
Claro, de todas maneras, una medalla de oro es una medalla de oro y es una competencia más y hay que darle todo. Y ojalá que podamos ganar.
Bueno, los deseo la mejor de la suerte, que les vaya bien. Y ahora vamos a ver con el booth. So back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Philip. And this is an exciting end to the day when we have with 44 minutes on the clock. These guys are going to get the best rides they can. And what does aloha mean? You know, aloha is a way of life. It's all about expressing love, and that's what we're doing here today with the Aloha Club. All smiles and all about the stoke as we see the first rider up and riding. That's Anthony Philem. He's going to have a nice carving hack off the top on this left at Popoyo vertical. He's going to take it all the way to the inside. And Costa Rica going wild. Vamos, Ticos. We want to know who you're cheering for, so definitely go to Instagram at ISA Surfing and a hashtag #GoTeam. We're going to go down to the beach with the live action.
I'm here with Team Costa Rica, and they are amped. Tell us a bit more about those first waves of Anthony Fillingham. I see you're very excited.
I was so stoked. That was the first wave, and I think I'm a judge, and I can say it's a night for me. Night for Costa Rica. It was incredible wave, great surfing. We should be happy. So we're gonna go for the goal here.
Okay. Who is the next guy to go on the team? Noemar, what's going to be your strategy when Anthony Fillingham comes back?
Yeah, just get out there as fast as I can and look for 2 really good waves, and yeah, try to get 2 solid scores to keep us in the lead. I think we're doing pretty good so far.
Anyway, best of luck. Thank you so much. So back to you now, Chris Cote, who's there with Team Australia.
Here we go. This is a crucial exchange. I got to get out of the way. This is where you're going to see the tag right here. So we have the first surfer coming in from Australia. You see your second surfer getting geared up right here. This is going to be a really cool moment. This is what the Aloha Cup is all about. Here comes the tag. You see your surfer running up. This is your first surfer from Team Australia. Your second surfer's right here. We're going to try to stay out of the way as best possible. As you see, coming in hot. Bam! And there it goes. There's the tag. The first team with the second surfer in the lineup is Team Australia. Hey, killing it for the team. Tell me, the Aloha Cup, you were fired up. Now you get to relax and just cheer on the team. How you feeling right now?
I can't breathe. Now I'm pumped. Such a sick event. Don't have a heart attack, not frothing.
Yeah. So as you see, Team Australia stoked. How much time do you guys have left? Do you know?
Yeah, 41 minutes.
41 minutes left. Their second surfers out in the water right now. So Team Australia, they're looking good right now. Aloha Cup 2015. So far, so good.
Here I am with Team Argentina. They seem to be pretty quiet, concentrated. Santiago, tell us how is this heat going? If you want to answer in Spanish. But how is Team Argentina doing right now with the first surfer in the water?
Sí, el equipo ahora está en el agua. Él es el primero que entró. Agarró una primera buena ola. Así que nada, los otros chicos también, el australiano y el peruano agarraron una buena ola. Pero estamos bien, estamos firmes.
¿Ya corrió la segunda o todavía la primera?
No, todavía le falta una más. La próxima que viene va a ser buena, mejor que la primera.
¿Qué tan importante es el tiempo también en esta categoría de la Aloha Cup?
Sí, el tiempo es fundamental. Tenemos 12 minutos cada atleta. Así que hay que tratar de agarrar 2 buenas horas al principio, así para que el último competidor no le falte poco tiempo que los 12 minutos.
Y última pregunta, bueno, es la Aloha Cup. ¿Qué significa la palabra Aloha?
Aloha para mí es como hola, sea bienvenido, es una palabra positiva.
Así es, muy bien Santiago, lo mejor de la suerte. For now, we'll go back to you guys in the booth and then we'll have more interviews.
Thank you, Philip. We are so stoked to be here at the Aloha Cup, which is the end of day for action today at the ISA 2015 World Surfing Games. So, Mike, you've been involved in this event. I want to know more about it and what the secrets are.
Well, the secret is, you know how Chris Cote is really excited down there? Be excited because, these teams are surfing for medals. These are going to be the first medal placings of the 2015 ISA World Games. Really unique event, and it's a tag team rally. You see these surfers, they're definitely interested in getting some big scores. That's really important to score high, but they only get to catch 2 waves each. So this is a second ride for Argentina. Lele Asuna doing a nice little whitewater tail slide right there. Risky too because he's got to get back to the beach, and it's a timed event. So with 4 surfers from each country, each surfer has only so much time to go out, get their 2 waves, come back to the beach, run back to the booth, tag team their next surfer, and let the other get his time or her time in the water.
Awesome. So it sounds like a huge adrenaline rush down there, and obviously the excitement is pumping here at Hot Caliente Popoyo. And we're going to go down to Philip at the beach in live action.
In the booth of Argentina, and there we get Leandro Osuna coming in, giving the contact to Josefina Ane. And I guess he's a bit out of air, but let's get from Lele Osuna. Lele, tell us, how was that run and your 2 first waves? How were they?
Bien, cansado.
Tell us a bit more. Is the waves easy or it's a bit more difficult with the sun?
It's easier.
How is Argentina doing right now in the standings, do you know?
All right, I need to concentrate. Let me get my team.
Okay, take it easy. Good luck. Okay, so I'll go right now with Chris Cote. He's right in front of Team Costa Rica.
Okay. Here we go to make the tag for Team Costa Rica. Anthony Fillingham coming in to tag Noemar, trying to stay out of the way. It's intense. Noemar mechanical hitting the water for Team Costa Rica. Your second surfer right now for Costa Rica, who's feeling good after an incredible run from Anthony Fillingham, coming in with 2 massive scores. And there goes your surfer in black. Wow, it's getting crazy down here. What's going on in the booth? You guys enjoying this?
Well, we are feeling your stoke, my friend. Definitely seeing some great surfing, a lot of energy. I love the hustle and the bustle. You see 2 surfers. There's Black from Peru paddling out alongside Red from Costa Rica. They just made a change. That's Noemar McGonigal, surfer number 2 for Team Costa Rica. In the black, that is Joaquin de Castillo. And they're on their hustle, waiting from scores. Looked like Team Costa Rica, Anthony Fillingham, just got a bomb of a wave for his second wave. He got an 8.5 on his first ride. We're going to see what the judges say about ride number 2 in just a moment. You've been digging around for some information about the Aloha Cup. This is a barn burner.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible, and each athlete catches 2 waves. So back to the beach. Philip, who you got?
With Team Peru in black, Junino Urcia just came in. You're visibly tired. He only speaks Spanish, but let's ask him a question. Junino, ¿qué tan difícil está de correr con este calor afuera y la presión del tiempo? Cuéntanos.
Sí, de hecho es muy importante para el Perú, muy importante para mí, y estoy compitiendo aquí en reemplazo de Miguel Tudela, que aún sigue en competencia, entonces muy feliz por ese lugar, de correr buenas olas. La competencia es muy difícil, en verdad estamos con buenos equipos ahora, y el tiempo, el calor es súper agotador, y más presión aún porque no te deja surfear la ola tranquilo, pero depende de cada persona en cómo lo hace.
Claro, bueno, una pregunta nada que ver, pero Perú tiene tremenda gastronomía. del Perú. ¿Cuál es tu plato favorito?
El lomo saltado que prepara mi mamá, el ají de gallina, y de hecho me está viendo en vivo ahora. Mandarle un saludo también.
Un saludo para tu mamá y que te espera con un lomo salteado. Let's go right now with Chris. He is down there still with Team Costa Rica.
All right, so I'm here with Team Costa Rica. Anthony Fillingham just came in. He got an 8-5. How are you feeling about that second score?
Well, the second wave, it was pretty good. There it goes,
8.33.
Yeah, it's good enough. The plan was to get 2 6s, so I placed a 2-8. So yeah, it's a good start.
I love it. 2 solid scores for Costa Rica. Let's talk to the coaches here. All right, strategy going in. Did you guys talk last night about what you're going to do today?
No, we just ate really good food and had a good team bonding, and everybody knows what they're doing here.
So that makes it easy. When the team is this good, you don't really have to coach them. You just let them go surf, and they're doing a great job right now. 2 massive scores for Anthony Fillingham, Team Costa Rica.
So here I am with the Australian team. They're very concentrated, watching. There's a lot happening, and I'm with Aidan Blair, very concentrated. Dylan is in the water. How is Team Australia doing right now towards that gold medal?
Not real sure at the moment, but Dylan has got a nice good one, man. So still waiting for the score he dropped, but Costa Rica's looking pretty strong right now. But yeah.
Right next door to us, that's a lot of noise. You're pretty quiet. Now I've got a very important question for you. Not relative to this, but have you seen that they're doing a remake of Point Break? Do you think that's a wise decision, or should they have to stay clear and just leave the original be?
I don't know. I have no idea. It's a wise decision.
Thank you so much, Aidan Blair. So we're with Team Australia, very concentrated. And right now we're going to go back with you guys in the booth for more interviews. We'll come back down.
All right, I can't tell if we should be as that excited. I mean, I am really excited, but those guys are just amping on the beach and in the water. We get to enjoy the luxury of watching this on screen, getting to see all the action, and man, really loving the energy down there. Just so much team spirit.
Yeah, it's so amazing to see, and we have a pretty special message from the Nicaraguan Olympic Committee from Emmett Salmeron. He says, on behalf of the Nicaraguan Olympic Committee and myself, I'd like to express a warm welcome to everyone here today at the World Surfing Games 2015. We are in the Aloha Cup, which is the competition within the competition, and Nicaragua is so stoked to support and encourage the practice of the sport so that our youth can grow and develop. We're going back to the beach with live action.
All right, so Team Australia right here making the tag. Watch the feet. All right, he got out at the right time. So third surfer for Team Australia with about 30 minutes to go. So it looks like time management is part of the action here, and Team Australia exercising excellent time management. So coming in from that last one, Dylan Haler, a great performance right there. What's going through your mind? Do you have an internal clock that's telling you need to catch 2 waves ASAP?
I should have waited for a better second one. Thought it was going to be a smoker, but pressure. It's hard out there. Pumping.
A lot of pressure here in the Aloha Cup, but you guys are looking good. You got about 30 minutes to go. Your third surfer's in the lineup right now, so you want to leave a lot of time for Philippa Anderson, right? She's been on fire all day.
She doesn't need much time. She's going to blow up anyway. She rips. Been ripping all day, so it's going to be sick fun.
All right, well, Team Australia is looking good right now, and I'll tell you what, this is heating up down here. We got Philip over here. Hey, Philip, what do you got going over there?
I've got the president of the ISA, Fernando Aguirre, with his son and daughter, Kyle and Jacques, who are here. One day they'll maybe take over the legacy that your father has left. Do you think this will happen, Fernando?
I don't know. It's up to them. For now, I just love to have them here. It's amazing for me. They know that this is what I love to do, and many times they see me, on internet, on a webcast like today, and I'm very, very happy. I arrived yesterday. We went surfing this morning with Jacques and Florencia, and I think I'm just looking forward to spending some time with him in this beautiful, incredible Nicaragua, offshore. Do you like the offshore?
Yeah, it's perfect. All conditions all day.
Incredible conditions in Nicaragua. Once again, what a great event in this incredible place to surf. And what an incredible format is the Aloha Cup that you created. I'm excited. I'm more excited than the riders, or I'm winning you?
I'm very excited. You know, look at that, look at that, look at whoa, look at that drop. No, it's amazing because it's the teams, it's the crowd, I mean, it happens, it's only 3 hours from 8 teams to a champion. So it's a very, very unique format, very compact, very fun, and it also puts your responsibility higher because it's not about you, it's about the team. If you do well, but the team doesn't do well, and if you do bad and the team does well, it doesn't work. So I love it.
Any favorite to win this World Cup?
No. You know where my heart is, but in reality, when I arrive and I see all these guys, I just want. I mean, if it were for me, I will have 4 gold medalist teams.
But it wouldn't be much of a competition.
No, I think it's the combination of competition and camaraderie that you see here is unique, and it's very, very special. And a lot of surfers that haven't competed at the ISA games before, they really come so stoked. Like that, Carlitos Munoz, Cali Munoz from Costa Rica. He loves this. And I was talking to Lisbeth Vintas, and he was telling me that she surfed in the first World Championship that I ever organized, the first World Surfing Games in 1996, and she's still surfing for Nicaragua, for Costa Rica at 34. She says, next year I'm going to be in the Masters, she tells me. So, this is like a lifelong commitment.
That's exactly right. Thank you, Fernando. We're going to see Chris Cote. He is there with Team Argentina. Thank you, Fernando.
All right, well, we've got now our 3rd surfers out in the water. We just had an incredible performance right here. Let's get a high five on that. So Team Argentina, their last surfer getting ready. Their 3rd surfers in the lineup. We're under 30 minutes now, so here's where time management gets crucial. We just had Team Peru coming in. Tell me, you're a physically fit man, but you are worn out. It's been a long day of surfing, right?
No hablo inglés. Inglés no hablo.
So tell me in español. So, más trabajo out there.
Bueno, sí. Acabo de regresar de agarrar mis 2 horas. Estoy súper cansado. Pero nada, ayudan ahorita ahora a romperla.
So I'll tell you what, the team's right here. They're working hard on the beach. This is a tough job. Use your mind, you got to use your body, you got to run, you got to focus. A lot going on here at the Aloha Cup. And I'll tell you what, Philip's here with Team Argentina, who's fired up right now.
So I'm here trying to find a bit of shadow wherever we can because it's really hot. And I'm with Josefina. She's just come in and she said, I can't anymore. Josefina, cuéntanos un poco en español. ¿Qué me acabas de decir cuando me senté?
No puedo más. Llegué corriendo desde como 200 metros, me senté en la silla y dije no puedo más. Así que nada, muy divertido todo esto. Espero que podamos ganar con Argentina y con todo para alentar porque está en el agua.
¿Tú qué crees? ¿Es más difícil la competencia individual, la serie normal o esto?
Y son totalmente 2 cosas diferentes. Yo creo que esto es más divertido y con más adrenalina, pero también es difícil competir individualmente porque todo juega para vos, todo juega a tu favor, digamos.
Claro que sí. Bueno, lo mejor de la suerte. ¿Quién está en el agua para Argentina ahora?
Ahora está Marcelo y bueno, después va a entrar Santi Muniz, así que vamos a ver cómo nos va.
Muchas gracias, Josefina. Un mensaje rápido para los argentinos mirando.
Nada, que sigan alentando, que siga el L en vivo, así que bueno, un saludo para todos muy grande y nos vemos cuando a la vuelta.
Muchas gracias, Che. Back to the booth, guys. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Philip. We're just checking in on the action. If you're just tuning in, we are in the Aloha Cup, a competition within the competition of the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. And you saw on your screen just now Josefina Annie, who is completely covered in sand, and it really shows you the commitment she had as she was fighting for her team. She wanted to say that this is completely different than the main event, but just as fun, if not more, and wants to cheer on her competitors in Argentina. We're also getting some awesome notes from. We have Mike Castro from Costa Rica that says, "Que bombazo de Filigam, vamos por esa Aloha Cup." And bombazo basically just means massive bomb or great waves. So pretty cool to see all your comments and notes. We want to know who you're cheering for. Best way for us to read out your comments, you can write on the ISAWSG.com website or go to Instagram at ISA Surfing, #GoTeam. Tell us who you're cheering for, and we're going to give out some free swag, ISA hat. We want to know who you're cheering for and which nation you support.
All right, well, points-wise, we're about halfway through this heat, and thus far, first rider for Costa Rica, 8.5, 8.33. Second rider for Costa Rica, 6.53, 7.27. These guys have a combined total so far of 30.63. Argentina, they do have their first four scores in, combined heat scores 17.46. So Costa Rica almost doubling the score of Argentina, but we're only halfway through this. Australia, they have roughly 24.77 points on their first four rides, and Peru 24.17. So excruciatingly close between Australia and Peru. Costa Rica would seem to be pretty well in the lead, but a couple of ringers here on the end we've still yet to see from the last two surfers from Team Argentina. And here is Carlos Munoz. He is surfer number 3 on Team Costa Rica.
Any Carlos Munoz fans out there, we can hear him cheering from Costa as the entire beach explodes, rooting on the Ticos. Carlos, absolutely incredible surfer, some progressive style as he wraps his way into the inside. And you can see Costa Rica stoked on that one as we say, vamos, che. Argentina, thank you, Agustin Manoa, with your comment. We are so stoked to see the Aloha Cup here at the ISA World Surfing Games. We have 23 minutes left on the clock as 4 competitors are racing for 2 wave scores. They are going to add them up and total those top scores. And you see right now we have red, Costa Rica, yellow, Argentina, white, Australia, and black with Peru. So we're going to go back down to live action on the beach.
And so we're back on this beautiful warm beach, and I'm with somebody of Team Costa Rica, Lisbeth Vindas. Coméntanos esta ola que está corriendo ahí.
Bueno, es la competidora de Perú, Analí Gómez, es una buena izquierda, ha hecho varias maniobras desde el inicio hasta el final y cerró con un buen floater, creo que es su primera ola y va a regresar para la segunda, para añadir puntos al equipo de Perú.
Así es, ¿cómo va el equipo de Costa Rica hasta el momento?
Bueno, es un equipo que está muy unido, con muchas ganas, mucha garra, ha hecho mucho esfuerzo, va en primer lugar, tiene muy buenas olas hasta el momento, todavía falta una ola más de Cali, una competidora más que vaya al agua, pero estamos en buen tiempo y hacer un esfuerzo para lograr una muy buena medalla.
Bueno, ya te vi ayer, hoy estás haciendo lo mismo porque no estás compitiendo, pero de a poco estás llegando a la Z del team de Costa Rica, ¿no?
Sí, acá somos un equipo, trabajamos unidos y Costa Rica unida no va a ser vencida.
Así es, me parece. ¿Quieres mandar un mensaje a todo el mundo de Costa Rica? Porque creo que la mitad del país de Costa Rica vino acá a apoyarlos en la playa, son más y más, pero algunos se quedaron allá mirando.
Sí, bueno, Costa Rica es un país muy aficionado al fútbol y este año, esta vez está muy unido al surfing, inclusive el fútbol ha mandado muchos mensajes, vibras positivas al equipo de surfing, hay mucha gente apoyando en la playa, vino desde Costa Rica y también enviando muchos mensajes positivos para todo el equipo, yo creo que eso ha sido una gran motivación, sin duda. Pura vida Costa Rica, gracias por todo el apoyo, aquí estamos tratando de dar lo mejor en equipo, ya casi nos quedamos roncos, pero a seguir luchando.
Muchas gracias, Mai, pura vida. I will go to Chris Cotte. He is right now with Team Australia. Go, mate.
Hey, thank you, Philip. Well, I'll tell you what, that's been a long 10 or so minutes for all these surfers in the lineup. So the number three surfers on each team, they're probably on their first wave by now waiting for a second one. Philippa Anderson's coming up next. She's getting her focus on. How much time do you need to catch 2 waves?
I'm pretty quick, so like 2 minutes, I can get 2:10.
2 minutes, 2:10. We know what Philippa Anderson's capable of. So how much time do you got left on the clock?
We have 20 minutes left, so that's all right.
So no stress right now. When do you think, and I'm not foreshadowing, at what point would you start to get a little bit stressed time-wise?
Like 5 minutes.
5 minutes would be scary because if they don't get back into the booth in time, it's going to be a big deduction. There's a lot of rules, and all these teams know them all. So I'll tell you what, We're over halfway done here in the 2015 Aloha Cup. Things are getting a little bit more tense on the beach than they were fun.
Yeah, it's not all fun and games. It's definitely a competition, and each nation going to be doing their best to make sure that they make it through. This is all about the team camaraderie, and you really see it here. This is a tag team relay race, so not just your surfing that's going to come into play. You're going to have to run as fast as you possibly can to tag your teammate, and as you can see, some of the competitors are just tossed in sand as you see some sets lining out the back with beautiful corduroy. Gosh, Mike, I could watch this screen all day long, and I mean, it seems like that's basically what we've been doing. It just keeps getting better. As you see the president of ISA, Fernando Aguirre, cheering on Carlos Munoz off the top. Costa Rica going wild as Carlos is going to get a great score for his team.
Yeah, well, Carlos Munoz got a 6.27 on his last score. Costa Rica already leading right here. So this is another important wave for Team Costa Rica. Might not get to see what he does in the shore break, surfing off camera, but the judges do have an eyeball on him. So we'll see what Carlos gets on that. And here is Shane Holmes from Australia in the white jersey. This is his second wave as well. He got a 4.9, and we're looking at possibly a better score than that from his last wave.
Yeah, wow, incredible surfer. He did great today too, passing through his heat. So be stoked with that one. You see up and riding Annalie Gomez with a nice carving maneuver off this face. Her
you did great,
definitely
Carla.
one of the strongest competitors in the water. And, see, Chris Cote is getting in on the action with Costa Rica as Leilani McGonigal takes to the water for her team in red. We have in yellow Costa Rica, white is Australia, and black with Peru.
Oh, sorry.
And we're going back to the beach with Chris Cote.
All right. He's been doing it all day. Did it again. Carlos Munoz. The Costa Rican dream is alive. Pura vida. I just ran up the beach with you for about 5 seconds, and I'm winded. Tell me about how tiring it is to do the Aloha Cup.
Well, first of all, thank you, God, again, for this opportunity. I don't know. I don't even can breathe. It's like running. I take the rides. It's even longer. So I don't know. I'm running so fast, and so tired. But the strategy is good. We're winning, and I'm so happy. I can't believe it.
So happy. The Costa Rican team right now. So their last surfer is in the water. I think they got about 15, 18 minutes to go. So they're looking good right now. And they got Leilani McGonigal out there. And who's Philip with now?
With Team Australia, Chris. So here I am. Dylan, you just came in out of pop. Shane, sorry. So how was it in the water? There's a bit of messing around between the Australian team and also getting freshened up.
Yeah, it's all fun and games really. The waves are pumping, and to have it like 4 dudes out again, it's pretty unreal.
So just tell us one thing. Is Vegemite a part of Australia's success in surfing, yes or no?
I'd say Burger King.
Burger King. So America helping Team Australia indirectly.
Yeah, apparently so.
A message quickly for all the Aussies that are at home watching.
How you going? How are you? See you soon.
Anyway, thanks guys. Good luck for what's left. Right now we're going back to the booth.
I used to think maybe Burger King didn't have too many vitamins and nutrients, but sure seems to be working for Team Australia. That guy is a powerhouse. And there is Argentina. Unfortunately, for our surfer, that was Marcelo Rodriguez, second discontinued ride. He was unable to really post a big score on his first ride. He got a 3.13, and that one is not going to amount to much there. You saw him lose the wave in the middle of that ride. So bad luck for Team Argentina. Big weight on the shoulders of their last rider, Santiago Muniz. He is on the beach waiting for the handoff, but current place totals right now, we've got, well, let me just punch in these last numbers here. 5.5 for Carlos Moniz on that last right-hander. Costa Rica currently with 42.4 points with one surfer left, Leilani McGonigal, and we'll fill that in. We're going to go back to the beach. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, so we just saw Santiago Muniz go out. It was Marcelo Rodriguez. A bit out. Marcelo, ¿cómo fue? Difícil, ¿no?
Surgió horrible, estoy muy decepcionado.
¿Sí? Pero igual, bueno, una parte del equipo, hay que contar con todo el equipo y bueno, si no, Argentina tiene el talento, ¿no?
Eso es lo que me duele, haber fallado el equipo. Si hubiese sido mi error, claramente por mí mismo me chupa un huevo, pero me molesta haber defraudado un poco al equipo.
No te preocupes porque bueno, te vimos y diste lo mejor de ti y eso es lo que importa. Buena suerte. So we're going to go right now with Chris. He's also with the Aussies right next door.
I want to know what this guy was asking you because you guys were laughing here in the booth. You're so calm, casual, even in the midst of a really tense surfing competition. So the Aloha Cup, have you done this before or is this your first time doing it?
We did it last year. We got through the final, but there's a couple of girls needed a rest before the grand final of the event, so we pulled out. But yeah, this is our second time.
Now, of all four of the Australian team riders, I'd have to say Philippa's probably the most serious. You know, she was so focused out there. Now that she's out, you guys are just messing around, having fun.
She's the biggest smartass of the bunch. She rips. She's about to blow up on this thing.
How does it feel to have Costa Rica screaming right behind me?
Sick. They're ripping, so they're good fun. Carlos is a legend.
I love it. I love it. So all the teams are going off. Can't even hear. The cheering's that loud. The Aloha Cup. It's on, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, well, here we are. You know, each of the last surfers are in the water. Currently, Costa Rica has a pretty sizable lead, total 42.4 points. Australia's next. They've got 35.94 points. And their last surfers in the water, we saw Philippa Anderson, unfortunately coming unstuck. And, wow, Argentina, poor Mr. Rodriguez had a tough run of it. They got 26.4 points. And Peru with 33.47 points. So right now, Costa Rica in the lead, Australia following, and then Peru close behind. But Argentina's looking like a long shot.
Yeah, wow, with only 12 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, it's going to be hard, but Leilani doing everything she could to really get the good score. And we have some notes coming in from Costa Rica. Alejandro says, "Vamos, Costa, vamos por ese primer lugar." Says, "Go, we want first place." And another one from Punta Hermosa, "Vamos con todo, se puede, arriba, Peru." Thank you, Rosa from Peru, cheering on her team. Gosh, we just love all of this fan mail, so please tell us who you're cheering for. Check out ISA Surfing on Instagram, #GoTeam. Let us know who you're rooting for, and you might just win some free ISA swag. Love all the camaraderie and all the ladies and boys on the beach. Stoked for all the action. It is all about the love. We're here at the Aloha Cup, and Mike, you know all about the definition of aloha. It's about expressing the love, and if you want like a literal translation, you know, it's spreading the love of life and energy in the present and just consciously manifesting that joy.
Well, you know, the word aloha, there's a really important subword in there. It's the ha. And in Hawaii, ha is the breath of life. So when you show aloha, you're really sharing that life with somebody. So it is really a beautiful term in Hawaiian language. Aloha means, you know, everybody's got their own personal relationship with aloha. But in general, the spirit is love, camaraderie, the sharing of good vibes. The ancient Hawaiians, when they greeted each other, they would put their foreheads together and touch noses, thereby actually sharing the breath of life with each other. That's what, you know, the physical sharing of aloha was. Anyway, here's Leilani McGonigal, her last wave. She got a 4.2 on her first wave, and you know what? She's got plenty of time to spare. 10 minutes left. This is the last wave for Team Costa Rica. They are well in front and looking pretty good for the win.
And we're going to go back on the beach with all the live action.
So here I am in the booth of Costa Rica, right next to it. At least Leilani is on her way. She's still got lots of time. As you can see, she's not running. She did her work. She did the waves. So Chris is waiting for her there. And we're going to ask to Cali, do you think, what is the position right now of Costa Rica with the last two waves of Leilani?
I think with the last two waves of Leilani, we're still in first. And, well, this is, I think, the first time that this is happening to us, you know, so I'm super happy that she's coming. And
whoa! So let's Chris talk with Leilani as she is coming
We got
in.
plenty of time. Here she comes. Leilani McGonigal for Team Costa Rica, coming in hot from the water. Yes, Pura Vida all around Team Costa Rica. The fans are going wild. We don't know the final result yet, but we got a good feeling about this crew behind us. We got a little bit of time left, so we're gonna let the team get together here. You see the unity going on. So Team Costa Rica is looking solid right now, so we don't know the final scores yet. We're gonna see what's going on. All right, guys, what's up with Costa Rica? All right, they're feeling it. So Team Costa Rica, they got all 4 surfers in the box. They are safe, no penalties for them. Wow, so we gotta see how this shakes out for the rest of the teams here on the beach.
So here I am with the team of Peru. They are pretty quiet. I'm with Miguel Tudela. He's in the box, didn't compete. We're waiting for the last rider. How is Peru doing now? And do you think they will finish on time, Miguel?
It looks critical. The waves are getting really flat and the wind is changing. So I think we need like 15 points to get first. So or 16 points. So we can do it, of course. But there's. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Tell us this way.
Come on.
Comenta la ola.
¡Oh! 2 palazos.
¿Otro más?
¡Uno más!
Vamos con
¡Ahí vamos! ¡Ahí vamos! ¡Ya regresa, que te quedan 2 minutos, huevón!
Ahora esperamos que entre acá. Bueno, falta 16 puntos, pero ojalá obtienen la medalla de plata, ¿no?
No, ahora con esa creo que vamos a estar otro 8, así que otro 8 necesitamos con esa ola. Todo es posible. Quedan 7 minutitos, vamos.
Ahora saliendo, ¿cierto? Ya terminaron. Queda una ola, tiene que volver a salir.
Tenemos que hacer un 7 y medio.
Ya, un grito para Perú, para mandar buenas vibras ahí al último. Así es. Let's go back to you guys.
Oh boy, Peru going absolutely wild. You saw their crew down there as Santi Muniz from Argentina going to town on this left-hander. Boy, I'm sure he's stoked to be out there. He takes a beautiful carving maneuver off the top. Boy, we've seen some great surfing.
Yeah, and that last ride by Sebastian Correa was huge for Team Peru. I think he was right. Team Costa Rica clocking in 50.17 points, and Team Peru needs about 16 points to catch them. They just got an 8.53, so they are halfway there. If Correa has another 8.5, they might clinch it. I don't know the exact numbers. I'm not in the judges' booth, but all estimations are the weight of Peru weighs on Sebastian Correa's shoulders.
Wow, you can see the winds really picking up right now. We have had a huge shift, and you can see it's swirling around. Things are blowing all over the place right now, but these guys are in the water with just 5 minutes on the clock. They're going to do the best they can to make sure that they can secure these valuable points for their team. It's all about the team camaraderie here at the Aloha Cup. This is the competition within the competition for the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. We are so stoked to join you here today at Popoyo. This is Shannon Quirk and Mike Latronic in the bringing you the action. We're just all smiles and aloha stoke right now. You know, ISA is all about the love, and right now you see up in riding white from Australia, this is Felipa Anderson going to need to get some good scores for her team.
Wow, that wind is just causing havoc out in the lineup. Felipa Anderson doing a good job negotiating that chatter out there, and really doing a nice maneuver at the end of that wave. She's going to get in well within time, 4.5 minutes left. So Felipa Anderson, unfortunately, they needed over 10 points to get there, but that's going to help their effort to maybe get the silver, bronze medals.
Yeah, pretty incredible. They're definitely going to have to deal with this wind now, as you can see it completely shifted, but we have a ton, just an absolutely ecstatic crowd, and Australia down on the beach. Chris Cote, bring it away.
It's getting really loud down here. Teams are bantering back and forth. It's like a war chant zone right here. Team Australia, they're on their feet. All right, what do you think Felipa needs right now? She needs a second wave, right?
No, that was a second wave. We want the ocean to go flat.
So now you want the ocean to go flat. Felipa's making her way in. She's coming up the beach. The wind is whipped up. This is a totally different kind of situation than when you were surfing.
Exactly. We went from perfect offshore to now crazy side shore. So hopefully Santiago and Peru don't get another one.
So it's the reverse of what we usually have in a heat. These guys are praying for the ocean to go flat. They don't want any scores from these teams down here. It's getting wild, as you can see. I think Philip is now with Team Peru.
Thank you, Grace. Here I am with Annalie, who's shouting to the last guy to come out. Oye, ¿le va a alcanzar el tiempo o no? ¿Cuántos puntos le falta? 8. ¿Y tú crees que lo logra?
Ya no.
¿Por qué no?
Hace tiempo.
Pero el puntaje lo puede lograr.
Puede hacer.
Bueno, mándale vibra, mándale vibra. Bueno, ojalá sale, ¿no?
2 minutos, ya que salga, ya que salga. Oye, suave, negro, suave.
Entonces, eso es el team de Perú. Justo al lado está Argentina. Argentina, ¿a tiempo aquí? ¿Y eso qué fue?
Un poquito de...
Así es, como pueden ver, la excitación está total. Totally excited. Will he make it on time? Come on. Send him vibes so that he can make it and make it on time. The booth.
No saben what to do, to get a wave, to come in, you know, it's too hard, it's too hard.
Quedan 2 minutos, 2 minutos. Creo que lo alcanza. Por ahora vamos a volver ahí con Chris y está yendo para recibir los competidores llegando. So Chris is looking towards the competitors coming back. Very excited. Peru too. And so now I'll leave it to Chris.
Team Peru is desperately trying to get their final surfer in. As you can hear behind me, less than a minute and a half to go, and Team Peru's 4th surfer still in the water. If he doesn't make it in, they're going to get dock points, and it's going to be nearly impossible for them to win this. Here we see our surfer Santiago Muniz. He's from Argentina, so he'll be coming in. They could be safe. They're sending one of the coaches out. How much time is left? Ah! Exactly, that's how much time's left. Team Argentina, Santiago's got to run up the beach. We got a minute to go here.
Vamos, Santiago. Vamos, estás a tiempo todavía. Felicitación, Argentina. Bueno, llegaron a tiempo. ¿Cómo se sienten?
Buenísimo, espero ahora que el de Perú no llegue, así lo mejor.
Bueno, la hermandad que hay que ganar, ¿no?
Claro, sí.
Veamos si llegan a tiempo. Ya Muchas gracias, Josefina.
All right, here we go. The final surfer from Team Peru crosses the line. He's in. He's got it. All 4 team members from Peru are in. The beach is going wild. Time's winding down. The Aloha Cup, 100% approved. Awesome. Where's Philip? All right, so now we have it. The Aloha Cup is officially over. All teams are in the water now. And you can see behind me, Costa Rica.
Así es, estamos con Costa Rica. Aquí parece que ganaron la medalla de oro, ¿no?
Awesome, this is what we've been waiting for.
The gold medal at the Aloha Cup. How important is it and what does it mean?
It's the first gold for Costa Rica, so yes, it's a historic day for Costa Rica as a nation as a whole.
That's perfect. Congratulations. And wow, what a great final that was. How much adrenaline have you got going right now?
Too much. Would you like some?
I've got enough too, I think. So we'll go right now with Chris. He's somewhere over there. We're going to stay with Team Costa Rica winning that gold medal.
All right, well, what do you think? It's not official yet, but judging by what's going on behind me, pretty safe to say it's Pura Vida all day.
So what you have to say is that this is the most exciting surfing competition in the world. That's what you have to say. Because it's not about 1 or 2 or 3, it's about teams. It's about team spirit, it's about camaraderie, and that is what happiness is made all about.
I love it. Fernando Aguirre, ISA president. So the Aloha Cup, as you can see, man, we are exhausted. And I didn't even surf. I'm just running around. We're not calling a winner just yet. So we're going to wait for the unofficial results.
We're listening to the results. Guys,
Dream team.
You're on one side, me on the other, and we ping pong. So here we are with Team Costa Rica winning the gold medal in this event. A show! Okay, Leilani, you were part of this gold medal team. How is it so exciting, the Aloha Cup, and how difficult is it, that running part on the beach?
Oh, we're so excited. It's our first gold medal, so we're really excited and we're just really amped and the whole country's really happy.
Exactly. Chris, any questions?
Oh, I just got to say, the Pura Vida Dream Team has come in hot. Not only did they just win the 2015 Aloha Cup, but they are in contention for overall gold medals here at the ISA World Surfing Games. A lot of confidence coming out of that big win for Team Costa Rica right now.
So, anything you want to say to the people of Costa Rica? Do you want to tell them to come even more? There are already 400 people with your team right now. Is there anybody left in Costa Rica?
Everybody's coming. We say thank you, Costa Rica!
Anyway, congratulations, Team Costa Rica. Best of luck for what's coming tomorrow. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, pura vida. I have never seen anything quite like it. You can see the entire team from Costa Rica so stoked. Vamos, chicos. Boy, this has been such an exciting finish to what was already an adrenaline-packed final round of the Aloha Cup for 2015.
I can't stop smiling. I know just how happy they are. Team Costa Rica has been waiting so long to do this. They have been at this event year after year after year after year, and this was their first gold medal. So real huge kudos to all the people of Costa Rica really banding together to take that win, and they have just put together such great performances. Look at these highlights. You can see the wind was offshore. Perfect winds at the start of this. Anthony Filligam from Team Costa Rica taking first strike with maneuvers like that, really upping the ante. There's Hayden Blair from Team Australia. I believe they got the bronze medal, and Peru with the silver, and Argentina with the copper. So Anthony Filligam, really some of the best scores for Team Costa Rica. But this man right here, no slouch at all. Noemar McGonigal, pedal to the metal, getting some great scores himself, and bang, just floats over the top. He's been surfing all day long. Carlos Munoz, just a standout at this event every single day. Super stoked. Leilani McGonigal, she just surfed a heat like 20-30 minutes ago, had the energy to get out there and get in winning form once again.
Yeah, wow, what an incredible surfer. And ladies, take note of this Tika. This chick absolutely rips, and you can see it's been firing for the last hour. Even with these winds, we have just seen some incredible surfing. Here you see Santi Muniz with just a beautiful rail game, and unfortunately Argentina not able to secure that first place win, but no doubt there are no losers here at the Aloha Cup. They're going to be taking away the copper medal.
Yeah, Santiago Muniz pulling in some great moves there, and this man, Sebastian Correa, he really upped the ante, got an 8.53 on that first wave. The winds went haywire, and he was only able to get a 4.4 on his last wave. So great effort there by Team Peru, but Costa Rica was not to be topped today.
No, Costa Rica, wow, all tuning in. Thank you guys so much for watching the Aloha Cup. We have the official scores with Costa Rica coming in first and Peru in second with the silver medal. Argentina is going to take the bronze, and Australia with the copper. We're going to go to a commercial break and come right back for some highlights.
This is the World Surfing Games! ¡Viva Nicaragua!
Macheles es un hotel junto a la playa boutique, con un servicio completo de bar, restaurante y piscina. La localidad de Playa Gigante es la escapada perfecta en cualquier momento.
We are back. You're looking at it, the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games. And what a day of competition. If the regular event wasn't enough, it was completely out of this world exciting. Chris Cote, Philippe Muller down there with some of the best surfers in the world. we got to see ISA President Fernando Aguirre give his heart and soul on the beach. And I don't know, my cheeks are starting to hurt. I'm really, really happy for Team Costa Rica. What a great show, and of heart and, of course, surfing.
Of course, that Pura Vida spirit coming right through. And thank you so much for tuning in. This has been an incredible day of action here at Popoyo, Nicaragua. Join us tomorrow for the 2015 ISA World Surfing Games.
Okay, here we go. The end of the first day. Tired. 6 a.m. it was offshore. Now it's 5 p.m. it's still offshore. And at midnight it's going to be offshore. It has a name, this very rare phenomenon. It's called Nicaragua. All day, 365 days a year offshore. And you are here at the 2015 World Surfing Games. The most incredible surfing competition, a true world championship with the best surfers from 27 nations. Don't go, because today the action is going to be incredible. And as we progress, you know, it's called ISA Karma. As we progress, the best waves are going to be in the final days for the finals. So don't go anywhere. ISA, always surfing with you.